Chapter 50-28. The four couldn't do anything because they seemed helpless against Li Qie. His strength exerted immense pressure and suffocated them. This was a new experience compared to their previous domination. They were the ones intimidating others, not the other way around. Today, they couldn't see his true power in the slightest and had no confidence in winning. Not long ago, they believed in their talents even against stronger foes, that it was only a matter of time. Now, they felt despair because their best techniques couldn't even force him to use a single merit law. They had no estimation of the cultivation required to beat him. They exchanged glances, unable to get down from the tiger. Should they surrender? Or just run away? No, their pride prevented them from doing so. Plus, would he let them go either way? Only Wild Dragon had no problem with running away. On the other hand, Jun Suizan and Radiant Monarch couldn't do so. They would never be able to look anyone in the eyes again afterward. I have created a Dao, just a prototype. Do you dare to block it? Jun Suizan chose a different option. Due to his age, he preferred death over humiliation. You must be confident in it. Li Qie smiled. I named it, my brilliance. It can rival any Conqueror's Dao and will amaze the world. It is worthy of my effort. He couldn't hide his pride when talking about it. My brilliance? Very well, I will give you a chance. Li Qie said. If you block my Dao directly, you will surely die. Suizan said. No need for this psychological tactic, I've agreed already. Li Qie chuckled and gestured provocatively. Show me if your Dao is as brilliant as you claim. Everyone became eager because Jun Suizan's talent was well documented. Some believed that only Phenomena Conqueror in recent eras had a similar gift. My brilliance. He formed a mudra with both hands while chanting. His Dao seemed to be born from primordial chaos and wielded the most ancient power. Thus, it could fuse into anything else. Try this. He sent it at Li Qie. I won't be dodging. Li Qie smiled and let it hit him. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at pori.com. Boom. However, instead of attempting to injure him, it merely seeped into his body. It didn't have the same flashiness as the more destructive attacks. Spectators became surprised because it didn't have the style of a peerless Dao. Jun Suizan spoke with so much pride earlier, but his Dao didn't harm a single hair of Li Qie. On the other hand, Li Qie felt the Dao flowing inside him. Rather clever and profound. Li Qie said, unfortunately, you have not perfected it so it lacks speed, unable to seal the opponent in the blink of an eye. You are something else. Suizan initially hated Li Qie but now, he respected the guy for instantly recognizing the deficiencies in his Dao. As the greatest genius of the generation, he felt lonely while standing at the top. After all, even Radiant Monarch and Tendril King weren't as talented as him. This made him prideful and looked down on others for their foolishness and inability to understand his greatness. Today, he finally met someone capable of recognizing his true worth. This Dao seals the target's power, true blood, and grand Dao. If you try to activate your power, it will bind and increase consumption. The strongest you are, the more effective it is. He willingly shared information. Let's see how good it is then. Li Qie smiled and began channeling his power. Boom! He became resplendent with Dao flames and the life of life emerging. Just the first second made him look like a supreme giant feared by all. However, Jun Suizan's Dao immediately exerted its grip. Clank. Divine chains wrapped around him, both outside and inside. It caused his chaos true energy and Dao power to become chaotic, no longer in harmony. They started burning and injuring him. The more he channeled his power, the stronger the internal combustion. He turned into a fiery tornado as his own powers clashed with each other. Chapter 50-29. It didn't matter how strong Li Qie was, he was essentially fighting himself while inflicting damage with the resulting flames. Activate. Li Qie played along and added more power. A bright light erupted as his Tao, energy, and blood burned each other. There was no getting away from my brilliance. Is this it? Jun Suizan became excited. His allies felt the same way, not expecting his Tao to be so magical. Suizan was confident in his Tao, but yes, there was an issue with speed. As Li Qie had said, it didn't become effective fast enough. Thus, it wasn't useful in a real battle because no combatant would stand still for the Tao to hit them. If his enemies were willing to just stand there, he wouldn't even need to use this Tao. Therefore, Li Qie was a rare exception who purposely got caught by the Tao. This seemed rather suicidal. Find the original at poread.com. Who else can create a Tao like this? Skystomper said with admiration. As Dragon Lords, he and the others have created their own Tao. Alas, these Tao paled compared to what Jun Suizan had created. Not bad at all. Wild Dragon laughed heartily. I hate how annoying you are, arrogant brat, but I am truly impressed by this supreme grand Tao. Go now, stop wasting time. Radiant Monarch, on the other hand, thought that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Make your move. I will also assist. Jun Suizan shouted. Very well. Sword Grasp Venerable summoned thousands of swords to form a larger blade. Its murderous intent ravaged the battlefield. Luminous Law. Suizan performed a power boost spell on the old man. The latter's sacred fruits became resplendent and his sword energy surged exponentially. Boom! Everyone in Demon felt his sword energy clearly. They left cut marks all over the ground and mountains. Heaven Wrath. At the same time, Radiant Monarch leaped into the air while shouting. Lightning bolts descended and flowed around him. Buzz. He wielded the power of light imbued with a heavenly tribulation. After a brief moment, the various affinities turned into a spear. It represented the wrath of heaven itself, capable of punishing dissenters. Cultivators and demons fell to the ground as if they didn't have a skeleton. Skystomper and Pagoda Guardian's knees buckled as well. All cultivators were afraid of the heaven. Luminous Law. Jun Suizan blessed him as well. Rumble. The lightning bolts became far more powerful and numerous. The end of the world appeared above Demon. The sheer power of the heaven's wrath immobilized all existences. Go! Radiant Monarch and Swordgrasp Venerable shouted at the same time. Clank! Time seemed to be reversing as the old man swung his sword. Boom! Radiant Monarch threw the spear with all of his might. The world turned dark instantly. The only thing visible to spectators was Li Qie stopping the two attacks with his hands. Alas, as the two raised their power, he tried to do the same but couldn't. The internal conflict within him ignited into an ocean of flames. This implosion could reduce him to dust as long as he kept trying to channel his power. Die! Wild Dragon joined the fray and spewed out true draconic flames. Luminous Law. Jun Suizan didn't forget to bless him as well and increased the temperature. ZZ, the flames turned into a fiery pulse as a result, burning all affinities along the way. Chapter 50-30. The pulse has reached a monstrous level after being blessed by Jun Suizan. Despair took over Demon due to the sheer devastation. When it struck Li Qie, everyone felt that nothing would be able to survive it, not even him. The impact alone caused Demon to sink down while mountains crumbled nearby. Boom! Nonetheless, it didn't disintegrate Li Qie. Die! Wild Dragon roared and continued to add more power. As for Li Qie, his power was fluctuating dramatically. The various affinities burned themselves due to Jun Suizan's my brilliance. Ah! He cooperated with the play and let out a scream, letting others know that he was on the verge of death. He's finished. Jun Suizan said. Li Qie managed to stop the triple attacks, but because of activating his power, it caused the internal chaos to intensify. The thing killing him was his own power and my brilliance, not any of the external assaults. His scream stirred the spectators who thought that this was only a matter of time. Jun Suizan's talent is unreal. Everyone was amazed by this creation. Li Qia's scream continued to echo around the region. Everyone think that this was his limit. Keep going. Radiant Monarch and his allies started burning their own vitality and energy, once again pushing their attacks. Li Qia decided to scream louder to keep up with the play. His power surged and waned repeatedly. Clank. A murderous intent suddenly manifested along with a god-killing thrust. No. It froze the crowd and made them scream, thinking that their head was going to be pierced. The target was none other than Li Qia, wanting to deliver a fatal blow. Time came to a halt and everyone saw the move clearly, feeling that they were so close to death. It didn't come from the current combatants. Nonetheless, it pierced through Li Qia's head. Someone regained their wits and shouted in horror, "Shadow Rider." Others finally realized the situation and became afraid. The famed assassin was the one to end the battle by piercing Li Qia's head. No one saw how the assassin got there before everything was over. This was Shadow Rider's style, just one decisive move. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Radiant Monarch's group felt the same fear since they had no idea either. They would rather fight a stronger combatant than become Shadow Rider's target. It's over. Skystomper God shuddered and watched Shadow Rider closely. Sigh, not fun at all. They suddenly heard someone sighing and speaking. Li Qia, who was supposed to be dead, opened his eyes and his wound closed, looking as alive as ever. What? The crowd shouted, thinking that he had turned into a zombie. The combatants also became afraid because they thought that he was dead for sure. That sword really did pierce him. Impossible. Radiant Monarch shouted because he saw the event with his own eyes. It's not a bad Dao, it just doesn't work on me. Li Qia smiled. Boom. The Dao sealing Li Qia was forced out and sent back to its master. No. Jun Suizan summoned numerous treasures and channeled laws in order to stop the Dao. Alas, this was futile since it broke through his defenses and obliterated his 4 sacred fruits, ending with him being reduced to blood. Clank. The hand that was stopping sword grasped Venerable / retaliated, breaking the top half of the blade and swinging it forward. The frightened old man tried to parry only to fail, his fruits were cut through, his body dismembered. The 2 halves fell to the ground, he died with his eyes still open. Radiant Monarch, on the other hand, escaped right after Li Qia finished speaking. He crossed through one spatial dimension after another, not wanting to linger around. Li Qia flicked his finger and sent the spear of light in that direction. Ah! It pierced through all the dimensions and pierced Radiant Monarch. Nonetheless, he still kept on running with the spear still stuck in his body. Chapter 50-31, Shadow Rider was actually the fastest to react, even disappearing faster than Radiant Monarch. The escaping technique was peerless in the lower continents, but unfortunately, the opponent was Li Qia. He pulled the sword out and crucified Shadow Rider into the fabric of space. The only person who didn't try to escape was Wild Dragon. He came even closer to summon a treasure, Golden Serpent Emperor. He underwent a transformation and became larger. He was initially a fire dragon, his scales became tough and golden, causing him to look rather regal. Ra. The golden dragon possessed a majestic divinity with an ethereal throne behind him. The figure sitting on the throne shocked and suppressed everyone, making them feel like insignificant dust specks. In fact, even the dragon lords couldn't endure the pressure and nearly dropped to the ground. Serpent God. Goldcrest young noble shouted while being paralyzed. Wild Dragon was being possessed by this founder god, the oldest and most mysterious. It turned out that this was his fortune. When he was younger, he just happened to come across a small snake nearly being pecked by a great eagle. He had a rare moment of kindness and saved the small snake. It turned out that this snake was a transformation of the founder god. Because of this, he was bestowed freedom and protection. The dragon lunged downward with its mouth open, ready to devour Li Qia, who still had a smile on his face. He raised his hands and summoned a crow with sky-blotting wings. Screech! It leaped into the air and caught the golden dragon instantly. It flapped its wings and sent the throne flying. When the figure on the throne saw that crow, it immediately disappeared from sight and didn't return. Ah! The golden dragon was torn apart by the crow. Blood splashed everywhere as it reverted to its original form, a big-belly earth dragon. The crow didn't relent and tore the dragon apart. Large pieces of flesh fell to the ground. Spectators couldn't believe it. The mighty golden dragon couldn't stop a single move. Most importantly, the serpent emperor ran away to the demon's astonishment. Li Qia's next focus became Shadow Rider. As he walked closer, fog engulfed the region and day turned into night. One couldn't see their fingers in front of them. Chilling gusts started to form as well. It looked like the coming of ghosts. What's going on? This scared the hell out of cultivators. Whoosh! Thousands of swords suddenly manifested in the fog and attacked Li Qia. Every single sword was more frightening and powerful than Shadow Rider's ambush earlier. Humph! Li Qia scowled and ignored the swords pinned to his body. He raised his foot and stomped down, causing an unknown being to scream and run. However, this gave enough time for Shadow Rider to run away. Li Qia decided to pursue this time, leaving the crowd behind. The fog eventually dispersed in the palace. Nonetheless, the stench of blood still remained. Was that Nightwalker? Goldcrest whispered. He got the feeling that this was the commanding god of mist. Why did this being suddenly arrive to help Shadow Rider? Of course, this was a serious matter and he didn't dare to comment on it without sufficient evidence. The other dragon gods glanced at the messy battlefield, shocked. Jun Suizan, Sword-Grasp Venerable, and Wild Dragon have been slain. Only Radiant Monarch was fortunate enough to escape, but who knows if he could survive the injuries. The reversal happened so suddenly. Everyone thought that Li Qia was finished, yet he turned it around in just a few seconds. Moreover, they saw Shadow Rider's sword piercing his head as well. How did he come out unscathed in the end? Skystomper trembled uncontrollably. That could have been his fate had he joined the battle. Still running? Li Qia had no problem keeping up with Shadow Rider and stomped down, sending him to the ground. He stopped running and showed his hands above the pit. I give up, what as you please. He then pulled out the sword from his chest and tossed it at Li Qia, aware that escaping was impossible. You wouldn't be alive right now if I want to actually kill you. Li Qia said. My life is yours now, you can do whatever. He had an awkward smile. I don't want your dog life, relax. Li Qia sat down and said. He then carefully healed his wounds, no longer thinking about running. Having 100 heads still wouldn't be enough to survive an encounter with Li Qia. What do you want of me then? He finished bandaging with ointment and asked. Talk about that Nightwalker earlier. Li Qia said. He chose to be silent since this was a big secret. Find the original at pourri.com. I can force him out and the process will be very painful. Li Qia smiled. He knew that this was indeed the truth. Li Qia was a man of his word. We are one, except I'm the Tao avatar. He admitted. Chapter 5032, Nightwalker was the revered commanding god of mist. No one expected this connection between Nightwalker and Shadow Rider. One was a demon while the other was a human from an unknown assassin organization. They were so far apart and most importantly, the commanding gods couldn't leave demon. Others would be shocked to hear this. Of course, Shadow Rider wasn't lying about this matter. Li Qia chuckled and wasn't surprised at all. Looks like your lineage is rather capable. Li Qia smiled and sat there like an old friend. His attitude only frightened Shadow Rider even more, not knowing his intentions. Even his true body couldn't do anything against Li Qia. After 2 exchanges, he had a good idea of Li Qia's power. This was someone above the level of the lower continents with the exception of Conceal Conqueror. Just tell me what you want, I will try my best to fulfill your request. He surrendered. Let me ask a question first. I heard the schoolmaster mention something about a particular job in the dark market back then. You should have been the one accepting it. Li Qia said. I see. Shadow Rider said, this was all a trap for me. Li Qia shrugged, the result would have been the same. It would only take me more time to find you. Yes. He nodded and admitted, I accepted the job and not just one, we worked together afterward. Who hired you? Li Qia inquired. Don't ask me, I have no idea. He smiled wryly. Really now? Li Qia's eyes narrowed while gazing at him. I will pry all of your memories out of your head and watch them, second by second. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. I'm telling the truth. I don't know who this person is. He said, I was responsible for either stopping or killing any target who tried to escape. That's all I know, it was just a job. The details didn't matter to him since he was an assassin, only the payment. Several big shots have died because of our work. He added. Li Qia continued to stare at him and he went on, I personally know of Sword Lord and Void Saint Child. Li Qia still didn't speak but this was enough to force him to speak, that's really the extent of my knowledge. Though we worked together, I was responsible for keeping an eye out for runners. A guard dog. Li Qia chuckled. That's one way to put it. I didn't care about the target or the details. He didn't mind the insult. And what about Phenomena Conqueror? Li Qia asked. What do you mean? He paused for a second. Don't worry about anything else, just answer this first. Was Phenomena Conqueror one of the victims? Li Qia asked. He hesitated for a moment before answering. Only know of Sword Lord and Void Saint Child, I didn't see Phenomena Conqueror. But you reacted earlier, you know more than this. Li Qia smiled. I am an assassin who operates in the shadow but I will not defame others. It took a while before he answered this time. It's just you and me here. Li Qia said, you're merely expressing an opinion, not accusing anyone of anything. I believe the person who hired me might be a conqueror. He eventually revealed. Now that's more interesting. Li Qia stroked his chin and said, go on. I've never seen the person, rather mysterious. I just know that I am far weaker. He said, though everything was hidden, my intuition tells me that it is a powerful conqueror. A conqueror hiring an assassin. Li Qia commented. It's a bit ridiculous, no one will believe it, but I'm sure of it. He said. It's the reason why you're still alive. Even if you want to expose this secret, no one will believe you. Li Qia said. True. He said. Conquerors were supreme beings, whether they be from the race or the people. They represented the apex of the Tao. They were worthy of respect. Though some were mass murderers, they always did it in an open manner. People would believe the words of a conqueror over that of an assassin. Li Qia pondered the possibilities. Shadow Rider hesitated for a moment, opened his mouth as if to speak, and then closed it again. Which conqueror, in your opinion? Li Qia asked. I don't know, I lack details. He shook his head. In reality, there weren't that many choices to pick from in the lower continents. Aren't you curious about it? Li Qia smirked. Being an assassin is just a profession, I don't need to be one so it's not really any of my business. He said. Why is that? Li Qia stared at him. He was afraid of Li Qia's gaze and spilled everything. I only want to keep this lineage going, that's all, I don't have to be an assassin. Chapter 50-33, It's certainly something I'm interested in knowing. Li Qia said. Shadow Rider didn't know why Li Qia was curious about his secretive lineage. No one knew of its existence for millions of years now. He was absolutely the first. I have a particular suspicion, he said. Go ahead. Li Qie gave permission. You must be from the upper two continents, he said, thinking that's the only explanation behind this. Radiant Monarch had the same guess as well, but for a different reason. What makes you say that? Li Qie smiled. Well, he wanted to choose his words carefully because this pertained to both his survival and his lineage. It's because you believe your lineage is from the upper two continents or even the immortal one. Li Qie's eyes became profound. He took a deep breath and said, I don't know the details. Don't worry, you would be dead right now if I have any malice. Plus, I could have read your memories, you wouldn't appreciate that though due to the agony entailed. Though Li Qie's tone was casual, Shadow Rider still trembled in fear. As an assassin, he was familiar with death and didn't fear it. On the other hand, torturing meant prolonged pain, and Li Qie was a frightening existence. Having his memories pulled out forcefully would be a fate worse than death. He had experienced pain before but still didn't think he could endure the experience. I'm not sure, I've never seen our founder god. He elaborated, from the records, our founder god should be an outsider from the upper continents. There was no point in resisting Li Qie. The result would be the same, it was wiser to pick the easier route. It's plausible, Li Qie said. The founder god of mist was enigmatic, unlike the others who came from demon. This person cut the tablet and left behind a deity spot. That's why I want to see your lineage, Li Qie added. Shadow Rider was visibly unwilling to do this. No? Li Qie smiled. As if I can refuse. Shadow Rider said. You cannot bring me there. Li Qie said, I'm easy to work with, it'll just take me a bit more time and effort. It's just that if I am not careful enough, I might accidentally destroy it too. Fine, I will take you there, he conceded. That's the smart choice. Li Qie said, not all are as smart as you nowadays, and especially not other assassins. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the compliment due to the tough circumstances. It was obvious what would happen to him if he didn't obey. We're connected by fate, don't you know? Li Qie said softly, I'll take it easy on you so you can relax. I won't kill all of Mist, so you just need to enjoy our time together. Yes, I'm feeling great right now, he said begrudgingly. He had no control over his own life right now, not to mention that this madman might kill all of Mist. I hope so, because when things are outside of our control, there is no use being all gloomy. Just be smart and flexible regardless of the circumstances, Li Qie said. I'm trying. He smiled wryly. I'm sure we will work well together. Li Qie acted as if he was talking to an old friend. Now, isn't it time to bring me to your lineage? Yes. He agreed with Li Qie's logic. There was no point in trying to stop the unstoppable. Oh, don't you want to go see that place? He then asked. The killing place? Li Qie became serious. Yes, that slaughterhouse is actually right here in Demon. However, I cannot enter. He nodded. I am indeed amused by this matter. It is rather interesting. Li Qie stroked his chin. Don't you want to know what this guy is doing? No, and I don't really care. He shrugged. One thing I'm sure of is that this isn't about treasure or revenge. He wasn't too afraid of working with this powerful being. After all, he was only a Dao avatar and had confidence in his escaping techniques. Li Qie might be the only one who managed to learn his true secret. Cannibalism. Li Qie stared at him and said. He shuddered after hearing this. In reality, he had thought of this before but didn't dwell on it. Now that it became the main topic, it was indeed frightening for a conqueror to eat famous cultivators. For what reason? He asked. A quick look at bit. ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. Since you're a pure assassin, this isn't part of your domain. It is a lost art, a forbidden art. Alas, it has shown itself again. Li Qie said. Chapter 50-34. Cannibalism itself wasn't a rare thing in the cultivation world. It was a world reigned by the strong and the weak were bullied. However, Li Qie made it sound rather serious, a conqueror eating other top masters. Why did this conqueror stop? In the past, it seemed to be every 1,000 years, but I haven't been hired for a while now. Shadow Rider asked. So you have thought about this? Li Qie said. Yes, because this was a dangerous deal, so I paid more attention than usual. I'm sure that the conqueror has been inactive. He nodded. And that's what we're trying to find out. Li Qie smiled. He was sure that something had happened for the conqueror to stop. This did interest him a little. Left for the upper continents? He speculated. No, that's not what I'm interested in. I don't even care about who this conqueror is. Li Qie shook his head. Then what? He asked. Cannibalism. Li Qie responded, causing the assassin to tremble again. The latter felt as if he was a delicious meal waiting to be devoured by Li Qie. Don't misunderstand, I don't want to eat you. To be perfectly blunt, eating you is similar to eating a worm. You wouldn't eat a worm, right? Li Qie smiled. I see. He understood the crucial point, so this is refinement requiring a special merit law or method to truly be effective. Correct, to put it simply, there are two goals. Li Qie said. What are they? He became more and more curious since he was one of the participants. A quick look at Tinurl. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. Either to increase power and energy or to prolong lifespan. Li Qie answered. Shouldn't he use alchemy? He said. The consumption of pills and alchemy ingredients are very particular, not every kind can be used at a given period. Moreover, refinement is an extremely profound art. Being a powerful cultivator does not make one an amazing alchemist without the proper mastery. Li Qie paused for a moment before continuing. Of course, cannibalism can be rather profound as well. So the bodies were used to make pills? Shadow Rider took a deep breath and speculated. Technique mastery was one thing, the materials were crucial as well, whether it be special grass or beast cores, flesh, or Dao bones. No one had a problem with using these materials, but what about human flesh, tendons, and bones? It was rather frightening to imagine a conqueror extracting certain human parts for the sake of either power or lifespan. As an assassin, he merely killed people. Refining and eating them seemed more sinister in comparison. It doesn't have to be pills, he could have eaten them alive. For example, when you eat a snake, you have to know where to slice in order to extract the gallbladder. Li Qie explained, this is a high-level art, either self-created or was passed down. Power or lifespan. Shadow Rider wondered about the possibility. Either way, once started, there is no going back. The user will be addicted and fall into the darkness. Li Qie said with a profound gaze, it is forbidden and detested for a reason. Even the greatest hero who had protected this world would not be able to redeem themselves after walking down this path. Only darkness awaits. Why pick this path? Shadow Rider said. Cultivators are just far more nutritious compared to a same-grade material. For example, an immortal versus a so-called immortal grass. Li Qie said, thus, a dragon lord will be more effective to a conqueror than a divine grass. The same applies to conquerors for a supreme overlord. So big fish eating small fish. Shadow Rider's horizon expanded as he understood a dark truth. Indeed, it is the law of the jungle. Nonetheless, it is outwardly forbidden, not allowed in any era or epoch. Once it is unleashed, the world will plunge into darkness and chaos. Li Qie said. Once this particular art became popular, even a highly skilled assassin like him would turn into delicious meals. Now, it has appeared in the hand of a conqueror, how strange. Li Qie continued. Shadow Rider agreed and wondered about the origin of this method. Let's go to that place, we'll find out soon enough. Wuxia said. Shadow Rider got up, but first, they regrouped with Goldcrest and the others. The youths were frightened to see him next to Wuxia. Shadow Rider, they would have run if it wasn't for Wuxia's presence. He only stared at them in silence. Did you kill anyone here? The innocent Mingshi asked. No one paid me to. He uttered coldly. He couldn't stand up straight in front of Wuxia, but he was still a dreadful king of assassins in the youth's eyes. Chapter 50-35. Mingshi glanced at Goldcrest before winking at the assassin. If I pay you, will you cut off his rooster head? Miss, please don't joke around like that. Goldcrest became startled. Shadow Rider stared at Goldcrest, causing him to shiver with fear. He felt as if the gaze was piercing his heart. Okay, stop please. Goldcrest was actually afraid. Although he was considered a powerful cultivator, he was not a challenge at all. Yes, I will give you 8% off. Shadow Rider responded. He, did you hear that, Rooster? 8% off. Keep this in mind the next time I visit Demon, you better be a better host or I will hire him. Mingshi said. Yes, of course. Goldcrest nodded his head repeatedly like a chicken eating grain. It's no big deal at all as long as it pleases you, Mississippi. Just don't joke like this again. Mingshi raised her head arrogantly and spared Goldcrest this time around. The latter was afraid of Shadow Rider and decided to keep a distance, not wanting to accidentally offend the assassin. Coward. On the other hand, Mingshi thought that everything was fine as long as she was near Wuxia. We're leaving. Wuxia said before glancing at Jian Yunyun. Just know to keep your expectation low. What do you mean, young noble? She had a sense of foreboding after hearing this. If I am not mistaken, we might find the missing cultivators including your ancestor. Unfortunately, if we're lucky, their corpses will be around. Yunyun's heart trembled after hearing this despite having thought of this possibility before. It was still difficult to listen to the truth. I understand. She took a deep breath. The atmosphere became solemn. Mingshi and Goldcrest didn't know how to console Yunyun because they knew very little about the Empress Dowager and the situation. With Shadow Rider leading the way, they crossed through the perilous terrains of Demon and arrived at a valley. It was surrounded by towering trees. One wouldn't be able to see it while flying over. There was nothing here except for a rough and weedy rocky cliff, not looking out of place at all. It's here. Wuxia gazed at the cliff and felt the rhythm of the Grand Tao. He was the only one capable of doing this among the group. Shadow Rider didn't feel anything at all, but he already knew this location. There was once a great fortune here. Wuxia was slightly surprised. A great fortune? What kind? Mingshi asked. To which he responded, enough to become untouchable for a lifetime. Really? Her eyes turned bright as a result. He, then let's take a look, maybe there's something else here too. Forget about it, everything worth taking has been taken. Wuxia shook his head and focused on the cliff again. This was where I stood in ambush, I only had to take action twice. Shadow Rider said. Did you kill Divine Empress Dowager? Yunyun suddenly asked. Shadow Rider stared at her, causing her to shudder in fear. This was an understandable reaction. Nonetheless, she tried her best and met his gaze. I was hired as the guard, not to kill. I had nothing to do with your Empress Dowager's death. Shadow Rider didn't release any killing intent to intimidate her. He's not lying. Wuxia nodded. Mingshi touched the cliff and then knocked on it once before commenting, there's nothing here. I'm sure there is more to this. Goldcrest took his time and didn't notice anything either. It is a seal. Shadow Rider said. Mingshi wasn't afraid of him and smiled. You never got curious enough to enter? Curiosity killed the cat. He coldly uttered, causing her to stick out her tongue due to his scary tone. So this hasn't been opened since your last transaction, around 10,000 years or so. Li Qia assessed the situation. Right, which is why I believe the person is no longer in the lower continents. Shadow Rider said. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at poread.com, and if that's not true? Li Qia said. Shadow Rider furrowed his brows after hearing this. If this mysterious conqueror was still here, why did the hunt stop? There must be a reason behind this, but he didn't notice any clues. Who are you talking about? Ming Shi asked. Li Qia and Shadow Rider didn't answer. The former placed his hand on the cliff and activated his Dao power. Buzz. Numerous runes appeared on the surface. So it is a seal. Goldcrest said. He and the others didn't notice anything before, let alone activate these runes. This is, Li Qia was astonished again. Keep in mind that he was the creator of this epoch. No Dao laws and merit laws could elude him, everything was derivable. However, there were transformations not belonging to this epoch yet could still blend in perfectly. Most importantly, he was familiar with them too. So it is true. He murmured. With his interference, the runes and Dao laws on the cliffs intertwined together and broke away from the usual positions. A circle was formed and rotated continuously until the seal was broken. Buzz. A door made out of light manifested into reality. It was like this before. Shadow Rider said. We're going in. Li Qia told the group. I'll keep an eye out. Shadow Rider said. This scared the youths again because he was performing his old job. Were they the targets this time? Even if this wasn't true, he could also run away. Isn't this bad? Yunyun whispered to Li Qia. Goldcrest nodded in agreement as well. It's fine, monks can run but not their temple. He knows what he's doing. Li Qia smiled and glanced at the assassin. Chapter 50-36, Shadow Rider glanced at Li Qia with a complicated expression. He was an assassin king who lurked in the shadows. Thus, he had no one's trust, but Li Qia allowed him to be in charge of an important role without supervision. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at theporead.com. Of course, this didn't mean that Li Qia trusted him after a few conversations. It stemmed from Li Qia's invincibility. Could he ambush Li Qia's group one more time and kill them? Or could he seal the entrance? By this point, he didn't have the courage or the power to go against Li Qia since that would be suicidal. The only thing he could do was to perform his duty of guarding the entrance and not letting anyone get close. Li Qia didn't say anything else and entered the door. The youths had reservations but still followed him inside. What they saw next astounded them beyond words, a massive world with countless stars. This wasn't that uncommon in independent dimensions, but it was entirely dead. None of the stars had a single trace of life, let alone living beings. Among them was a great sun. Alas, it had countless cracks and its flames have been extinguished. Similar death occurred to the other stars. One was split in half, another fell to the ground. Something had infiltrated their core and sucked the life out of them. No grass or vegetation could be seen anywhere. Anything that once possessed life force has been drained entirely. Li Qia closed his eyes and scanned the area. Sure enough, the initial impression was correct, death was the only remaining affinity. So something like this was still left behind. What a ruthless geezer, sacrificing the entire world yet still couldn't escape this fate. Li Qia murmured to himself. As for the youths, this was their first time witnessing death of this magnitude. Where is this place? Ming Shi was anxious. An abandoned world. Li Qia answered. Abandoned? Who abandoned it? Yunyun asked. Its protector. Li Qia said. Yunyun had prior conversations with Li Qia and had a deeper understanding of this subject. She blurted out, "This protector did this to their own world?" "That is correct." Li Qie smiled. "It's insane. How many people were living here?" Ming Shi was overwhelmed. "How many lives are on the 6 continents?" "This might be larger." Li Qie responded. "Impossible." Goldcrest and Ming Shi blurted out in unison. "Observe it again," Li Qie said. The two sat down on the ground, unable to comprehend the horror. Their 6 continents were colossal. How could anything reduce all 6 down to nothing but death? "There are many ancient emperors, conquerors, and Dao lords here," Ming Shi quietly said. "They're not the strongest beings in this world, only the starting point," Li Qie revealed. Only the starting point? This was a new perspective for the two youths. In their mind, these were the apex beings of the 6 continents. For example, Conqueror was the strongest in the lower continents, but there are 12 fruit existences above. If conquerors and Dao lords were only at the starting point, where were they? How did this world die? Yun has been focusing on the stars. As long as you're strong enough, you can open your mouth and swallow all lifeforms in one breath, Li Qie said. "Let's not talk about this anymore." Ming Shi was afraid of the possibility of these monstrous existences. The 10 monsters were nothing compared to them if they could swallow stars. Why did the protector change their mind? She calmed down and asked. Unable to maintain the original aspiration. Li Qie smiled and stared at them. "For example, let's say you have a pet rabbit that you have been taking great care of. It grows up fat while circumstances make you feel rather hungry. Stop, if you keep going, I won't be able to eat anything anymore." Ming Shi felt nauseous. "So we're rabbits?" Yun shuddered. "You think too highly of yourself then. For a being of this level, you can't even be considered an ant. As for a rabbit, the true masters that you know, I suppose, can be at this level." Li Qie shook his head. "Do we have a protector too?" Ming Shi suddenly asked. She felt that there was a great guardian looking down on them. Li Qie only smirked in response. Chapter 50-37. Being in this macabre region was nerve-wracking. The youths imagined how it was once full of life and shiny stars. There must have been generations of capable geniuses and countless legends. Most importantly, it had protectors and guardians, supreme existences towering above all else. Over the years, living beings with knowledge of them had nothing but respect and gratitude, considering them as saviors. Perhaps they thought that as long as these protectors were around, prosperity would remain for ages to come. There was no need to fear foreign invasion and calamity. We are Pori.com, find us on Google. None of them expected to go down due to their revered guardians. These beings could randomly devour their subjects and world, treating everything as delicious meals. This depicted the event that happened in this world, their so-called savior turning the blade toward them. World saviors do not exist, remember this. Li Qie woke the youths from their stupor. Ming Shi and the others never heard of something like this before. Today, they actually saw the demise of a world greater than theirs. This made them think about their sex ancestors and whether these beings would ever try to devour their descendants. They immediately stopped thinking about this, or it would sow a permanent seed of distrust in their mind. "There are some corpses here." Goldcrest looked around and saw a Dao platform on a cliff nearby. Ming Shi and Yun immediately rushed in that direction. Sure enough, there were corpses of clearly powerful and influential characters. This person must have been from deity. Goldcrest focused on an old man. Although the skin was dried and withered, his handsome features could still be seen. The robe's patterns and symbols were from deity. Yes, look at the badge by his waist. Yun had a good understanding of the 12 lineages, God-Visage King, a top dragon lord. Goldcrest went to another corpse and recognized him. He took a deep breath and said, "Night-born heavenly demon, one of the strongest monarchs." Goldcrest was sure of this due to a black jewel on the corpse's forehead. It seemed to be there at birth. Another one shocked Yunyun, causing her to comment, "This is Void Saint Child's illusory physique." The corpse still gave an ethereal and intangible impression as if it was incorporeal. "We've seen this person before," Mingshi shouted. Yunyun and Goldcrest came over. The latter gasped and said, "Sword Lord." "Yes, that's right." Yunyun saw that the divine sword nearby no longer had any light left. "The guardian of our academy," Mingshi murmured. They had only seen his portrait before. Now, they finally got to meet the prestigious guardian, albeit under the worst circumstance. Yunyun had a terrible feeling about this and started looking through the corpses. Eventually, she saw one by the corner and immediately fell to the ground, staring at it in a daze. The other two came over and saw the corpse of an old woman. She must have been gorgeous and full of nobility when she was alive. Divine Empress Dowager. Mingshi knew who it was right away despite not knowing her appearance prior. "Right," Yunyun said softly. This concluded those on the missing list. They have met their demise here. Now, the question became, why were they here? Who killed them? Mingshi regained her wits and boldly speculated, "Don't tell me that Supreme Overlord devoured this world and then conspired to absorb these cultivators too? You have quite an imagination." Li Qie shook his head. "These cultivators might be powerful to you, but for someone capable of devouring a world, they are no different from insects, not enough to be an appetizer." "Oh," Mingshi said, "who killed them then? Why are they all here as well?" Goldcrest hurriedly added, "I don't know how to answer the second question, but as for the first, someone purposely led them here in order to devour them." Li Qie chuckled and said, "This is a copycat that had either inherit or come across a mighty legacy. The method to become stronger is via consumption." "Why this method?" "It's disgusting," she said. "Do you eat alchemy pills?" "It has a similar effect for this user, either gaining power or lifespan," Li Qie said. "I got it." She had nothing but disdain for the culprit. A while ago, though they found the dead world to be horrible, they were still disconnected. They had nothing to do with any living being here. Now, they saw victims from their own world, legendary and respected figures. They grew up worshipping these cultivators. Imagining the main characters from the tales being imprisoned and eaten like pills made them feel sick. Chapter 5038, Wait. After a while, Yunyun realized something and started going through the corpses again. "What's happening?" Goldcrest thought that she was overwhelmed with emotion and became unstable. "Sis, are you okay?" Mingshi shuddered. "She's fine, she's just looking for someone," Li Qie said. "Who?" the two of them asked at the same time. After getting confirmation, Yunyun sat down on the ground, looking a bit confused. She said, "One is missing." "Who is it?" Mingshi didn't bother analyzing the situation. Goldcrest remained calm and thought about it before replying, "Yes, I think one is missing." "Let me know too." Mingshi raised her voice. Yunyun and Goldcrest exchanged glances while hesitating due to a lack of proof. This was a rather serious matter. "A conqueror, phenomena," Li Qie answered instead. "Phenomena Conqueror? He was missing too." Mingshi blurted out, "Wait a minute. Don't tell me he's the culprit behind all of this." "But no, that can't be." The other two didn't know what to say. Yunyun was the first to know about this because of Bloodsea Blade. He talked about the missing conqueror on top of many dragon lords. These dragon lords have been found now, but one corpse was still missing. The other missing cultivators were all connected. One possibility was that he lured them here and devoured them of their power. This was plausible because he was a four-fruit conqueror on top of possessing peerless talent. He did have the ability to ambush and kill them. On the other hand, this pertained to the reputation of a great conqueror. They had no solid evidence to accuse him of this horrific crime. They then recalled how his master came to find Bloodfly God. Did Thousand-Faced Sovereign already suspect him? How did Bloodfly God fit into all of this? We have no proof. Yunyun said, we need to keep our mouths shut or it might be disastrous for our sect. He might still be here in the lower continents. Mingshi nervously said. If they were to spread this information, he might come and kill them. The culprit doesn't matter. Li Qie got up and said, place them on their stomach. Should we? Mingshi found this disrespectful. The other two obeyed and lined the corpses up on their stomach. This revealed a faint mark on their back. It resembled a crescent moon, a sign of something missing. They thought that the culprit had used a seal of sorts to imprint this mark on the victims. However, this seal was incomplete, hence the damaged markings. So the geezer had this trick up his sleeve. Li Qie thought to himself, it's not a legacy, he simply left it behind as a trump card. What is it? The youths didn't know what the mark was. Something extraordinary. I have no idea how he got it or understood its mysteries. How interesting. Li Qie said. So it really is Phenomena Conqueror? She asked. Mingshi, remember to not speak of this, especially when we're outside. Not to mention the Conqueror, Lunar will come to your lineage and demand an answer. I got it. Mingshi stuck her tongue out, aware that this might start a war between two lineages. Lunar would never allow anyone to besmirch its Conqueror's reputation. Should we go find Phenomena Conqueror? Goldcrest asked. Where do we start? Plus, the culprit might not be him, we don't have any absolute proof outside of him being missing. Yunyun smiled wryly. True, maybe he went to the upper continents and didn't do this. On the other hand, we don't know where to look for him either. Mingshi thought that they were being too hasty with this conclusion. The actual culprit might be gone as well, it has been a while since someone has gone missing as far as we know. Yunyun mused. Lunar was a possible location to find the Conqueror. However, his master came to Demon for more information, so this couldn't be right. Most importantly, the three of them were helpless against such a powerful being. Thus, Mingshi stared at Li Qie. What are you looking at me for? Li Qie smiled. Are you really ignoring this despicable villain that is preying on the land? She asked. Why should I interfere? He shrugged. Because you are unbeatable. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. She responded. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Silly girl, I am not a saint or a savior, this is not any of my business. Let me ask you a question, do you eat pills? Of course. She answered right away. Your precious pills were refined from precious grass or even the inner cores of ancient beasts. Should I interfere and stop this practice when so many cultivators are doing it? Li Qie asked. Please stop, I don't want to eat alchemy pills anymore. She strongly responded. Besides, even if I care enough, this is simply a trivial matter. Li Qie continued, Dragon Lords kill each other constantly in each generation, the same for Conquerors and Dao Lords. Missing a few is inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, it's not like the world is being destroyed. Mingshi couldn't retort this time because Li Qie had killed several Dragon Lords not long ago. This culprit had a different process, but the outcome was essentially the same. Remember, if someone claims to be a savior or acts as such, you need to be careful because one day, they might eat you like a pet rabbit. Li Qie stared at her and finished the lesson. Chapter 5039. The world was once so beautiful to Mingshi. Now, she found it to be far darker. This is all your fault, I can't eat anything from now on. She complained. This is just the norm, you haven't been exposed to them before. Now you have. He chuckled and said. I don't need this crap. She snorted. Meanwhile, Yunyun was sitting down and staring at her Empress Dowager's corpse. She spent all of this time and effort searching for her, wanting her to take charge of Primal. Alas, this was all in vain. No one could fix the issues in Primal now. That thing might be lost forever as well. This left her lost because she no longer had a goal in mind. The thing keeping her from crumbling down due to the pressure was the hope of finding the Empress Dowager. That was the way to reunite Primal again. Now, the only path has been blocked. Despite her exceptional talents, a single tree was not a forest. It's not over. Wuxia sat down next to her. Her eyes turned bright as she immediately asked, "How so?" Wuxia glanced at the corpse and said, "The culprit might have consumed her, but the technique was yet to be perfected." "Are you saying that the Empress Dowager can still be saved?" Yunyan suddenly thought that there was still hope because he was Wuxia. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Wuxia shook his head in response. "No, there is no reviving the dead. Doing so is declaring war against the heavenly Tao, resulting in a tribulation like no other. A minor punishment is death to the offender, a heavy one means dragging the epic down with it." "Then there is another method?" she asked. "The divinity is still there inside her corpse due to the incomplete consumption." Wuxia said, "This strand of divinity is extremely weak, you have little time." "It sounds like you're trying to summon her soul, young noble." Ming Shi became curious. Wuxia chuckled and said, "Not quite. A dragon lord's divinity contains many things, such as power and divine intent. The problem is the difficulty with awakening them. Moreover, it requires precision since time is limited in order to grasp vital information." He then glanced at Yunyan and continued, "You must grasp the opportunity. Otherwise, everything will really be in vain then. What should I do to communicate with this divinity in time?" She had never done something like this before. Goldcrest joined the conversation, and how can she make it so that the divinity would recognize and accept her, given the time limit? "Good questions." Wuxia nodded. "In this case, it is dependent on whether the Empress Dowager has a strong impression of you in her memories. Her divinity might still acknowledge you." "I don't think so," Yunyan said, "because it was Black Dress Lady who took care of her, not the Empress Dowager." "Then you must somehow make it recognize you in the shortest possible time," Wuxia said. "What are my next steps?" She took a deep breath. "First, gain the divinity's recognition and acceptance. Next are the questions, and this is crucial. If you ask the right thing, it will give you the desired answer." Wuxia said, "But if you can't fulfill these requirements, the divinity will disperse." "The right questions and acceptance." Yunyan pondered. "This is your only opportunity and it will only last the blink of an eye. Let me know when you are prepared," Wuxia said. Ming Shi and Goldcrest exchanged glances after hearing this. If they had to perform this task, what would they do to gain the divinity's recognition? What were the right questions? This was a difficult task due to the time limit. Given her indignant death, her divinity would definitely answer any question regarding the culprit. However, did it really matter just knowing the culprit for Yunyan? Did she have enough power to avenge the Empress Dowager? Unfortunately, this answer was clear. "Young noble, I am ready now." After thinking it through, she took a deep breath and solemnly said, "Good, let us begin then." Wuxia nodded. Yunyan then kneeled before the corpse while raising the primal key with both hands. This was their heirloom, a symbol of status and identity. Any ancestor or regular disciple from Primal understood its significance. Buzz. Wuxia released an exuberant ray from his fingertip. It seemed to be alive. He chanted and created a mudra in front of his chest. The others felt a yin wind flowing by afterward. He released a majestic life force, the opposite of yin. The rays emanating from the mudra chased away the nether winds. This holy force resembled the birth of a blessed infant. Snow would melt and spring would return. All withering entities would be revived in preparation for an incoming golden age. The corpses on the ground started glowing, their remnant divinity was being awakened. This process only lasted for a second. Ming-Shi and Goldcrest compared the glowing corpses to the stars above. The latter had nothing left and didn't react. This was a sign of imperfection. Whoever killed them didn't devour them thoroughly like the world destroyer. Chapter 50-40. Li Qie roared and focused the rays into his hand again, pressing them with lightning speed against the Empress Dowager's forehead. Buzz. Her corpse lit up more than the others. Strands of divinity emanated from her and life returned to the corpse. Alas, the strands were feeble and could fade to a single gust of wind. The youths watched with bated breath, not daring to move because that might disturb the divine strands. The strands came together and formed a bright expanse. It eventually became an ethereal figure that slowly rose from the corpse. It was identical to the Empress Dowager, resembling something of a spirit. Ming-Shi immediately covered her mouth, not wanting to gasp loudly and scare it away. The figure only stared at the key in Yunyan's hand, nothing else. The atmosphere became rather tense as they awaited Yunyan's first words. However, she didn't say anything and only stared intensely at the figure, communicating earnestly with her eyes and seemingly asking for permission. The figure stopped looking at the ruler and released a bright particle, looking like a drop of dew on a blade of grass during the early morning. The shimmering drop landed on Yunyan's forehead and caused a ripple. It entered her mind and turned into a tiny rune. With that, the figure dispersed and the light on the corpse dissipated as well. The final strand of divinity was now gone. After a while, Yunyan opened her eyes and kowtowed before the corpse. What did the Empress Dowager say? Ming-Shi asked after Yunyan was finished with the ceremony. Yunyan smiled wryly and shook her head. Nothing, just a rune that I can't understand right away. We're leaving, there's nothing else to see here. Li Qie got up. Young noble, don't we want to try and communicate with the other corpses? Perhaps we can find the culprit that way? Ming-Shi couldn't help but ask. It's not that simple. This method shouldn't be performed repeatedly or there will be consequences. Li Qie shook his head. Yunyan bowed deeply toward him, aware of the risk he had just taken to immensely help her out. Next, the youths decided to bury the corpses and erect memorial gravestones. Future descendants could pay respect later on. Once they exited through the gate, they saw Shadow Rider still standing there. They thought that the young noble was right. He didn't take this opportunity to flee. However, there was another person who was laying on the ground. The youths were surprised because they recognized him, Qing Songke from the academy. What did you do? Ming-Shi thought that Shadow Rider had killed him. Should I kill him? Shadow Rider ignored her and asked Li Qie. So it turned out that Qing Songke came near and was knocked out instantly by Shadow Rider. You can't just kill randomly, no one hired you. Ming-Shi said. Let him go. Li Qie simply didn't care about the youth. Ming-Shi heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. Shadow Rider then woke the youth up. The latter opened his eyes and was horrified to see Shadow Rider. He immediately got up and leaped backward, pale. This novel is available on poread.com. Don't worry, you wouldn't be alive right now if he wants to kill you. Li Qie said. Qing Songke saw the group and speculated on the situation. It seemed that Li Qie had saved him again for the second time. Let's go. Li Qie ignored him and started walking away. As they were leaving, Yunyan asked, Dao brother, why are you here? I am following the traces of my ancestor but unfortunately, I'm a little lost. He revealed the truth. Be careful of this dangerous place, I think you should leave as soon as possible. Goldcrest said, aware of the dangers looming in his home. Qing Songke didn't say anything. Once the group was gone, he looked around and didn't notice anything, only that this palace appeared a little familiar. Where are we going now? Ming-Shi asked. Li Qie smiled and glanced at Shadow Rider who hesitated for a moment before answering, mist. This surprised all the youths. Goldcrest, in particular, had a light flashing in his mind. This made him stare at Shadow Rider in disbelief. Unfortunately, their journey was interrupted by two mighty cultivators, Thousand-Faced Sovereign and Truth Conqueror. The emotional youths immediately bowed after seeing them. The Sovereign had a holy aura that commanded respect. As for the low-profile Conqueror, they still couldn't help but revere her. A Conqueror was a supreme being. Dragon Lords were innately inferior. In order to make up for the disparity between the two cultivation schools, the former needed to be way farther down the road. Chapter 50-41. The presence of these two masters would shock and intimidate anyone. One nearly had 7 sacred fruits while the other had 4 Dao fruits. The youths became nervous and didn't dare to breathe loudly. Fate brought us together again, fellow Daoist. The duo didn't expect to see Li Qie either. Is that so? Li Qie smiled. Meanwhile, the 1,000 faces of the Sovereign focused on Li Qie. Being gazed upon by this being was an inexplicable feeling. The youths felt as if they had become transparent. Everything about them could be seen clearly, whether it be their pores or veins. Even the slightest movement was detected. In fact, he could even derive their merit laws and origins. Secrets and flaws were as clear as day. Despite the intrusive nature of the gaze, Li Qie didn't seem to mind at all. I apologize. The Sovereign bowed and said, It's a terrible habit, but I couldn't help myself after seeing your cultivation fortunes. Saw anything interesting? Li Qie smiled. I only saw a chaotic expanse, nothing else. Thousand-Faced Sovereign was embarrassed. Truth Conqueror was surprised because he should have been able to see at least some clues. Few could hide everything from him. I'm just a regular cultivator, that's why there is nothing to see. Li Qie said. If you're a regular cultivator, then where do the rest of us stand? Truth Conqueror smiled and shook her head. He was famous at this point for killing the various Dragon Lords. In fact, most believed that only Conceal Conqueror was a match for him. Due to his insane battle potential, everyone speculated that he was from the upper continents. Fellow Daoist, you must be from the upper 2 or even the immortal continent, right? Thousand-Faced Sovereign asked. No, but I do plan on going up there to take a look soon. Li Qie shook his head. The two masters exchanged glances and had a sense of foreboding, that this guy would cause a lot of trouble up there. If there's nothing else, goodbye. Li Qie said. The Sovereign hesitated for a moment before asking, Fellow Daoist, I do not question your strength. It's just that there are dangers hiding here right now, please be careful. His sincerity amused Li Qie, who continued the conversation. What danger do you speak of, Sovereign? Truth Conqueror answered instead, We have been thinking and researching it. A villain is lurking in the shadows to ambush others. The youths heard this and wanted to talk about Phenomena Conqueror. However, would he believe them at all? I hope that it'll happen to me since it'll be entertaining. Li Qie said. The two exchanged glances again. The Sovereign said, You are strong enough to be fearless. It was up to the guy to heed his warning. Your Majesty, have you figured out anything? Ming Shi asked nervously, truly wanting to spill the beans. Despite being a genius from Untethered, she was just another disciple when standing in front of the two masters. Truth smiled and appreciated her courage before answering, nothing concrete, only a few speculations. She was modest and open-minded, not displaying a hint of arrogance. Ming Shi was truly tempted to bring up Phenomena Conqueror but managed to keep her mouth shut. Do you have something on your mind, little sister? The Conqueror asked. Ming Shi shook her head and didn't respond. If I were you too, I would just stay in my sect. Li Qie smiled and said. What makes you say that, fellow Daoist? The Sovereign said. You too are looking for someone who has a penchant for devouring cultivators. Li Qie had no qualms. The two were stirred after hearing this despite their experience. Could you elaborate, Dao brother? Truth hurriedly said. We are Pori.com, find us on Google. There's nothing much to say since you lack information. Li Chia waved his hand before finishing, but I can say that you're on the right track. From my estimate, he has reached a power level where ordinary dragon lords aren't enough. However, a 6-fruit dragon lord or a 4-fruit conqueror, that's another story. They didn't have proof before, but Li Chia's words seemed to serve as confirmation. Old man, you aren't as delicious, not a real target. Li Chia glanced at the sovereign first before speaking to Truth. The same can't be said about you. For Dao fruits are one thing, but most importantly, you are nobility, so your bloodline is the finest delicacy. The listeners present shuddered after hearing this. Do you have any evidence at all, Dao brother? Truth asked. Well, we have found the missing people, or rather, their corpses. Void Saint Child, Sword Lord, all of them. Need I say more? Li Chia nodded. Fellow Daoist, who do you think the culprit is? Thousand-Faced Sovereign took a deep breath before asking. Chapter 50-42. The youths stared at Li Chia, wondering if they should tell him the answer. How would he react after knowing? Who do you think it is? Li Chia answered with a question. The two didn't answer since they didn't wish to harm anyone's reputation. Their words carried immense influence, so people would take them seriously. We do not know right now. Truth shook her head. Li Chia smirked and said, I'm sure you have your suspects. Who was the first to pop up in your mind? Truth glanced over at the sovereign, who remained silent. Li Chia stared at him and said, Sovereign, I feel like you have a suspect already, and for a long time now. The youths became as tense as can be, awaiting a response from the sovereign. The sovereign only sighed because Li Chia was right. I'm sure we both know I am talking about your disciple. Others didn't dare to break this veil of pretense, but not Li Chia. The sovereign staggered backward, since this was another piece of clue pointing at Phenomena Conqueror. Dao brother, this is a serious accusation. Truth said softly but wore a serious expression. The youths didn't dare to say anything, wondering if Thousand-Faced Venerable would either become furious or try to hide his disciple's crime by attempting to silence everyone here. Fellow Daoist, please watch your words. The sovereign closed his eyes and placed his palms together. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. I didn't say that he was the culprit. Li Chia smiled, I'm just asking if you are suspecting him. I saw him grow up and he is not the one, I stake my life on it. Thousand-Faced solemnly answered. Li Chia was moved to see this. It is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to have a master such as yourself. But Phenomena is missing indeed, that's why I am searching for clues. Thousand-Faced responded. We did not see Phenomena Conqueror among the corpses. Mingshi finally spoke. The sovereign stared at her and she lowered her head instantly. Are you certain that he did not go up? Li Chia asked. Yes, I would have known for certain. The sovereign nodded. Interesting. Could be good or bad. Li Chia commented on the circumstances. Good in what way? Truth asked. Good as in he was still here and has been consumed. Li Chia said. The youths didn't know what to say. How was that a good outcome? How is this good? Thousand-Faced Sovereign asked. If the culprit had eaten your disciple, it means that their taste will be more selective. Ordinary dragon lords won't be worth the time, meaning a long hibernation might be necessary first. The two masters exchanged glances. What about the bad possibility? Thousand-Faced asked. Li Chia stared at him and said, You know the answer to this already. Thousand-Faced paused for a moment before letting out a sigh. Li Chia then told Truth, If I were you, I would ascend to the upper continents right now. Staying here isn't the solution, you need to face it. The youths have heard of her background before. Wouldn't ascending make her a target for the alliances up there? Celestial Court still wanted retribution. I will keep your advice in mind, Dao brother. She bowed slightly. Li Chia didn't say anything else and left with the youths. After they were gone, Truth asked, Sovereign, what is your plan? Fellow Daoist Li is right, you are in danger. Thousand-Faced responded, you should go back now, I will let you know immediately if I gain new information. That's fine. She said, maybe it is truly time for me to leave. Shadow Rider led the group into a forest with massive trees and blinding fog. This prevented the majority of cultivators from entering since it resembled a labyrinth. Here. Goldcrest became serious. You know where this is? Yunyun asked. I believe this is the base of Mist. Goldcrest said. Is the founder god around? Ming Shi was curious. No, the founder god is not in Demon. Goldcrest responded. I thought the founder gods couldn't leave Demon. Both Ming Shi and Yunyun were surprised. Remember, this is just what I've been told, I haven't met any of them before. But the only exception to this rule should be Demon Conqueror. Goldcrest said. Wait, you're not making sense. If they can't leave Demon, where else can they be but here? Ming Shi said. One theory is that they are staying in the Divine Nest. Goldcrest said. I see, so founder gods can enter? Ming Shi asked. This is all beyond my level. Goldcrest said. At this point, they were taken to the entrance. Shadow Rider said, my mission is complete, this is it. Good. Li Qie nodded. With that, Shadow Rider gradually dispersed and disappeared from sight. Next, someone came out of the fog and scared the youths. They were surprised due to his appearance, especially the striking similarity to Shadow Rider. However, he chose to reveal his form. Nightwalker. Goldcrest blurted out the title. Why you look really familiar to Shadow Rider, are you brothers? Ming Shi asked with uncertainty. Chapter 5043, that was his Dao avatar. Li Qie smiled. Really? The youth stared at Nightwalker in disbelief. Nightwalker was the king of assassins, rumored to be a human from an assassin organization. In reality, he was one of the 6 commanding gods of Demon. I knew it. Goldcrest said. He had suspected this back at Golden Cicada Palace when the assassin was saved by the dark fog. He didn't say anything back then due to a lack of evidence. He would become the enemy of an entire branch for besmirching their leader. All of Phoenix might be destroyed as a result. I apologize for the lack of reception. Nightwalker bowed slightly at the group. I wish to take a look. Li Qie said. Please follow me, young noble. But I have to tell you first that you might be disappointed. There is nothing left of our branch outside of some treasures that you probably don't care for. Theft is never good, try looking at. Keep your assassination tools, I want to see your founder god's place. Li Qie said. Very well. Nightwalker led the way. They traveled through a path hidden by fog. As they looked down, it felt as if they were walking in space. Your founder god isn't here. Li Qie sensed the area and said. Nothing can hide from your eyes, young noble. Nightwalker sighed and said, everyone believes that only Demon Conqueror can leave the 10 great mountains, but our founder god can leave as well. It makes Mist rather special since subsequent commanding gods inherit 2 different legacies, one in the open and one in secrecy. Normally, the next god is always chosen ahead of time. Who is your founder god, why so mysterious? Ming Shi was curious. It seemed that the creator of Mist was not inferior to the majestic Demon Conqueror at all. We don't know either. Nightwalker shook his head. Their founder god didn't leave anything behind, so the subsequent commanding gods didn't even know of their progenitor's title or name. Really? Yunyun was surprised. It's the same for your primal lineage. Li Qie chuckled. She had no response because this was indeed the case. Eventually, they made it to their destination and saw numerous trees reaching the clouds. A wooden house could be seen on each of the trees. All the doors were shut tight. Ever since the group got here, they felt that they were being observed by something. Occasionally, they sensed someone running in the back and turned around, only to see nothing. Goldcrest was at the Dragon Lord level, so he knew that this was real. They were just too slow to spot anything. Your lineage is still going strong, Wuxia said while looking at the trees. It will keep on going as long as Mist is around, Nightwalker said. Wuxia chuckled and shook his head. Times are always changing. During special moments, a new lineage is created for a particular reason, perhaps a noble goal. Today, your lineage is only meant to train assassins for money. There is no goal or mission to speak of. It has lost its once majestic inspiration. There is no need to keep it going. It is fine to just be a regular sect of demon. Well, Nightwalker was surprised to hear this. Isn't it still better to keep it going? Hard to say. Living in the shadow is already a form of torture, not to mention that it is only for money. How meaningless. All the other sects and lineages are brilliant in some way on top of getting to enjoy the sun. The same can't be said for yours. Your members are nothing but murderous tools trapped in the darkness, lacking a mission capable of illuminating your lives. Wuxia responded. I understand your point, young noble. Nightwalker thought about it for a bit before bowing. Chapter 50-44. The group was finally brought to one particular wooden house. It looked simple yet mysterious, seemingly one with the tree itself, so it was rather hard to spot. This is the house left by our founder god. We have been paying our respect from the outside for generations now. Nightwalker didn't enter and told Wuxia. Wuxia stared at it and let out a sigh. Wait for me out here, he said before opening the door, entering, and closing it. We are bit. ly/3ibfjkv, find us on Google. The group exchanged glances after seeing this. Mingshi innocently commented, why is the young noble interested in this little house? She had followed him for a while and rarely saw him interested in anything. There's a reason, I'm sure. Yinyan said because at the very start, Wuxia became interested after seeing Shadow Rider in action. In fact, this took more of his time than the matter of the missing cultivators. Why are you just standing there? Mingshi then turned her attention to Goldcrest. He smiled wryly and said, I'm just thinking about how strange the 6 deity branches are. What do you mean? She asked. I'm not sure, they're just different from the other lineages. He shook his head. Demon might be one of the 12 lineages, but it seems so different than the rest, especially in terms of scale. If you want to know the answer, you must enter the divine nest. I'm sure all of your questions shall be answered there, Nightwalker told him. You've been there before? Mingshi acted familiar and asked. Only the luckiest beings and founder gods. As for commanding gods across the eras, Vine God is the most likely one to have entered. Nightwalker shook his head in response. Vine God, Goldcrest murmured the title of the oldest commanding god. The oldest branch was Serpent, but the oldest commanding god was Vine, who has been in charge after Demon Conqueror created Wood. Are there any known methods for attempting to enter? Yunyan asked. First is just luck, as I've said. The probability is pitifully low and few had done so in history. Second is to possess a complete god source, but it is not a guarantee. The probability is still low, Nightwalker replied. So mysterious and elusive, I wonder what's in there, Mingshi said. Nightwalker only smiled. As far as I know, it is the origin of our Tao, Goldcrest said while staring at Nightwalker. I don't know. Nightwalker shook his head. There is one person who does though. Who is it? Mingshi asked. Demon Conqueror, who came from the divine nest, Nightwalker said. Goldcrest shuddered after hearing this. There were rumors of the Conqueror entering there, but that's an entirely different issue than actually being from there. You and that assassin, no, your Tao avatar, are so different, Mingshi said. Nightwalker was amicable while Shadow Rider brimmed with murderous intent on top of being stoic all the time. Because I am not an assassin, I am a commanding god. Nightwalker replied. What is it like being an assassin? She was curious, but he didn't respond. The wooden house was empty, no bed or table, and not even a piece of hair could be found. Wuxia looked around and murmured, For what, silly girl? Why in such a hurry? He knew the progenitor of this lineage, but the motive eluded him. He slowly sat down in the meditative pose and closed his eyes. His body became increasingly ethereal as it fused with the wooden house. This transformed the house into a dark world only seen by him. Ultimately, this lineage and legacy were actually started by him. Though it had changed drastically over the years, the fundamentals remained. After a long exploration, he opened his eyes and started drawing on the floor with his finger. His movement was as agile as a soaring dragon while following a mystical pattern. Once he was finished, the inscrutable traces disappeared completely. Buzz. Bright Tao runes appeared on the food next. Pop. A sound similar to splashing water could be heard as something gradually emerged from the spell. Wuxia grabbed it and the room became normal again. He was surprised to see it, a wooden block. This was actually a storage box, but it was stuck together. There was no way to open it. What happened to you? He gently rubbed it and contemplated. She clearly left it here for him to find. Something shocking must have happened, requiring this step from her. I'll resolve it, he said and put the box away. The group has been waiting a long time before Wuxia came out of the house. Did you find anything? Mingshi asked. I found what I needed to find. He smiled before ordering Nightwalker. The lineage is naturally important, but it has lost its meaning. There is no need to continue and live in the darkness. Young noble, we will think about it. Nightwalker bowed. Wuxia didn't mind either way and said, We're leaving. After Nightwalker took them out of mist, he glanced at Goldcrest and said, If you can leave the 10 mountains, do it. What? Goldcrest didn't understand. Chapter 50-45, Demon is dangerous right now. Nightwalker elaborated. Goldcrest thought about it briefly and didn't know why. Peacock Monarch is about to pass. Nightwalker continued. I don't understand. Goldcrest said respectfully. Everyone in the world knew about this. After all, commanding gods didn't live forever. This wasn't an unprecedented event at all in Demon. It was no different from other lineages losing their ancient ancestors. Something else must be happening. Wuxia smiled. Yes, Vine God is facing his disaster soon too. Nightwalker nodded. Vine God? Isn't his lifespan unlimited? Goldcrest took a deep breath. Alas, it shouldn't be surprising since he had lived for so long already. This is different. Nightwalker shook his head. Vine God maintains his original form and experiences one tribulation after another. As long as he surpasses them, he can keep on surviving with a new cycle. What do you mean by a new cycle? Like reincarnation? Mingshi had heard legends about this before. No, he has been keeping one form all this time. Nightwalker said, this is akin to a tree with fruits. They will mature and fall every season, but this won't repeat forever. But why is this an issue? Goldcrest asked. Dream Monarch will hibernate for sure. Nightwalker said with a serious expression. Goldcrest took a deep breath and said, according to the legend, if the monarch sleeps, so will the rest of Demon. It depends on the length. Nightwalker said. What are you guys talking about? Who is Dream Monarch? Mingshi asked. The commanding god of Serpent. Goldcrest said. Well, I don't understand the connection between Vine God's looming disaster and Dream Monarch's hibernation. She said. It's because Dream Monarch was born on Vine God's branch and has a nest there. Its true form is a sleepy worm, that's the connection between the two. Goldcrest explained. Because of this, so many in Demon will sleep as well. Nightwalker said. What is going to happen next? Mingshi asked. Dream Monarch rarely appears, always in a drowsy state. That's why Wild Dragon is usually in charge. Goldcrest said, if it actually sleeps for a long time, no one will be able to stay awake. Yes, that is part of it. Vine God will also open his flowers to release vine pollen in an attempt to stop the disaster. Nightwalker added. Pollen? Yunyun was confused as well. It causes paralysis on top of decreasing cultivation. If this disaster lasts for a long time, the pollen will stop everyone in Demon from improving since it would seep deep inside the body. Nightwalker said. So it's similar to a chronic poison. Mingshi took a deep breath. That's right. Nightwalker nodded. Mingshi realized something and smiled at Goldcrest. Rooster, sounds like you have to run back to abroad then. What about Phoenix City? I'm still the city lord and can't just abandon it. Goldcrest smiled wryly. Mingshi didn't see it from this angle because she was just a regular disciple, not having the same pressure and responsibility as her friends. I still worry about Bug the most. Your unsealing that tablet is rather ominous, young noble. Nightwalker said. It's fine, it'll only make things more exciting. Li Qie smirked. I did feel something off about that tablet. Mingshi said. It should have something to do with that branch's deity spot. Nightwalker said. You're referring to their founder god? Goldcrest asked. Yes, the legends aren't good ones. I've had a bad premonition ever since the unsealing event. Nightwalker nodded. This was not an empty statement because commanding gods were sensitive to the changes in Demon. Tell me more about this founder god. Yunyun said. Rumor has it that he is a golden mosquito, extremely ferocious and leaving only skeletons in his path. This is before he became a founder god, of course. Goldcrest said. The girls shuddered after hearing this. Why would people worship this evil god then? There are other branches. Mingshi said. Remember Bloodfly god? Bug is the right branch for them. Goldcrest said. Bug consists primarily of poisonous creatures. Yunyun said. That is correct, Miss Jian. Goldcrest nodded. Search Tinural. com/2p9mv8w for the original. The return of Golden Mosquito would be a disaster to Demon. Nightwalker speculated while staring at Goldcrest. I still can't leave. Goldcrest said because he wouldn't be able to face his ancestors after abandoning Phoenix and its inhabitants. Chapter 5046. Nightwalker stopped convincing Goldcrest since it was up to the youth to decide. As he was about to say farewell to Li Qie, he suddenly gazed at the horizon. Peacock Monarch is about to die right now. Young noble, I'm afraid I can't see you off. Having said that, he started flying away. Peacock Monarch is about to die? Mingshi murmured. It's about time, the god source had been shattered for so long. Goldcrest sighed. Buzz. Light began illuminating the 10 great mountains. Next came a tsunami of power. All living beings sensed it clearly and took comfort in it. There was no sense of suppression. They relaxed as if they were in a hot spring. It contained 5 colors and spread like a peacock spreading its tail. The light was also as gentle as feathers. This feels amazing. Mingshi said with admiration. When a commanding god passes away, their power, vitality, and Tao will return to the land. Goldcrest explained. Look at how many of them are showing respect. Yunyun gazed into the distance and saw the animals and beasts laying on the ground while facing the direction of the light. They know a great monarch's life is about to end. Goldcrest said. Can we go take a look, please? Mingshi asked Li Qie. He has been looking in that direction and answered, very well, trouble is coming too. With that, he started walking and the 3 gave chase right away, not having enough time to worry. This was a monumental event in Demon. The death of a commanding god meant the emergence of another. Demons also lamented this end. The powerful ones came to visit Peacock Monarch during his last moment, wanting to see him one last time. He has done a commendable job during his reign, minimizing conflicts and living in relative harmony with the other branches. Thus, he had the heart of the people. He chose to spend his last moment at the deity symbol itself, a tree taller than any other. It exuded a 5-colored light just like him. As he sat there, he seemed to be full of life and energy. How could he be on the verge of death? He had no fear in his eyes either and calmly faced the inevitable. Next to him was Chilgaze Hawk, one of the strongest monarchs in Demon. The two of them were completely different in terms of aura, one gentle and the other ferocious. A little girl was kneeling next to the monarch. She tried her best not to weep while wiping the tears away. A large gathering of demons surrounded the tree and paid their respect. Humans and outsiders have also arrived, wanting to see the death of a commanding god. Li Chia's group came as well. They stood on top of a peak nearby to watch the moment. Isn't that Lilith Freckle? Ming Shi was surprised to see the little girl next to Peacock Monarch. Goldcrest and Yunyan felt the same way. Could she be his disciple or daughter? Yunyan speculated. Search Pori.com for the original. Rooster, and here I thought you know everything in Demon. How disappointing. Ming Shi said. I never said that. Goldcrest chuckled, recalling the days of the academy. He didn't sense any hint of Demon from her previously. Plus, how was she able to leave Demon? The time is near. Peacock Monarch smiled and his aura became even more radiant. Rumble. The divine tablet appeared behind him. This was his own, created from a seal imprinted on the marking spot of feather in the real tablet. 5 more tablets appeared around the tree, each with a throne right in front of them. Only 3 thrones were occupied. Chapter 50-47. 2 had human forms while the 3rd was a rabbit. Bloodfly God, Nightwalker, Lunar Rabbit. The demons bowed before the commanding gods. Each had their own unique seal that would only go away at death. Most demons also had their own tablet. However, they chose to keep it secretive for many reasons. Only the commanding gods had no qualms in displaying theirs. This was a symbol of authority and power. The crowd took advantage of this moment and analyzed each one. Bloodfly God was still intimidating as ever, his red eyes instilling pain and fear. Nightwalker, on the other hand, appeared more reasonable. Nonetheless, he had a serious expression right now given the circumstances. No one would ever connect him with Shadow Rider due to his gentle demeanor. The 3rd maintained its original form, a gray rabbit that looked smooth and shiny as if it was made from jade, smooth and chilly to the touch. Despite this tiny form, it looked rather inspiring with the image of a moon behind it. The area around the moon rotated the entire time. Its eyes were also different, seemingly made from the darkest jade in the world instead of the regular red. A lunar rabbit was a rare species, precious and powerful. This one assumed the role of a commanding god, meaning that it was rather frightening. 2 other thrones were present but they were empty. Vine God and Dream Monarch aren't here. Others whispered among themselves. Other commanding gods should be here to bid farewell to Peacock Monarch. Their inappropriate absence was duly noted. The situation looks bad. They should have been here. Goldcrest spoke with the group. You're saying that Vine God is really in trouble? Ming Shi recalled Nightwalker's warning. I hope not. Goldcrest shook his head. Potentially losing 3 commanding gods would deal a great blow to Demon's prestige. Boom! Suddenly, someone appeared above the great tree. People felt as if they had just been stomped on the chest. 2 more figures accompanied him and released their threatening auras. Skystomper God. Everyone recognized the leader and his 2 junior brothers. They didn't have time to think because another mighty aura emerged as well, frightening both humans and demons. 4 more giants landed. They were also dragon lords, far stronger than the majority of cultivators present. Pagoda Guardian and the 3 giants too? Someone else said. Most could tell that something big was happening. This group definitely didn't come to bid farewell to Peacock Monarch. I am here just in time to pay my respect, Peacock Monarch. A charismatic voice sounded and light engulfed the forest. It was none other than Radiant Monarch who had just teleported onto the scene. Radiant Monarch too? Spectators had a bad feeling about this. What are they doing? Mingshi wondered, are they trying to steal the deity spot? Can outsiders do this? It's impossible, at least in theory. Goldcrest responded, it's just the monarch passing away, the god source isn't there. He found this rather strange, as if there was a sinister plan behind it. Then why are they here? Mingshi asked. Lichia glanced at the sky and said, we got a show. The group consisted of 8 dragon lords, 3 of whom had 6 sacred fruits. The others all had 5. Such a force was enough to sweep through the lower continents. They clearly had other intentions than just paying respect to the monarch. This was clear with their aggressive entrance. Ha ha ha, the heroes of the world are so kind, to travel so far for a visit before my death. Peacock Monarch laughed and said. Theft is never good, try looking at. The dragon lords didn't answer and stood there patiently. Screech. Chillglare Hawk let out a cry piercing through space. Others trembled in fear, but the dragon lords weren't afraid. Chapter 50-48. All eyes were on the dragon lords. If they dared to do anything to Peacock Monarch, it would be a declaration of war. Nightwalker gazed intensely at them but didn't say anything. Lunar Rabbit did the same, its eyes had a chilling effect on the crowd. As for Bloodfly God, no one could tell what he wanted as he sat motionlessly on his throne. Deity and Heaven Burial must be scheming something, right? Yunyun asked. 8 dragon lords aren't enough. There are still 5 commanding gods left for Demon, they have no chance of winning. Mingshi said. Goldcrest was also perplexed, right, and plus, they have nothing to gain here. The crowd members felt the same way. It was obvious that the 8 dragon lords harbored malice. What was the reason? Treasures and vengeance weren't on the table. In fact, they had no advantage to speak of. The commanding gods of Demon were stronger as well. This will be a big change. Lichia said. Big change? Mingshi didn't understand. Peacock Monarch ignored the unwelcome visitors and glanced at the beasts and demons. Despite being moments from death, he still maintained his dignity and authority. Today shall be my last. The throne will be unoccupied, so now, but worry not, I have chosen a successor in her. In the future, she shall create a divine source and take over Feather. Peacock Monarch spoke while pointing at Lil Freckle. What? This astounded all listeners as they stared at Lil Freckle. None expected him to choose this unknown girl as the successor. Most haven't seen her before. There were 2 ways to become a commanding god. The first was to be chosen by the previous god and create a god source. The second was to obtain a complete god source from the predecessor and be accepted by the other demons. Most thought that he would pass the throne down to Chillglare Hawk. After all, he was worthy in terms of power and status. This would bring about stability because others would be deterred from competing. Alas, as for this young girl, she couldn't maintain her position before creating a god source. Demons would come to challenge her, resulting in unrest in Feather. Why Lil Freckle? She's still too young, can she rule over the demons? Mingshi said softly. The girl's tiny frame was only appropriate to become a delicious meal for the demons. She's his descendant? Yunyun said. Unlikely. Goldcrest said, Demon is different in that we don't pass the throne down to the descendants because if they're weak, they'll be destroyed by the competitors. That would only be harming them. Outsiders cared about lineages and the orthodox branch. Demons only cared about power and ability. Even if Lil Freckle was Peacock Monarch's daughter, the other demons wouldn't respect her for it. Her Dao root is special. Li Chia said, she is the most likely to enter the divine nest out of all the future commanding gods. Really? The youths didn't recognize it. By now, everyone's attention shifted to the other commanding gods. Normally, branches didn't interfere with each other, but it would be favorable for Lil Freckle to have their support. Mist will not interfere with the monarch's decision. Nightwalker shook his head, accepting the choice. Not interfering. Lunar Rabbit spoke as well. It had a feminine voice, pleasant to the ear like the flow of a gentle stream, yet its water was unbearably cold to the touch. The position of a commanding god isn't a joke. Bloodfly uttered coldly, you should reconsider now, monarch. The forest became silent afterward. Even Lunar Rabbit and Nightwalker stared at him strangely. Normally, other branches didn't interfere in this matter. Plus, it wouldn't be effective at all depending on the support from the members of the branch in question. This was futile and potentially problematic, yet Bloodfly did so anyway. It's starting. Li Chia smirked. We will keep your suggestion in mind and work harder in the future, but from today henceforth, this young lady shall inherit the throne of Feather. Peacock Monarch smiled and said, Commanding God, if you insist on doing this, you are disrespecting your branch's creed and followers. Bloodfly's tone became serious. We are bit. ly/3ibfjkv, find us on Google. I also find this unsuitable. Guardian Pagoda said, this is absolutely a mistake that will have grave consequences for the 10 mountains. Everyone became startled after hearing the pagoda's revealed attitude. Chapter 5049, The succession process of demon had nothing to do with external lineages. The other branches didn't and couldn't interfere either. In one way, Peacock Monarch's choice was questionable. Chillglare Hawk was a clear choice, but Nightwalker and Lunar Rabbit left it alone. Bloodfly God's complaint was met with a smile from Peacock Monarch because it was meaningless. Now, Guardian Pagoda, an outsider, wanted to interfere as well. To go against the wish of heaven is to incite disasters to the rest of the world. Skystomper God joined in. These ancient ancestors weren't newly debuted cultivators. What was their plan for interfering? The point was that the commanding gods right now were certainly stronger than their team, not to mention the numerous demon monarchs and colossal beasts. A swarm would come, ending with them being meals in the beasts' stomachs. Guests, I apologize for the lack of reception. Please stand aside for now and we'll take care of you later. Peacock Monarch said with a smile, being polite yet decisive. This Tao belongs to the rest of the world, not your own, not your branches, and not just demons. The way of demon is incorrect, a violation of the heavenly path. Guardian Pagoda elaborated. This comment infuriated the demons near the tree. This was an insult to their heritage and legacy. They revealed their white fangs and waited for a command, ready to lunge forward and tear these outsiders to pieces. Demon and the 10 great mountains have been isolated from the rest of the world for too long. It is time for Demon to return to society and be enlightened. This should be the responsibility of the commanding gods. Radiant Monarch spoke. You think you have the ability to enlighten us? Nightwalker became serious. Although Radiant Monarch was a renowned genius with limitless potential, Nightwalker wasn't afraid of him in the slightest. The former wielded the power of mist and could beat the current monarch down without any issue. Our guests have a point. Bloodfly joined the conversation. The 10 great mountains have been stagnating for eras now, living on a whim while murdering each other lawlessly. The 6 deity branches should unite and be the harbinger of order. Listeners became startled since it was one thing for the outsiders to open their mouth. However, there was a rift between the commanding gods now. Does Bloodfly God want to unify the 6 branches? Mingshi quietly said. Seems so, but he doesn't have the ability. Goldcrest said, believing Bloodfly alone couldn't overwhelm the other commanding gods. He got reinforcement right there. Li Chia said with a smile. By this point, even a fool could see Bloodfly's ambition, who believed that this was an opportunity to unite Demon. Of course, he knew that he needed help from outsiders to do so. I do not agree with this treasonous conduct and will have no part in it. Golden Cicada King, who used to be Bloodfly God's biggest supporter, let out a sigh and left the scene. This surprised the crowd as well, because he was a brother to Bloodfly God and the strongest demon monarch of Bug. Ha ha ha, I see now. Bloodfly, how ambitious of you, but do you think you got what it takes to take over? Peacock Monarch laughed. You are on the verge of death, be smart now and hand the throne over, perhaps your end will be better. Bloodfly said chillingly, completely tearing apart any sense of camaraderie while revealing his fangs. Bloodfly, your ego will not be permitted. Nightwalker activated his power in the form of a divine sword hovering above. This matter should be discussed thoroughly. Radiant Monarch shouted and sent an ocean of light toward Nightwalker. Indeed. Skystomper joined in and also released his halo, suppressing all the other demons. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. His two junior brothers joined the fray and attempted to stop Nightwalker. Enough of this. Lunar Rabbit's expression turned cold and a chilling wave engulfed the region. The towering trees became encapsulated in a layer of ice instantly. Boom! Guardian Pagoda used his famed treasure to stop the rabbit with the help of the three giants. They formed a square formation to stop the commanding god. Humph! The latter snorted and increased the chilling effect. Chapter 50-50. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at Pori.com. The outsiders worked together to temporarily stop Lunar Rabbit and Nightwalker. Not a bad plan. Peacock Monarch said, Bloodfly, I'm afraid you won't come out unscathed from this. The ambitious Bloodfly wanted to destroy the other commanding gods in order to become the supreme leader of Demon. Monarch, there shall only be one god in Demon after this. Bloodfly coldly uttered before taking one step forward, releasing an ocean of blood with an unbearable stench. His face resembled that of a giant mosquito preparing to suck everyone dry. Screech! Chillglare Hawk flapped his wings and tore the ground apart. Though he was not a commanding god, he had the power to challenge one. Bloodfly, I'm afraid your plan won't work. An ancient voice came from underground. The speaker seemed to have been alive since the start of time itself. Vine God. The demons became emotional after hearing his voice. Outsiders heard this title and became startled. He was the oldest and most likely the strongest among the 6 commanding gods. He has been in charge of Wood after Demon Conqueror. His peers showed him nothing but respect due to his established prestige. Vine God, I've been waiting for you. Where is Dream Monarch? Bloodfly, on the other hand, didn't show any sign of fear. Bloodfly, your traitorous act will do nothing but harm Bug. Perhaps your branch shouldn't exist at all. A drowsy voice could be heard and had a hypnotic effect. Dream Monarch. Everyone knew who it was instantly. With this final appearance, all 6 commanding gods have shown up. Now, the tides have reversed since Bloodfly's plan had no chance of succeeding. One wrong move and it was over for him. Looks like it's over. Goldcrest heaved a sigh of relief. No, it's only beginning. Luxia smirked while glancing at the sky. Who wants to destroy my branch? A cold voice joined the conversation. Bloodfly's sinister tone was horrifying enough. Alas, this voice made him sound like sunshine. The creepy voice could pull someone down to hell and torture them for an eternity. Weaker demons and cultivators immediately fainted upon hearing it. Whoosh! Another wind blew by and caused a series of screams. As if passed by, it left nothing but skeletons behind, men and beasts alike. More than 10,000 living creatures departed from this world in the blink of an eye. What the hell? Spectators bellowed from a distance after seeing how helpless the victims were before the wind. ZZZ, Buzzes could be heard as if they came from countless mosquitoes. They devoured everything and left only skeletons behind. Mosquito demons? Cultivators dropped down to their knees in fear. What is this thing? Yun and the others turned pale as well. Meanwhile, the wind appeared before the commanding gods and turned into a large golden mosquito. It seemed to have been made out of gold. Its eyes had a bloody glow and could rob someone of their soul instantly. The needle was sharp and long, capable of piercing the flesh and sucking blood and flesh. Golden Mosquito God. Everyone was shocked to see this being, including Vine God. That's the founder god of Bug, an evil one. Goldcrest whispered. How can you be here? Vine God shouted, aware of secrets unknown to the others. He knew that this god couldn't appear, but this was no longer the case. Ha ha ha. Golden Mosquito's creepy laughter echoed across Demon. It was impossible to block it out. Even his words and laughter invade the mind, always echoing, leaving behind unceasing nightmares. Chapter 50-51. As the voice and laughter infiltrated their mind, they felt as if they were losing control of their body to him. Fear overwhelmed them immediately. Nightwalker and the other commanding gods didn't expect this development. This was a founder god, a being above them. Moreover, they heard certain rumors and legends about him. This was especially true for Vine God, who had more knowledge than anyone else. The old geezers wanted to seal me, but I am finally free. I shall destroy their deity branches, and afterward, there shall be only one, and I will be the only god. He declared. Listeners immediately understood that he was sealed by the other founder gods. Nightwalker and the others already knew about this. It was due to the evil god's insatiable appetite, always consuming the other beasts and demons of the 10 great mountains. Because of this, the other founder gods had no choice but to seal him. Alas, he was freed now due to Bloodfly God and Wuxia. Golden Mosquito, the other gods will seal you again, you shall never see the light of day soon. Vine God responded. They won't have the chance, I will destroy their branches and prevent them from leaving the divine nest. They shall be next once I rule over the world. Golden Mosquito declared. Go. Vine God didn't want to waste time and summoned his divine tablet. Activate. Nightwalker, Lunar Rabbit, Dream Monarch, and even the near-death Peacock Monarch did the same. Their tablets exuded a holy light along with deafening howls. This had a deterring effect on all creatures from Demon, causing them to drop to the ground and tremble. Their individual runes lit up, a golden serpent, a great tree, and a peng blotting out the sun. Boom! A divine power gushed out from their tablets and summoned the actual thing after loud explosions. Look! The demons and beasts bowed before the real tablet. As the real tablet emerged, its supreme power engulfed the entire region. Seal. Golden Mosquito also made his move, aiming his numerous legs at the various tablets belonging to the commanding gods. The impact clanks were metallic as if swords were hitting rocks. His frontal legs struck the actual tablet, wanting to seal it. They're trying to summon the founder gods. Wuxia commented. Will they actually come? Ming Shi became emotional. No one here had seen the founder gods before with the exception of Golden Mosquito. Thus, this kept everyone on their feet. Descend. Vine God's roar echoed, his allies did the same. Boom! The true tablet became blindingly bright. The sun itself paled in comparison. Rumble. Majestic figures appeared and could be seen looming above the 3 continents. A golden serpent was above all and took the form of a peerless emperor whose hands could grasp the 3 continents. A peng had wings large enough to cover the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It seemed capable of swallowing the stars. A divine monkey also showed up and leaped up higher than the firmaments. Its spirituality and energy were comparable to 3,000 worlds and all of their inhabitants. Their divine powers pushed down against Golden Mosquito, causing creaking noises. This evil god was immensely powerful but still had a hard time dealing with this oppressive force. Surrender. Vine God shouted, still taking charge of the situation despite not being present. If conquerors were here, they would be shocked because just this summoning had enough power to suppress a divine god. It's too late. Golden Mosquito roared and pierced through the dimensions with his stingers. Show yourself now. Ah! Vine God bellowed in agony. Mountains suddenly crumbled and trees were flipped over. Massive vines and branches were forced out of the ground. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. That's him. Spectators shouted. Vine God's true form was finally seen, a frame large enough to cover all of the 10 great mountains. Chapter 50-52, Golden Mosquito must have struck a weak spot because Vine God's personal tablet dimmed down. Friends, I cannot delay the disaster any longer. Vine God shouted. Damn it. The other commanding god's expression soured. His green leaves started withering while a massive flower bud formed. His disaster is here, it's another cycle. Goldcrest shouted. Pop. The flower blossomed and released pollen everywhere. A golden mist seemed to be taking over, leaving no place to hide. Regular animals and demons were instantly affected, becoming paralyzed. The stronger demon monarchs and human cultivators sat down on the ground and relied on their cultivation to stop the paralysis. I have done all I can, take care now. Dream Monarch, who was attached to Vine King, fell into a deep slumber. He snored loud enough for everyone to hear. Those who were still awake were occupied with stopping the paralysis. Alas, physical forces couldn't stop Dream Monarch's hypnosis. They fell to the ground, fully overwhelmed by both the pollen and the hypnotic effect. Nightwalker, Lunar Rabbit, and Chillglare Hawk were weakened as well, albeit still maintaining consciousness. The divine tablets behind them also waned in brightness. Unfortunately, this left them vulnerable to Golden Mosquito's multi-pronged attacks. Boom! 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 Their tablets dispersed, unable to hold on any longer. Capture them. Golden Mosquito then turned all of his focus and legs on the actual divine tablet, wanting to stop the summoning process. Buzz. His allies were engulfed in a crimson glow, a divine blessing from Golden Mosquito. There was no doubt that the outsiders have conspired with Bloodfly God long ago. The divine blessing granted them protection from the dual maladies. The commanding gods on the other side didn't have the same luck. Thus, they had to rely on their own power, but this wouldn't last forever. It is time to give up, gentlemen. Radiant Monarch sent his holy judgment down upon Nightwalker. It is settled already. Skystomper God laughed and thought that his halo was unstoppable. Sword rise. Nightwalker roared and unleashed a devastating slash against the 4 dragon lords. Give up already. On the other side, Pagoda Guardian and his 3 giants also used their treasures. The immortal pagodas turned into a devouring Dao, wanting to take down Lunar Rabbit. The latter spewed out a chilling wind capable of freezing the celestials in response, successfully stopping the pagodas. Monarch, let me send you on to your next journey. Bloodfly God's target was none other than Peacock Monarch. Humph. Chillglare Hawk used his wings like 2 blades. Alas, he and his allies were severely hindered by the pollen and hypnotic snores. This left them far weaker compared to their peak state. Boom! Chillglare fell to the ground, Nightwalker was grievously injured, and Lunar Rabbit got sent flying. The tides have turned completely as a result. Many demon monarchs wanted to help, but they were utterly paralyzed. Demon will unite after this. One dragon lord murmured after seeing this. Perhaps the 6 branches will be gone, only one shall be left. Another spectator said. A true disaster for the 10 mountains, Golden Cicada King watched helplessly. Golden Mosquito was on the verge of becoming the only true god in demon. The next plan was to attack the divine nest and become unbeatable. Ugh, Nightwalker vomited blood, unable to break through the entrapment. The same situation occurred for his two allies. It is not too late to surrender, commanding gods. Radiant Monarch said. In your dream. Nightwalker uttered coldly. You'll change your tune soon enough, commanding god. Skystomper sneered. Give up now. Guardian Pagoda also demanded. Lunar Rabbit didn't bother responding. Kill them if they won't yield. Golden Mosquito ordered while still dealing with the divine tablet. Peacock Monarch, looks like you won't be so lonely after all, so many commanding gods are coming with you. Bloodfly said. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Despicable traitor. Peacock Monarch insulted. Kill them all. Bloodfly told his allies. Wait a second now, let me join the party too. A leisurely voice suddenly interrupted the tense atmosphere. Radiant Monarch became frozen after hearing this voice, and the same for the others. They turned around and were aghast to see who it was. He sat on top of a tree branch, swinging his legs back and forth casually while watching the crucial battle. Wuxia. Radiant Monarch staggered backward. He has never been afraid of anyone, but Wuxia was an exception. Chapter 50-53, Wuxia. Both the combatants and crowd members were shocked to see Wuxia. No one had more fame than Wuxia at the moment. Only Conceal Conqueror or perhaps this founder god had a chance against him in a one-on-one scenario. After all, Radiant Monarch ran for his life while the rest of his allies were obliterated by Wuxia. The monarch thought about that day once more, barely escaping death. He didn't expect Wuxia to still be in demon and worst of all, interfering in this matter. Does Wuxia want to fight? The beasts and demons prayed for this possibility. On the other hand, Bloodfly's worst-case scenario occurred. In order to fulfill his plan, he gathered powerful allies. In a different scenario, destroying the other branches might incite criticism from the outside world. However, his allies consisted of authoritative figures from the great lineages. In the case of success, Golden Mosquito would become the only god in Demon. Bloodfly and he believed that this would be enough to strengthen Demon and start a greater conquest. Alas, Bloodfly has been worrying about Wuxia. He knew that the guy was strong and devilish. Fellow Daoist Li, please don't interfere with our business. When we are finished here, we will rebuild Demon and you shall be our most honorable guest. Bloodfly said respectfully. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit.ly/3IBFJKV. The still conscious demons stared at Wuxia, wanting to know if he would accept the favorable conditions. Once I become the true god of Demon, you may pick any treasure from the divine nest. Golden Mosquito, who was preoccupied with the divine tablet, spoke up. Nightwalker, Lunar Rabbit, and Chillglare Hawk became emotional after hearing this. Though they wanted to ask Wuxia for help, they couldn't offer a similar deal since they didn't have access to the divine nest. The same couldn't be said about Golden Mosquito, who had most likely been there before. Sounds like a good deal. Wuxia said with a relaxed tone. Radiant Monarch's group heaved a sigh of relief. With Wuxia on their side, they would have no problem benefiting from this transaction. After all, they were also offered handsome rewards for this. Wuxia smiled and continued, but I enjoy defending the weak against injustice. Plus, many of you didn't like me before, seems like I would be doing myself a disservice by not participating. If you dare to ruin this for me, I will hunt you down no matter how far you run, I will annihilate your clans and let you suffer a fate worse than death. Golden Mosquito became furious. Since you say that, I suppose I'm having roasted mosquito today. Wuxia smiled and jumped off the branch. Kill him. Golden Mosquito ordered. Wuxia walked forward and smiled at the enemies. Let's get started, I'm sure you all want to kill me as soon as possible. However, I won't be giving you time to show off your moves today. Radiant Monarch and the others became nervous. The 8 of them could take on any conqueror, but Wuxia didn't view them seriously. This wasn't the time to become angry either because Wuxia could actually defeat them in a few moves. Thus, the 8 dragon lords exchanged glances, wondering about the right course. During this moment of hesitation, Radiant Monarch suddenly leaped into the air and soared for the horizon. This stunned the crowd since no one expected him to flee in a hurry. He was the number 1 of the young generation and had 6 sacred fruits. Moreover, he came from Godchaser Palace and served as its pillar. Running away meant throwing away his reputation along with Godchasers. The crowd truly believed that he would prefer death to running. Of course, he himself didn't care about any of this. He was pierced with his own spear in the previous battle and knew how frightening death was. Instinct told him to run despite being fully aware of the consequences. Coward. Bloodfly God was livid on top of being afraid. Unfortunately, Radiant Monarch was still stopped by Wuxia despite being 10 million miles away. You've already gotten away once, I have a reputation to uphold, you know? Wuxia smiled and said. Die. Radiant Monarch had no choice but to channel all of his power. Boom! The 6 sacred fruits released the purest light affinity. An explosion came for Wuxia and reduced everything beneath to nothingness. Time and space came to a halt before this devastating storm. Chapter 50-54. The power of light couldn't reach Wuxia and suddenly stagnated around him, forming a bright domain. This was initially Radiant Monarch's power, but now, it became Wuxia's domain to trap his target. The former felt as if there were billions of mountains pushing down on him. Though he exerted his speed to the limit, he ended up moving at a snail's pace. Buzz. Wuxia casually drew a spear on the domain, yet it emitted dreadful crackles of tribulation. He raised the spear and horrified Radiant Monarch, who could tell that death was calling again. Alas, he couldn't run because he was stuck inside the domain. Boom! A halo wielding enough power to bury the heaven descended and created a dark hole at the impact point. Skystomper Halo! A still-awake spectator shouted. Skystomper God and his 2 junior brothers poured all of their power into this special wheel. One junior brother had the heaven part while the other was the burying affinity. The 2 of them gave Skystomper all of their power. He turned into a god whose shouts could break the stars. His empowered halo then created the image of a conqueror. Not to mention demon, even the other regions in the lower continents could feel this halo's power. Other dragon lords took note of this and couldn't believe it. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. Skystomper Halo, who the hell is he facing to warrant going all out? One of them shouted. Boom! The halo descended and crushed all the Tao laws along the way. These 3 ancient ancestors had never resorted to a sneak attack before. Alas, they immediately used their best techniques to ambush Wuxia from behind, wanting to obliterate him instantly. They mustered every ounce of strength with this attack. The halo struck Wuxia but was stopped by a holy glow around the target. Skystomper Halo was a supreme treasure left behind by Heaven Burial Conqueror, yet it failed to injure Wuxia. He was focused on something else, throwing the spear of light toward Radiant Monarch. No! The genius screamed but still summoned a massive wall of light. Bam! The spear pierced through the wall and struck his 6 sacred fruits, destroying them despite their toughness. Ah! It ended up flying through his chest again as he screamed during a freefall to the ground, eventually leaving a large pit. This was the end of a peerless genius, dying to his own cultivation affinity. Meanwhile, the ambushers saw their attack not working in the slightest and turned to flee. Alas, Wuxia reached and grabbed the halo before smashing it toward the trio. No! They screamed as well and used other halos in an attempt to stop it. Their Tao-infused halos couldn't stop the ultimate treasure. Their Tao and sacred fruits crumbled before they were reduced to nothing but blood. Skystomper God's eyes were wide open. This halo had helped him dominate for many generations now. It protected him against stronger opponents, so he thought that he was utterly invincible. Today, this was proven false. "You're next." Li Qie told Pagoda Guardian and the three giants who were trying to run away from Demon as well, but Li Qie pulled time and space back with his newly acquired halo. Go. They had no choice but to work together. 21 sacred fruits erupted at the same time and created an immortal pagoda. It poured down chaos true energy and laws as large as mountain ranges, capable of crushing any living being into dust. Unfortunately, they were facing Li Qie. Boom! He swung the halo again and destroyed the immortal pagoda without facing any resistance. The four got smashed into blood pools while screaming. 8 dragon lords went down just like that. 7 didn't leave corpses behind. Radiant Monarch was lucky in this regard. Not bad at all. Li Qie smilingly stared at the halo before tossing it over to Jian Yunyun, who instinctively caught it. She stood there in a daze because she was holding an heirloom weapon of heaven burial. That sect would go crazy after finding out. Of course, there was nothing they could do because they had no one left capable of fighting Li Qie. Chapter 50-55. It didn't take long before only 2 true masters were left on the other side, Bloodfly and Golden Mosquito. Kill him. Golden Mosquito ordered since he was occupied with the divine tablet. Bloodfly naturally wanted to kill Li Qie. The problem was, how? Slamming his head into the guy? He was certainly stronger than the other dragon lords, but his opponent easily killed them. He had zero confidence and thought that this was suicidal. He thought about running, but this wasn't possible either. First, he couldn't get out of Demon, and second, his founder god would be the first to kill him. Take him down. Nightwalker, Lunar Rabbit, and Chillglare Hawk took advantage of this and lunged for Golden Mosquito. Clank. Nightwalker activated his supreme sword Dao, manifesting it into a great Buddha raising a blade. The myriad Dao fused into this blade along with the blessing of sacred monks. Buddha was furious today, and the slash was ready to devour gods and devils. Lunar Rabbit let out a deafening roar despite her tiny frame, sending out countless ice needles capable of freezing the stars above. Chillglare Hawk chose to use his inconceivably sharp claws. Boom! Runes appeared all over Golden Mosquito's body. The power of worship engulfed him and added a layer of golden armor. The attacks failed to deliver the smallest injury. The trio took a deep breath after seeing this. The demons and cultivators who were still awake couldn't believe it because the attack came from 3 commanding gods. Of course, this was partly due to them being weakened by Dream Monarch and Vine God's negative effects. Furthermore, they could only borrow the power of the deity branches, not actually wield it. Nonetheless, they didn't give up and continued their assault. On the other side, Bloodfly staggered backward instead of following orders. "You want to run too?" Li Qie said with a smile. This was obvious to everyone, but Bloodfly didn't have this freedom. Not to mention being unable to leave Demon, Li Qie didn't spare anyone who tried to run. "Screw it." Bloodfly shouted and revealed his true form, a gigantic, grotesque fly. Unlike a regular fly, he had the shade of blood. His body bloated as if it was filled with the blood of his countless victims. A sticky liquid of the same color dripped from his body and burned large holes in the ground. He opened his mouth and spewed out a rain of this liquid, wanting to drown Li Qie. It melted the peaks nearby into corrosive acid as well, to the horror of the spectators. This was all he needed to destroy a sect, just utilizing this corrosive force. Some wondered if Li Qie could actually survive, but they got their answer once the liquid flowed down into the craters in the ground, Li Qie being perfectly fine. He patted his shoulder and said, "My turn now?" Bloodfly let out a strange song before summoning a thorny cudgel. It had lightning flashes, only red instead of white. The power of worship empowered him and made him even larger. He smashed the thorny cudgel downward and actually struck Li Qie. Bam! The latter took it without any problem and then broke Bloodfly's legs that were holding the weapon. The evil god bellowed in pain as blood gushed out. His face twisted in agony as he finally made the decision to run. His wing flaps created devastating gales as he ran for his life. At the same time, Golden Mosquito finally managed to suppress the divine tablet and make it disappear. He released his divine power and sent the trio flying, injured. Theft is never good, try looking at Buzz. His speed exceeded reality. Even his opponents had no idea where he went. Ah! Next came a heart-wrenching scream. People finally saw Golden Mosquito again, who was now drilling his needle into Bloodfly's body. Chapter 50-56, Bloodfly God survived by sucking blood and flesh. Now, he finally had a taste of what his victim felt at the hands of his own superior. Once the needle penetrated his shell, he couldn't struggle in the slightest. His bloated frame became smaller and smaller at a rapid rate. It didn't take long before there wasn't a single drop of blood inside. This was the difference between a commanding and founder god, but most importantly, he was subservient to Golden Mosquito since they were from the same branch. Bam! The dried corpse fell to the ground with eyes still open. Remember, Golden Mosquito was freed due to his effort, but this didn't matter at all. If he had suspected this cold-blooded betrayal, he would not have chosen the same path. A few demons shuddered while sympathizing with him. They worshipped their deity branch and grew with it, ready to die for their founder god. Alas, the reward for a lifetime of service was a horrific death. Not bad. Golden Mosquito burped, still seemingly unsatisfied. Cooperate with me, this is a godsend opportunity for you. Golden Mosquito said. How so? Wuxia smiled. We shall team up, the 10 great mountains belong to me, the rest of the world, yours. Moreover, we will take down the divine nest and you may pick anything from there. Golden Mosquito said with a smile. Listeners took a deep breath after hearing his ambitious plan. You think you can unite the world? Wuxia chuckled. It will be the two of us. Even if masters from the 2 upper continents descend, they will only be our prey. Nothing will stop us from using this land as nourishment then. Golden Mosquito said confidently. Golden Mosquito clearly wanted more than just reign over the continents. Demons and cultivators imagined this dreadful future and started praying for Wuxia to kill Golden Mosquito. This included some members of Bug as well, since they didn't want to share the same fate as Bloodfly. Reality differs from your ambition. Wuxia said, I don't need the help of a mosquito like you to unite the world, the same for the divine nest if I desire it in the least bit. You think too highly of yourself. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV, find us on Google. You wish to oppose me then? Golden Mosquito didn't appreciate the verbal slap and became aggressive. You are not even qualified to be an opponent, just an insect for me to swat. Wuxia smiled. Ha ha ha, no one dared to talk to me like this outside of the geezers in the divine nest. Don't blame me for being merciless then. Golden Mosquito had enough. A gust of wind could be heard followed by a bang. This happened too fast for people to see clearly, but Golden Mosquito started attacking right after speaking, aiming his golden needle at Wuxia's forehead. It was actually inches away before the gust and the bang. This despicable method was unbecoming of a founder god, a being worshipped by numerous animals and demons. He was essentially a god who should behave in a just and honorable manner. Alas, this particular one was rather unconventional and shameless. He himself had no problem with this as long as he could kill Wuxia. Any means would be acceptable for the sake of victory. Boom! The golden needle struck the target but couldn't pierce through it. The toughness of Wuxia's body shocked him, so he wanted to retreat. Alas, his needle has been firmly grasped. Before he could calm down, his gigantic body has been lifted up in the air. Rumble. Wuxia smashed him repeatedly to the ground, crushing one peak after another. Wuxia became a wild dragon playing with his prey. The relentless smashing eventually left cracks in the mosquito's golden shell. Crack. The needle finally broke from the repeated stress. Ah! Golden Mosquito's scream echoed across Demon. He vomited blood and couldn't handle the pain. Not to mention regular cultivators, the commanding gods became slack-jawed. Earlier, they went all out and couldn't break the golden carapace blessed with the power of worship. Now, Wuxia easily overwhelmed this founder god as if he was an actual mosquito. The latter couldn't even put up an ounce of resistance. Chapter 50-57, Golden Mosquito, one of the 6 founder gods revered by countless worshippers, had survived for eras. Now, he was being dominated by Wuxia. His needle was not only his mouth but also his weapon. It was certainly tougher than Dragon Lord weapons and should be on the same level as Tao Lord weapons. He climbed out of the mud, looking as pitiful as can be, like a stray dog. Blood spilled from the cracks of his golden carapace. No one questioned his strength either, since he easily drained Bloodfly to death. Alas, if Wuxia had kept on going, he might have been killed. Do you know who I am? The wounded founder god was both furious and frightened. He was once a supreme genius who managed to start his own deity branch. After escaping the seal, he had plans of eliminating the other branches in order to obtain all of demons' worshipping power. He was ready to become the only god of demon, garnering enough power to attack the divine nest and kill the old geezers. The outside world would also be within reach. This was the first phase of his majestic plan. Everything was going to plan until Wuxia came out of nowhere and ruined it all. Years of waiting only to fail made him furious, wanting nothing more than to devour Wuxia's flesh and gnaw on his bones. Rah! He roared and activated the power of worship in its entirety. His personal tablet appeared and flashed red as if it had been stained with blood in a creepy manner. The deity seal representing Bug became resplendent and exuded Tao runes. They came together and formed actual divine characters. Waves poured out and engulfed all of demon. "Deliver your power to my deity branch, now!" he shouted. The characters soared into the air and turned into a constantly revolving Tao maelstrom. All the animals and demons under Bug in Demon lost control and their powers soared toward the maelstrom. It served as an ocean capable of absorbing endless power. He became increasingly larger, just 1 foot was as large as a mountain range. The cracked golden shell healed again and was thicker than before. All mine, all mine. He was far from satisfied with this much power and channeled his divine tablet. When it illuminated the world with its red glow, screams could be heard from the members of Bug. Their blood broke out of their body and was sucked up by Golden Mosquito. Streams of blood came from all conceivable directions and scared the hell out of spectators. Why pick this incorrect path out of so many choices? How disgusting. Wuxia shook his head. "I'm ending this." He raised his hand and the sky suddenly turned dark due to a gigantic palm manifesting in the air. When he pushed it down, everything beneath became nothing. Cultivators perceived as the best in the world were insignificant in comparison. Blood exterminate. Golden Mosquito roared and sent all of his gathered blood against the palm. They exploded and could destroy the galaxy above. However, the blood explosions were useless and the palm kept on descending. No. The invincible founder god was nothing more than a mosquito before Wuxia. Pop. This was akin to a mortal killing a mosquito with clapping hands. When they pulled their palms apart, they could see a smudge of blood. This was the end of Golden Mosquito's grand ambition. We are Pori.com, find us on Google. It didn't matter that he had the power of countless animals and demons. He never expected to die so early, and especially not in this pathetic manner. Chapter 50-58, spectators were silenced by Wuxia's invincibility, thinking that they had never seen such a height before. Masters in the past merely flattered themselves without knowing the extent of cultivation power. The commanding gods felt insignificant at the moment and could only look up at him. "Sigh, my hands are dirty now." Wuxia wiped his palms and complained. He then casually flicked his finger and released a ray to hit Vine God. The gigantic tree seemingly deflated down back to a regular form, a green vine with a wonderful glow. Particles were released and cured those afflicted by his pollen. Dream Monarch woke up as well and the hypnotic spell was broken. Thus, cultivators and animals gradually awoke in confusion, not knowing what was going on. Only the ancestors and demon monarchs who managed to stay awake saw the shocking fight. Dream Monarch and Vine God returned to their throne. The first looked like a fat young master while the other resembled an old man with lightning flashing in his eyes. All 5 commanding gods got up to bow toward Wuxia. If it wasn't for him, all of Demon would have suffered under the tyranny of Golden Mosquito. I can go in peace now. Peacock Monarch couldn't wait any longer and started laughing. Boom! A 5-colored radiance erupted and reached its limit. The monarch's body turned into a beam shooting into the air. Screech! A peacock manifested into reality and flapped its wings. It looked down at Demon with love and unwillingness. Nonetheless, it was time to go, so the great beast dispersed into particles. The light fell onto every inch of the land and all of its creation. Peacock Monarch has returned to whence he came. Master. Lil Freckle got on her knees and sobbed quietly. She raised her hands to accept the scattering 5-colored particles. From dust to dust. Goldcrest sighed and said. Everyone was sad to see him gone, especially the members of Feather. They bowed in the direction of the throne to show respect to the fallen commanding god. This was drastically different from Bloodfly's end. One was highly celebrated while the other was reviled. Wuxia landed in front of Lil Freckle and handed her the complete god source. She accepted it while nodding her head. Though she was sad, this wasn't the time to cry. Chillglare Hawk bowed before Wuxia after seeing this. Everyone understood that Lil Freckle was going to be the next commanding god. She was the chosen successor with a complete god source, but most importantly, she had Wuxia's approval. No one could challenge her now. Come over here. Wuxia gestured at Goldcrest, who was confused as to why. He grabbed the youth and threw him onto the throne that once belonged to Bloodfly God. The crowd became startled because Goldcrest shouldn't have been able to get close. Nonetheless, Wuxia still made it happy. Goldcrest was completely lost. He was a member of Tiger and most importantly, he lacked the power to be a commanding god. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Boom! Wuxia reached forward and pulled the actual divine beast tablet out of another dimension. What the hell? The commanding god's jaw dropped to the ground. The tablet was connected to the divine nest. They had to work together to summon it, but Wuxia could grab it whenever. Who else was as domineering as him? Buzz. Wuxia forcefully changed Bug because he wasn't in the mood to come up with something new. Legend has it that the founder god of Mist could only create a new deity branch, not change any existing ones. The latter had been imprinted for eras and became accepted by the divine nest. Now, Wuxia modified the branch by changing a few runes. Okay, call it Kuan, that is more fitting for you. Wuxia told Goldcrest. Goldcrest was speechless while sitting on the throne. He never dreamed about becoming a commanding god before, and now, he had a deity branch that was specifically crafted for him. Thus, he essentially became a founder god. I can't do this. He lacked confidence. He didn't want to let Demon and Wuxia down. If he were to perform his duties inadequately, it would reflect negatively on Wuxia. After all, he knew his own power. He could wrestle other demon monarchs, not the commanding gods. For example, Chillglare Hawk could eat him whenever. Try your best, your followers are counting on you. Wuxia patted his shoulder. Chapter 50-59, Goldcrest became a new founder god and took in all the worshippers of Bug. The new name became Kuan. Demons, especially those who were still alive from Bug, prostrated before his throne. If it wasn't for Wuxia, all of them would have become corpses. The commanding gods also congratulated him while he stood there in a daze, thinking about how he was on the same level as mythical characters such as Vine God. Rooster, look at you now. Ming Shi and Yun Yun came over as well. Ming Shi couldn't help but tease him, don't forget about us now that you're a big shot, we've been through so much together already. Your Highness, please don't make fun of me, I'm not even sure if I can carry out my duty. Goldcrest smiled wryly. I'm sure that if you try your best, you won't be letting the young noble down. Yun Yun smiled. What else could Goldcrest do at this point but follow the flow? The decision wasn't up to him. Today, many changes occurred in Demon but mostly for the better. Someone as crazy as Golden Mosquito was always a threat. Though they lost 2 commanding gods, they also gained 2 new ones. The mood became better afterward since the storm was over. Alas, this was interrupted by a chilling aura. Each stand could pierce the soul and leave behind an indelible mark. It headed east and could be sensed by everyone in Demon regardless of whether they were underground or up high in the sky. Rumble. Many couldn't handle this pressure and dropped to the ground. A Conqueror, powerful demon monarchs knew the cultivation realm of this intruder instantly. This was a special Conqueror as well. Alas, despite the chilling aura, no one caught a glimpse of the Conqueror. It seemed that it only took one step for this being to traverse the massive territories of Demon. Vine God and the other commanding gods stood up after sensing this. Conceal Conqueror. They recognized her right away. She stood on top of a branch and was virtually undetectable. Staring at her meant becoming frozen since time came to a halt. It only took her one step to arrive at Demon. She still had a veil hiding her face, but no one doubted her unmatched qualities. She has been out of the public's eyes ever since her fight with 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Thus, her appearance was a big deal. Everything became silent, even a leaf touching the ground could be heard. She's even stronger than before. A Dragon Lord shuddered after seeing her. A quick look at Tinyurl. Com/2P9M8W will leave you more fulfilled. He was there during the fight and took note of her murderous rampant intent. This sheer affinity alone made her unbeatable. However, it seemed far more subdued this time. Most would actually think that she was weaker now due to a shift in her aura. Alas, the Dragon Lords and ancient ancestors could tell that she had gained heightened mastery over her murderous intent. They also knew that she was wounded after that fight. However, she only became stronger afterward. She was a living legend in the lower continents, and this was the case for a reason. The commanding gods saw her and were preparing for a fight. Of course, they weren't that confident in winning. Why did she come? To avenge the fallen members of deity and especially Radiant Monarch? This would be the logical answer. Conqueror, you have an existing agreement with Mist. Nightwalker bowed slightly and reminded her. This surprised everyone since they didn't know about her relationship with Mist. I will not fight in Demon. Her voice was pleasant yet authoritative. Listeners speculated that part of the agreement included her not fighting in Demon. Didn't she come here in the past and killed 6 dragon monarchs from Poison Dragon? One dragon lord found this rather strange. She had massacred an evil sect from Demon before when she was just 16. Numerous demons fell to her then, so what was the reason for her holding back this time? Chapter 50-60. What was the difference between then and now? Or did the agreement come afterward the massacre? Everyone was curious but didn't dare to ask lest they provoke her. 10 lives wouldn't be enough then. I am not here to kill, she said calmly before staring at Wuxia. Everyone watched with bated breath, only Wuxia had an unaffected demeanor. You have something, she said. Her aura was chilling to others, but Wuxia found it pleasant like a gust of wind on a sunny day. I have many things, you need to be specific. Wuxia smiled. The crowd thought that he was the only one who would dare to talk to her like this, with the exception of the late 8 Stallion Dao Lord. 8 Stallion Dao Lords. Her tone remained neutral, but this caused a ripple in everyone's mind. She had asked the Tao Lord for an item, but he chose death instead. Was this the reason for their perpetual conflict? A quick look at Poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Conceal Conqueror still didn't give up and traveled to Demon for its sake. Many speculated about the nature and grade of the item. I know what you're referring to now. Li Qie stretched and said, and? His relaxed and casual style was acceptable to everyone now because he had the power to back it up. I will take it. She left no room for negotiation. I'm afraid you don't have the ability since I want it. Li Qie said. Listeners recalled how he easily killed Golden Mosquito. What would be the result of a fight between Li Qie and Conceal Conqueror? I am not the only one. Conceal stared at him for a bit before adding, even if I don't try, others will come for it and you won't be able to stop them. This revealed ample information to the top experts. They knew that she had been blessed by Celestial Court before, something exceedingly rare in history. Perhaps this blessing came with a cost, a mission of sorts. Did Celestial Court covet this item as well? Talking about Celestial Court? Li Qie chuckled and shared the same thought as everyone else. Not only. She coldly uttered. The meticulous listeners couldn't believe it. This meant that there were other factions comparable to Celestial Court at play here. Everyone immediately thought of Immortal Dao City and Imperial Field. All of them had incredible resources, the best of the best treasures and weapons. Items at the Imperial level were common there, they even had access to immortal treasures. The crowd thought of one possibility, an item pertaining to immortality. A few more enemies don't matter to me. Li Qie shrugged, are you going to try or not? I must. She said, on the night of the full moon, Heaven Summit, until death, yes? The details of the challenge have been suggested. Now, would Li Qie accept it? This would be a fight of an unprecedented level in the lower continents. Very well, I do want to see how much you have learned. Li Qie smiled. The crowd thought that he had the right to say this to Conceal Conqueror given his recent battle achievements. Next full moon, Heaven Summit, until death. She said before disappearing from sight. In the next second, the chilling aura disappeared as well, meaning that she was no longer inside Demon. Incredible speed. The ancient ancestors couldn't follow her movements at all despite activating their heavenly gaze. Next full moon, Heaven Summit. The crowd murmured and became excited. This news would spread across the lower continents in no time at all, a battle between Li Qie and Conceal Conqueror. This was just as exciting as her fight with 8 Stallion Tao Lord. This time, her opponent was a newcomer, but this didn't mean that he was any less impressive than the Tao Lord. Chapter 50-61. While everyone imagined the battle or talked with their friends, Li Qie didn't think much of it. Those nearby couldn't help but admire him after seeing this. No one could stay composed when a duel with Conceal Conqueror was on the horizon. At this time, Li Qie placed his hands on the Divine Beast tablet and activated it again. Its light rushed upward and came back down like a waterfall, eventually forming a maelstrom. The markings on the tablet, whether it be from a bird claw or the paw of a bear or the mark of a true dragon, fell off the tablet like runes and joined the maelstrom. Rumble. The maelstrom seemed to be a bridge to another dimension. Spectators watched attentively, unaware of Li Qie's intention. After a short while, the maelstrom and the runes fused together to form a Tao portal. Rays and a majestic presence oozed out from the other side of the portal. The divine nest. Vine God gasped after seeing this. This was the most enigmatic location of Demon and could be the source of their Tao. Only the most fortunate gained entry. Strength alone was not enough, even someone like Conceal Conqueror couldn't have done this, but Li Qie was one exception. All eyes were on the portal because entering meant obtaining a peerless fortune. This was especially true for the demons. They could gain incredible cultivation or even start a deity branch. However, no one dared to make a move because Li Qie was the one who opened it. Feel like taking a look? He waved at the two young girls. Yeah. Ming Shi jumped to his side without thinking twice. Yin, on the other hand, hesitated for a moment before bowing. Young noble, you have given me plenty, so I cannot accept this. Moreover, I have understood something and wish to return to the sect if that is okay with you. Others could only dream about entering the nest, yet she refused this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In recent days by Li Qia's side, she had gained a deeper understanding of the Tao. Moreover, he had given her something peerless as well. She thought that she shouldn't be greedy. Possessing too many fortunes might actually be a bad thing. After all, people's talents and abilities varied. Good, knowing when to stop. Li Qia nodded approvingly and said, one can also obtain invincibility by focusing on a single Tao. Go. Yin prostrated before Li Qia to show respect before leaving. The crowd couldn't believe that she was actually giving it up. They thought that it would be so nice if they were in her shoes. I took your divine fragment. Li Qia then spoke to Tendril King, and it won't be for nothing. Come. Me? Tendril King was surprised. Of course she wanted to enter the divine nest because she was also a demon. All demons in the lower continents dreamed about this moment. As a five-fruit dragon lord, her goal wasn't to obtain an invincible art. She knew that only the users were invincible, not the art itself. She simply wanted to polish her own grand Tao and demon source. The divine nest was the perfect place for this. This was why she came running after hearing about Peacock Monarch's lifespan. Her plan failed because of Li Qia, but now, it seemed that she had made the right choice. Li Qia didn't wait for her response and entered the portal. Senior Aunt, let's go. Ming Shi happily said before entering the portal as well. Tendril King calmed down and followed the two of them, leaving the envious crowd behind. The portal dispersed after the three of them were inside. The divine tablet gradually sank to the ground and disappeared. Such a monumental event. Vine God reflected. As the oldest being in demon, he had seen legends and invincible masters. Alas, there was no one like Li Qia who defied logic and conventional wisdom. Go back now, everyone. Vine God said. Support us at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. The commanding gods sat back down on their thrones. Goldcrest seemed rather confused as well, not knowing what to do. Fortunately, Golden Cicada King came over to help him out and told him the various responsibilities and tasks. After all, the king knew everything about Bug previously. Although it was Kuan now, the worshippers were still the same demons and animals. With his help, Goldcrest was able to harness the power of worship and improved his cultivation drastically. After entering the portal, the trio was teleported to another world with a vast azure. The stars up there were brimming with life, but upon closer inspection, they noticed certain damages that couldn't be healed completely, holes that weren't filled entirely or rough edges. Moreover, the way they were arranged seemed to be unnatural and not part of the original scheme. A supreme power must have mended and recreated this entire world. Chapter 50-62. As the youths took a deep breath, they felt an infantile life force from all the entities present. This seemed to be the start of a pristine world, still untouched by humans. The winds in the air carried traces of grass and beasts. What a comforting serenity. Ming Shi took a deep breath and said while feeling the urge to roll on the green field to forget about the competitive ways and worries of life. She couldn't help reverting back to her original form, a rabbit. She started running in the field as fast as she could, and this made Li Qia smile. Tendril King, on the other hand, lacked the same innocence and youthful spark. She was the leader of Untethered, bound with immense responsibilities. Ming Shi was sheltered from all of this. She took a deep breath before reflecting sentimentally, this place makes it hard to leave. Her original form was a vine, so she had the urge to take root in this paradise. This place is indeed beneficial to you. Li Qia smiled. It took her a while to become accustomed to the area. She then bowed and said, I apologize, this is my first time feeling such a pure and pristine life force. It's good that you can sense it, meaning that it is fate of sorts and will be great for your future. He said. I can't express my gratitude enough. She bowed her head. The three of them traveled across this joyous land. Ming Shi was still in her rabbit form and laughed happily. Tendril King, on the other hand, enjoyed this atmosphere and tried to learn its Tao. Each step was a learning process and it brought joy to the heart and mind. This was how cultivation should be. I didn't know that such a paradise exists in this world, she said while harmonizing with the Grand Tao. It doesn't. Li Qie glanced upward and smiled. What do you mean, young noble? She asked. As long as there is life, there is karma, and with karma, there are emotions, both positive and negative. Li Qie said. True. She agreed that this was a part of life. So-called paradises require protection and self-restraint. Will you practice either on your path? Li Qie asked. Protection and self-restraint. She contemplated. You are a dragon lord and one day, you might be able to reach this realm. Li Qie said while staring at her, a choice must be made at the apex. A choice must be made? She asked for further elaboration. Yes, you had an original aspiration for embarking on the path of cultivation. If you reach the apex one day, will you look back and reflect to see if the goal is still the same? Li Qie said, this conviction determines how far you go and the choice you will make. I see. She then understood what he meant by protection and self-restraint. An endless path, to be trodden alone. Li Qie recited with a touch of poetic grace. An eternal path, freed from ego and shackles. Another voice answered, one with a unique cadence. This gave the impression that the speaker was one of few words. His delivery was slow with an ancient style, but this only added to the charm. Ah! On the other side, Ming Shi suddenly screamed and ran to the foot of a towering hill. Rumble. A strange scene occurred. Large creatures made of numerous circular bone fragments showed up, looking like worms. They were also startled by her voice and all looked up. This scared her even more because they only had a hole where the head should be. Inside the hole were numerous rotating wheels capable of grinding anything to dust. Fortunately, it seemed that they were gentle herbivores, just spending their time feeding on the verdant grass. Find the original at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. When Ming Shi came a little closer, they escaped by drilling into the ground. Vast the Tao is, yet I still meet you. Must be fate. The ancient voice sounded again. Ming Shi finally saw the speaker, a divine tiger climbing down the mountain. It was majestic with an overwhelming presence. Its sheer aura alone was suffocating and regal, but the true master was an old monkey sitting on its back. Its fur was clean and neat. Its aura couldn't compare to the ferocious tiger, yet it had no problem riding the creature. This combination seemed as natural as the sun rising from the east. The monkey also exuded a Taoist presence just like an immortal. The skeletal worms earlier came out again and squirmed around the monkey, looking happy like dogs playing with their master. Who are you? Ming Shi was surprised to see such a strange scene. The worms didn't look scary anymore. Ming Shi, be respectful. I am a member of untethered lineage. It is a pleasure to meet you, senior. Tendril King ran over and bowed. Be at ease, this is just the wilderness. The monkey's voice remained simple as if he hasn't spoken human language in a very long time. You look familiar, Ming Shi said, but couldn't recall the details. He created the tiger deity branch. Li Qie came over and answered. Oh, that's what it is. No wonder why, so you were being worshipped by the rooster in the city. Ming Shi exclaimed. Chapter 5063, Sir. Upon seeing Li Qie, the old monkey got down from the tiger and came over to bow. His movements were awkward and he used an archaic speech as if he was a newly enlightened monkey who had just learned to speak. You are returning to the source. Li Chia couldn't help but sigh after seeing this. Right you are, sir. The monkey nodded and asked Li Chia to sit down. On the other hand, he squatted down since he was still used to the habit of squatting due to his current state. Ming Shi and Tendril King came closer. The former stared at the monkey with great curiosity. They didn't see a divinity of a founder god from him. For example, Golden Mosquito's divinity was impressive at first sight, clearly displaying his godhood. On the other hand, the monkey's divinity was actually waning. He seemed to be dispersing his power in order to return to being a true monkey. Ming Shi remained confused, but Tendril King had a different perspective due to experience and cultivation realm. Though the monkey seemed to be degenerating, there was something inscrutable about his expression and words. He was somehow reverting back to the source, allowing him to wield the power of the original Tao. As for her, as she became stronger, she learned more merit laws and her Tao power improved. This made her forget about her origin. Eventually, she would become the same as other cultivators, only stronger. The monkey chose a different path, to reverse the effect of the Tao. Sir, are you here to guide me? The monkey asked respectfully like an enthusiastic student. What can I teach you? Even if I did, you would eventually walk on your own path again. Li Chia shook his head and smiled. The monkey agreed. Despite his curiosity, he still leaned toward his own origin. I think I had a dream like that once. The monkey scratched his head. One where you're a Tao Lord? Li Chia smiled. A Tao Lord? Something resurfaced for a second in the monkey's mind before disappearing. You are a monkey right now, but the past is still there, so a choice exists. Do you want to remember or forget your dream? Li Chia asked. Sir, can I forget? The monkey scratched his cheeks, looking more and more like a regular monkey. If you want to forget, then you will forget. Li Chia said seriously, on this path, you will end up where you began. Returning to the source is a way of returning to the truth of the Grand Tao. They are similar in principle and have the same result. If you can actually reach this level, then you will forget about the past. God Ape Tao Lord will only be a dream, you shall be you, nothing else but an old monkey in this world. He continued. Ming Shi and Tendril King were astounded. There were records of God Ape Tao Lord in the lower continents. He came from a lower world and didn't look like this back then. They didn't know about his exploits in 8 Desolaces and his wonderful creations, Armament Mountain and 8 treasures splitting the heaven. They were also surprised that he eventually founded a deity branch in Demon. This Tao Lord was once unbeatable and revered by all. Now, he resembled a common monkey. If members of Armament Mountain were present, they wouldn't know what to think about their progenitor wanting to revert back into a monkey. Well said, sir. The path ultimately leads to truth. The monkey instinctively scratched his head. Senior, why do you want to be a monkey instead of a Tao Lord? Ming Shi couldn't help but ask. In the past, she wouldn't dare to question a powerful being so directly. Alas, being with Li Chia emboldened her. I forgot the details, but the past is nothing more than a dream. The old monkey said. You have reached an incredible level, senior. Tendril King understood his path because she had a relative understanding of the Tao and the source. When you revert to the truth of the Tao, your origin will be your Tao and vice versa. The Tao is the Tao, I am me. The monkey said, can't remember much more. This is a different path, to be freed entirely in this world. Li Chia smiled. I don't know if I should say this, but I don't think it's worth it. You were invincible once. Ming Shi didn't understand. All for a single wish. The monkey said. She clearly didn't understand, so Li Chia interjected. What will you do after becoming invincible? Whatever I want, like running around just now, that was fun. Ming Shi happily recalled. Read the most updated version of this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at poread.com, then why don't you just be a rabbit? Li Chia said, you were born a rabbit, you can be carefree and roam in the plains without worrying about cultivation. Well, she couldn't answer quickly enough. Because if you're a rabbit, the hawk above might eat you, the same with the snakes below. Li Qie continued, but what if you are strong enough to break out of this cycle? Is it that bad to return to the origin, being a rabbit again? She quietly contemplated. After a while, she said, what if I don't want to be a rabbit? Then you must follow a different path to reach the truth of the Tao, to seek anima and become the Tao. Li Qie said, there is more than one path. The origin can reach the truth, the same for anima. 12 fruits to craft the perfect vessel for anima on the route to immortality. Tendril King murmured. She had 5 right now, and with 12, she could move on to the next step on the path to everlasting life. God Ape Tao Lord did something different, wanting to forget the grand Tao and his very own identity in order to reach the original truth. This was something easier for demons compared to the other races. They had a hard time reverting back to their original state and required special methods. Tendril King had researched this path previously, but it didn't make sense for her versus regular cultivation. Chapter 50-64, A Whole Life of Cultivation Only to Become a Rabbit, Is It Worth It? Ming Shi took a while before sighing. What's wrong with being a rabbit? Li Qie stared at her. She thought about this seriously before answering. I won't understand or know anything, no friends either, just a wild animal. We're not talking about the same thing. You're thinking of a wild rabbit instead of a rabbit that has reached the truth. Li Qie chuckled and shook his head. You'll be one with heaven and earth. What you have forgotten or should remember has fused with the world. No friend? Everything is your friend then. Is that so? She murmured and glanced at the strange worms. They seemed so close to the monkey. This gave her a new perspective regarding an absolute reversion to the source. The monkey didn't seem to be having a bad time. Reversion. Li Qie patted the monkey's shoulder. I can't say that this is the wrong path. Once you jump out of the cycles, that is when it will happen. I understand, sir. The monkey scratched his head again. Meanwhile, the 2 women thought about how a Tao Lord was invincible, especially one with 12 Tao fruits. Alas, this monkey had done that and wanted to take it another step higher, albeit with an unconventional method. Okay, I should get going. Li Qie got up after chatting with the monkey. The monkey stood up and told Ming Shi, fate takes you to the Tao and this place, do you wish to stay? He clearly wanted to bestow the princess a great fortune. She immediately shook her head and said, I don't want to stay here, I'm scared of them. She was referring to the headless worms. You don't understand, silly. Li Qie shook his head. These unique worms have a divine bloodline. They will transform and be able to eat top masters as if they are fried beans. They're divine beasts? Though the worms looked cute playing with the monkey, she was still scared of them and shook her head. I still don't want to, let's go somewhere else. Having said that, she grabbed Li Qie's arm and coquettishly said, young noble, can I get a different fortune instead? Let's go then. Li Qie smiled. The monkey and the tiger walked with them for a while. As they were about to split up, the monkey said, there's a chance I will not remember anything soon, but it is a blessing of 3 lifetimes to meet you, sir. Don't worry, you don't remember the world but the world will remember you, that's enough. Li Qie said goodbye. The monkey watched their departure before giving a command and happily roaming the plains with his tiger and the strange worms. Is it actually good returning to the origin? Ming Shi asked after they got far away. This is a cultivation choice, you will be able to escape the cycles and don't need to worry about the mortal coil. Tendril King said. I don't think it's right for me. Ming Shi smiled, I prefer to just find the truth through cultivation. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com, that path isn't all that great. Li Qie said, it's endless and that's not even the hardest path. The true difficulty lies in being able to maintain your original conviction. Otherwise, you might end up turning into the thing you hate the most. The thing I hate the most? She repeated. Tendril King understood right away due to her experience while Mingshi remained confused. Is Golden Mosquito God scary and nasty? Li Qie asked. I shudder just thinking about him. Mingshi responded. There are existences that have gone farther than him, far more powerful. In reality, their intrinsic nature is not different from him at all. Li Qie said. I don't want to become someone like that, devouring others. She trembled. In order to prevent that, you must protect your Tao heart. As long as it is indomitable, you will be able to travel far even after reaching the truth. Li Qie said. I will remember your guidance, young noble. She nodded solemnly. Tendril King could see that Li Qie has a high evaluation of Mingshi. This meant that the junior still had a long way to go. Not to mention regular cultivators, even a genius dragon lord like her might not be able to reach the truth. However, Li Qie was already talking about it with Mingshi. The girl's future seemed brighter than hers. You can do it. Tendril King patted her shoulder. The three walked in this land and felt its life force. Mingshi had a hard time noticing anything special, but Tendril King had questions. The power of this world seems different from our cultivation. Tendril King asked Li Qie. You are correct, because this cultivation is different, hence the unique nature of demon. Li Qie nodded. So what is this place? Mingshi asked. Demon was indeed different from the other Tao lineages. They had deity branches and the power of worship. Everything originated from a place known as the Divine Nest. The other's system was straightforward and more personal. The remnant of an epoch, it has been repaired. Li Qie said with a casual tone. Tendril King couldn't believe it. She had heard rumors about this but never took it seriously. So the Divine Nest of Demon belonged to a different epoch? What do you mean? Which epoch was it from? Mingshi became curious. Demon Beast. Li Qie glanced at the sky and said. Demon Beast. The two women exchanged glances. What was it like? Mingshi asked. Do you know true dragons and phoenixes? Li Qie asked. Of course, they only exist in the legends and have never been seen before. Mingshi answered. Some cultivators claim to have the bloodline of true dragons. The actual creatures remained elusive. They were born in that epoch. Li Qie said. I see, so that's why we don't see them anymore, not that they don't exist, they're just from another epoch. Tendril King commented. Chapter 50-65. What about the other divine beasts? Are they still in this place? Mingshi asked. Li Qie closed his eye to sense this world. After a while, he opened them and smiled. Very well, I will let you two take a look. Yes. Both became excited, including the experienced Dragon Lord. She also wanted to witness living legends. Li Qie took them to a peak with a towering tree. They were immediately greeted by an impressive amount of chaos true energy. This aura could last forever without ever waning. Tendril King had a difficult time withstanding it, let alone Mingshi. In reality, she had no chance of climbing up the tree without following right behind Li Qie. The sheer pressure alone could have reduced the two women to blood in the blink of an eye. They heard thunderous explosions stemming from the lightning bolts coursing through the leaves. Tendril King could tell how feeble she was when facing just a single bolt. After a challenging climb, they finally reached the pinnacle of the tree where they discovered a bird nest. It was shrouded in clouds and mist, large enough to be a kingdom. The lack of invisibility was due to an ocean of lightning bolts hovering above it. It poured down from the nest like waterfalls and eventually turned into lightning currents. The nest was formed by the twisting branches of the tree, something which the monarch had never seen before due to its ancient age. The moment she touched them, she gained a considerable boost in power. This nest had the power to harmonize with the Tao, allowing an unlimited creation of power. Thus, just staying in the nest was enough to grow stronger. There was no need for active cultivation. It's divine, she murmured. As a vine herself, she had a heightened sensitivity to the nest. She then turned her attention beyond the mist and saw a golden egg at the very center. It was as bright as the sun and issued loud crackles. The shell had archaic runes of the lighting affinity. Whenever a crackle occurred, the two women's grand Tao would resonate and erupt back. Their fate palaces appeared outside of their control and derived the grand Tao. They were shocked because this was an entirely new experience. This is the egg of a divine beast? Mingshi asked. Gestated by the power of heavenly lightning and grand Tao, only a divine beast can come to the world in this manner. Tendril King said with admiration. You're slightly off here, it is not being gestated by the power of lightning, it is emitting it. Li Chia shook his head. It is producing this much energy already? Both women became startled. That is why it is a divine beast, born to be matchless. At full maturity, it will be the Lord of the Worlds. Li Chia said. They took a deep breath. This creature was monstrous even in this egg form. No other living beings could catch up. This was the reason why everyone coveted the divine bloodlines, especially the demons. Can we adopt it? Mingshi smiled and said. Boom. A golden detonation answered her, akin to a giant stomping down with enough force to crush dragon lords. Humph. Li Chia scowled. His voice alone destroyed everything, including the golden explosion. The powerful egg trembled in fear after seeing this, no longer daring to act imperiously. As for the two women, they couldn't believe it. That explosion could have reduced them to dust if it wasn't for Li Chia's protection. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3ibfjkv. So this is a divine egg. Tendril King murmured. The world had several divine eggs appearing before. None came close to this level. It's not that simple to adopt one. Even someone who has the ability to adopt won't be able to take care of it. This is a grand fortune capable of seizing the wonders of heaven and earth. It is more of a disaster than a blessing. Li Chia said. I see, I definitely can't take good care of it. Mingshi said. I wonder what the War Monarch's divine egg is like. Tendril King commented on the rumor of that clan obtaining an egg from the nest. Was that one comparable to this golden egg? We're leaving, this egg is not something the lower continents can handle. Li Chia only brought them here to broaden their horizon and had no intention of taking the egg. As they were leaving, the egg issued metallic sounds, seemingly bidding goodbye. It's sentient already. Mingshi said. It is a true divine egg, exceedingly rare even back in its epoch. In fact, it somehow managed to survive the destruction. This is a sign of its supremeness. Li Chia said, elaborating on how special it was to the two women. They left the tree and went to another scenic location. Mingshi and Tendril King were captivated by a scene that should only exist in the paintings. The land was engulfed in divinity and light. The source came from a snow-white beast with runes exuding the holy affinity. Chapter 50-66. Its horn was also gorgeous with a purifying light. It came closer and nibbled Mingshi's sleeve. So cute. She happily petted it. Is this a... Tendril King recalled stories about this creature. Yes, a unicorn, albeit not the purest of this bloodline. Li Chia said. Meanwhile, the unicorn nudged Mingshi, seemingly wanting to take her somewhere. Her heart is pure. Tendril King murmured, there was a reason why the unicorn was so close to Mingshi. It didn't approach Li Chia or her, only the girl. It led them deeper into the beautiful region with mesmerizing mountains and rivers. This tranquil paradise brimmed with the holy affinity. It could turn villains into upstanding cultivators. The thing surprising them the most was the relatively high population of unicorns. Though they weren't pure-blooded, they could still be considered divine beasts in the outside world. How rare, esteemed visitors from afar. A charismatic voice sounded, indicating that the speaker was a man of unparalleled grace. Theft is never good, try looking at. Ming-Shi and Tendril King looked over and saw a man sitting on top of a boulder. Due to his simple style, he resembled a shepherd for the unicorns. He possessed a holy glow as well, purer than any light in existence. Despite his unadorned appearance, his smile was unforgettable and infectious. He saw Lichia and rushed over to bow respectfully. "It's you, sir. I didn't expect you to come so soon." The others exchanged glances. He seemed to know Lichia. "Little serpent, you're in charge of this place?" Lichia smiled. "Ha, sir, this is just a little accomplishment, not worth mentioning in your presence." The youth hurriedly asked Lichia to sit down. "Do you two know each other?" Ming-Shi asked and couldn't believe how a man's smile could glitter so magnificently. "When I first heard of you, sir, I was but a tiny serpent. Now, I'm still just a tiny serpent in your eyes," the youth said. "The great immortal Emperor Jin Shi, no need to be so humble." Lichia smiled. Immortal Emperor Jin Shi? Ming-Shi wasn't familiar with this title. An ancient emperor. Tendril King knew about this system from the past. This youth must be extremely old because this title was no longer used, replaced by Dao lords and conquerors. "You are Golden Serpent Emperor?" Ming-Shi recalled a grand figure appearing when Wild Dragon was running away. Now that she looked at him carefully, the two were rather familiar. "It's all in the past." The youth smiled and shook his head. "The deity of serpent." Ming-Shi became startled because he was the first founder god of demon. That branch is nothing compared to his previous achievements as an immortal emperor. Lichia commented. "I don't deserve such kind praises from you, sir." The youth bowed again. He came from Heavenhoof Ravine and possessed a divine bloodline. Alas, this sect was no longer around at this point. Lichia relaxed on another boulder and observed the roaming unicorns. "I remember when you were a little snake that wanted to become a true dragon," he said. "Time waits for no one, seems like wasted effort." The youth sighed. "Can the power here cleanse the traces of blood from you?" Lichia asked. "I am at peace here and probably will not leave. Tending the nerd and enjoying the winds, this might be my permanent home. After all, this is the ancestral nest," he said. "The ancestral nest was not your pursuit yet you still returned," Lichia commented. During their conversation, Ming-Shi had run off with some of the unicorns, being close enough to ride one of them. "I have let you down, sir. Weariness got the best of me, so I ran here to live with these holy creatures. The mortal world no longer matters to me. It is not your fault since the Tao is full of obstacles and everyone has the right to pick. This is a great ending anyway." Lichia nodded. He sighed despite his current joyous situation. "I couldn't be indomitable like you in any situation and regardless of the time. I can only move forward," Lichia said. "I am no stranger to blood and death my whole life, it's just that the last war made me want to quit and go far away. It was brutal," Lichia said. "Yes." The youth nodded. Qianlong and Bajin fell, that was only the first battle too. The immemorial epic war. Tendril King had heard of it before. Indeed, the people was utterly defeated and without the protection of the supreme power, they were doomed to be slaves forever or wiped out. Tendril King read about how the emperors and sages joined that war. "She didn't expect to meet a survivor today. I don't need to return anyway." The youth revealed a bitter smile. Lichia patted his shoulder and said, "It's amazing that you have tried your best. Look, you're still alive, and isn't this place great?" "Right, I just don't understand why all living beings will devour each other eventually," the youth sentimentally said. "There will be an end," Lichia responded. "You're talking about the final battle?" he asked. Lichia smiled and stared at the horizon. After a brief silence, he said, "The final battle. 1. Jin Shi equals Golden Serpent." Chapter 50-67, I'm afraid I can't be by your side, sir. The youth stared at the happy unicorns and said. Mingshi had too much fun playing with the unicorns who weren't afraid of her at all. It's fine. Wuxia didn't mind and closed his eyes to enjoy the breeze. The evils of the world couldn't reach this place. This place is peaceful, no need to chase the light either, everything is natural and innate. The Tao and power are there without a need for cultivation. He added. You're right, sir. The youth said. After the war, immortal Emperor Jin Shi chose to be a shepherd for the unicorns instead. This was similar to God Ape Tao Lord taking care of the strange worms. Some move forward by circumstances, immortal emperors and Tao lords included. They could have just turned back. Wuxia sighed. The same can be said about you, sir, yet you choose to move forward. The youth said. There's nothing I can do, I am doomed from the start. Wuxia joked. Your determination is unmatched. The youth said, you emphasize the Tao heart to us instead of merit laws and techniques. Alas, some of us have let you down. It is expected for this is life. Wuxia said, if the Tao were so easy, who would fall into the darkness? Who would pick a life without sunlight? Yes. The youth nodded. Wuxia didn't say anything else and enjoyed the pleasant atmosphere along with the occasional waves of laughter from Mingshi and the unicorns. After a long while, the youth looked up and told Wuxia, there's something you should know, sir. An unfamiliar guest visited Celestial Court. Oh, interesting. Wuxia opened his eyes and said. Not much is known during the war, always elusive. The youth said. That's not the style of the old geezers. Wuxia said. This person's existence was spotted by our side but kept a low profile in Celestial Court. We suspected that there was an attempt to settle it all with a single ambush. It didn't work, so a furious darkness came instead and started the war. The youth said. Tendril King was surprised to hear this due to some inconsistencies with the records. The most popular stated that darkness suddenly descended during a disaster and Celestial Court came back to illuminate the world. As the savior, it, later on, declared an inquisition against the people. This started the war. At first, not all members of the people were branded as sinners. Alas, the strong resistance eventually forced Celestial Court to raise the stakes. Now, it seemed that there was something else going on before these events. Who was bold enough to attack Celestial Court from the inside? In the present, Celestial Court was absolutely the strongest lineage in all 6 continents. They were even stronger during their golden age. So what happened? Wuxia asked. Hard to say, this person was never spotted again during the war. It was difficult to find out more information because of Celestial Court's defenses. The youth said. Looks like a visit is warranted. Maybe some fish will come out to play. Wuxia said. But if they don't? The youth asked. That's where the problem lies, there's no solution and they will always be looming in the future. Wuxia stroked his chin. Do you have a plan, sir? The youth asked. They will have no choice but to come out when the time comes, that's when I will perform the final cleanup. Wuxia smirked. And that is when you will embark on your journey? The youth inquired. Whoever started this war did it for a reason. Something must have changed. Wuxia said. I see, the youth was familiar with these higher-level theories. This was a big deal when it came from Wuxia. All parties will lose their patience soon, and that is when I can end it. Wuxia said. I wish nothing but success for your expedition. The youth said. Though he no longer cared about the outside world, he still wanted the best for Wuxia. I will succeed. Wuxia nodded, telling both the youth and himself. Back then, the Empress eventually showed up to take care of things. That battle resulted in many top masters falling. She disappeared henceforth after leaving Imperial Field behind. The youth revealed. Imperial Field, Tendril King murmured. This was one of the 3 strongest lineages in the Immortal Continent. Celestial Court was the oldest. Immortal Dao City came after, and Imperial Field was established after the war. Imperial Field was built on the blood and flesh of emperors. The youth told her. She took a deep breath. Future generations didn't know who started this lineage, but now, she finally got an answer from a survivor. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit. ly/3 IBFJKV. Celestial Court still wanted it. Li Chia said. Many grand emperors appeared at the same time, but the bone was gone. All 3 lineages couldn't find it. The youth nodded. So relentless in greed, I suppose dogs don't stop eating shit. Li Chia chuckled. This will lead to you, sir. The youth said. It saves me the trouble, it's already happening. Li Chia nodded. After listening to their conversation, Tendril King realized that the duel between Conceal and Li Chia was not personal. Celestial Court ordered her to obtain the item, and this might be the reason why Conceal Conqueror stuck around in the lower continents. Given her current cultivation, she should be ascending. After all, the usual limit was 4 fruits. Alas, she had a mission to accomplish, and now, Li Chia was in possession of her goal. Chapter 5068, Li Chia chatted with Immortal Emperor Jin Shi for a long while regarding certain crucial topics. Eventually, Li Chia stood up and waved at Ming Shi, who was still having fun. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from Pori.com. She hasn't had enough but still jumped down from the unicorn and returned. These unicorns are too cute. They are born with the holy affinity and regular people can't get close, let alone play with them. Miss, perhaps you are connected with this place by fate and can obtain a fortune here. The young emperor said. Doesn't seem too bad. She stroked her chin and thought about how she truly liked this place. Should I stay here? She couldn't help asking Li Chia. All the fortunes here are up for grabs. Li Chia said, if you want to, you can pick this one. Forget it, I want to look at the other places too. She tilted her head for a bit before responding, young noble, what's your destination? I want to see it too. Li Chia only smiled and didn't answer. You should take a look, sir. The youth told him, the ancestral dragon is still young, so you should make the decision for the future's sake. He seemed to actually be interested in this matter. Everyone has been working hard, it seems. Li Chia smiled. The youth nodded in response. They're trying to look for a new path, giving birth to a new world from the remnant of an old one. I understand. Li Chia responded. The youth's last worries disappeared after seeing Li Chia. After all, no one was more suitable to deal with these issues than him. Miss, if you are also looking for a fortune, there is a dried root over yonder that is worth your time. The youth told Tendril King before they left. Li Chia nodded, might as well take a look, you deserve something to make this worth your time. I wonder if I will get to see you again, sir, or I'll be dead from old age next time you're back. Nonetheless, to have met you in this life was an honor. The youth bowed to bid farewell. Take care. Li Chia said before leaving with the 2 women. The emperor watched until they disappeared from sight before returning to his region. He, an unbeatable immortal emperor and a legendary founder god, chose to live reclusively away from the outside world. This wasn't a bad ending for a cultivator who has grown tired of needless bloodshed and death. Though he was stained with blood and flames, now he was able to live innocently like a child. The trio followed the emperor's direction and crossed through wondrous landscapes, stars and various affinities shaping up physical realms. They saw both destruction and rebirth along the way. From nothingness came something. This rebuilding process was easier said than done. After all, there were fragments and damages everywhere after the calamity. Eventually, they made it to a continent with broken stars and large chasms on the ground. It was actually larger than the lower continents. Their destination was a basin, looking like the aftermath of a volcano from afar. Once they got closer, they could tell that it might have been the result of a crashing meteor. This is it? Ming Shi looked around and only saw scorched earth, the opposite of her expectation. This was drastically different from God Ape Dao Lord and Immortal Emperor Jin Shi's place. Anyone would pick the previous locations instead of this one. It's peculiar. Tendril King noticed something due to her impressive cultivation. Buzz. After a green glow, she summoned a vine and drilled it into the ground. She then closed her eyes to feel the land. Something flashed back from underground. This faint glow alone made her sense an unimaginable level of life force. Boom! She wanted to drill deeper but was instantly pushed into the air. Wuxia caught her and said, "It's not easy obtaining the fortune here, it will take a long, long time." "This is exactly what I'm looking for." She became excited. "Senior Aunt, what looms beneath?" Ming Shi asked. "The source of all trees, how incredible," it felt withered though. Tendril King explained. "It is a divine tree that has withered, so you're right. We're standing on one of its roots right now." Wuxia smiled. "One root?" Ming Shi took a deep breath and gazed at the massive continent. "It is massive. Just how large was this tree then?" "It probably took up the whole sky." They saw gigantic trees back in Demon since that region had the largest forest in the lower continents. Of course, none could compare to this tree if she was imagining it correctly. "It might just take up all of our 3 continents, maybe more," Tendril King said. "Yes, this once shouldered an entire world. Now, there are only fragments left," Wuxia said. "So this was a world tree?" Tendril King realized that she was still underestimating it. "What destroyed this divine tree then?" Ming Shi gasped. This must be a power far beyond her comprehension. Certain existences stretching their greedy hands. Wuxia looked up at the sky and said, causing the 2 women to shudder. "This fortune is suitable for you. It doesn't matter which path you pick, reversing to the source or utilizing the Grand Tao. This tree can allow you to reach the truth." Wuxia added. "I understand." Tendril King said, "I will stay here for a long period and will do my best to not let you down, young noble." This place was everything she hoped for with regard to improving her cultivation. Chapter 5069, Buzz. She turned into a morning glory tree, becoming larger and larger. Her branches and leaves took over the entire basin in no time at all. After taking up all the space possible, she started ascending vertically. This required immense cultivation as the fuel, and fortunately, she had enough as a 5-fruit dragon lord. Rumble. Her transformation also reshaped the continent. Peaks with gurgling streams ascended along her side. The water coursed to the bottom and started forming rivers and even oceans. Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Ming Shi and Wuxia witnessed a green continent in no time at all, verdant leaves and shimmering currents. "She's so strong." Ming Shi praised her fellow sect member for this miraculous feat. Boom. A divine light illuminated the continent and created the image of a great tree. Stars circled around its leaves as it gave birth to 3,000 worlds. "So this is a reflection of the divine tree?" Ming Shi murmured. She felt as if this tree could create the 6 continents without facing any issues. Alas, the divine light didn't last long and disappeared after a few seconds. "I'm afraid I can't return to Untethered." "Ming Shi, do you mind letting the ancestors know?" Tendril King's voice could be heard. "I will deliver the message, Senior Aunt." Ming Shi bowed. With that, the group was down to 2. As they were leaving, Ming Shi kept on looking back at the green continent. She hoped to see her senior aunt again, but alas, after a full fusion process, her senior aunt might become a god here and wouldn't be able to leave. "Where are we going now, young noble?" she asked Wuxia. "The ancestral nest, the origin of it all." Wuxia told her. They crossed through more celestial domains and saw unprecedented miracles, at least for Mingshi. One of them was a colossal statue. Its broken state didn't diminish its grandeur. Another location of note was a pond with tribulation lighting. A golden eagle was flying inside. A frightening tsunami of lightning ravaged the pond in an unceasing manner. Nothing could survive in there with the exception of this eagle. Chilglare Hawk's screech was devastating, but it was nothing compared to this golden eagle. It was the roar of a tiger versus an infant crying. This eagle could devour thousands of dragon lords in the blink of an eye. In fact, it could contrast against true dragons and phoenixes as well. Its feathers were damaged by the lightning bolts and stained with blood. Nonetheless, it still kept on training in the pond until it noticed something. I apologize for the lack of reception, esteemed guests. It finally took a break. It's fine, keep going. Li Qie smiled and said, using tribulation lighting to polish your true blood is the best course of action. Perhaps you will be able to obtain a divine bloodline. Right you are, sir. The eagle went to a fierce lightning domain while speaking. I'm afraid I can't entertain you right now. It's fine. Li Qie was only passing by and didn't feel like talking with the eagle. Boom! A terrifying arc struck the eagle, causing it to focus again. Excuse me then. It rushed into the air and faced the lightning arc directly, still capable of withstanding the destructive affinity. Is this the founder of Feather? Mingshi recalled the seal of Peacock Monarch, a golden eagle. That's right. Li Qie nodded. These founder gods are so strange. God Ape Dao Lord just wants to be a monkey, Immortal Emperor Jin she wants to be a shepherd, and this golden eagle is a masochist. Mingshi murmured. It's because of their varied background, so their pursuit and Dao are also different. Li Qie said. We've seen serpent, tiger, feather, and bug so far. Wood's demon Conqueror is probably at the immortal continent. What about Mist? Will we see that founder too? She asked. This god probably can't stay in the divine nest and is long gone just like demon Conqueror. Li Qie had an answer. What a shame, I want to see all of them. Mingshi sighed. Chapter 50-70, Li Qie finally made it to his destination, a dark place with low visibility. Looking ahead, one would see something akin to giant dragons intertwining in the air. In reality, it was a nest made from massive branches. The two were only seeing a tiny corner of the nest. Unfortunately, Mingshi couldn't get any closer due to an unknown power. As she stood there, she speculated that even conquerors couldn't get in. Li Qie stared at the nest for a while before speaking. Wait here. Okay. She agreed. With that, Li Qie took one step forward and nullified the power. It had no choice but to acquiesce before his presence. Humph. He became more serious eventually and added force. All the laws reversed their course and made way for his steps. Boom. A hole was made, allowing entry. He disappeared into the nest while Mingshi sat in the meditative pose, knowing that he would return unscathed. Inside the nest proved that the initial assessment of its size was accurate. Countless stars flowed together like a river and eventually formed a maelstrom. It could accommodate an entire epoch. It was spinning rather slowly in this timeless dimension. If it was in the outside world, it might require millions of years before a full rotation. If it was spinning any faster, its sucking force would cause devastating damage. Upon closer inspection, a top master would be able to calculate its appropriate age and find out that it was still rather young. Find the original at bit. ly/3IBFJKV. Li Qie took his time analyzing the maelstrom. After a while, he finally spoke. Am I not welcome here? Must I flip this place over before getting to chat with you too? It looked as if he was murmuring to himself since no one else was around. Pop. Space rippled to the sides of the maelstrom. A total of 4 eyes opened to look at him. One pair of eyes was golden, as bright as 2 suns. The other was amber with a glassy feel to it. Two divine beast auras engulfed the area and could make anyone tremble. Two massive shadows appeared next to the maelstrom as well. One was a golden dragon while the other was a white tiger. Sigh, no matter where I go, you keep haunting us. The white tiger to the right had a domineering voice. You should be thanking me for helping you find the ancestral nest. Now, you have obtained atavism. Li Qie said. That is true. The golden dragon on the left was much more friendly in comparison. It is thanks to your help that we were able to find this place. Now, our bloodline is as pure as can be. We also helped you out. The tiger said. So what, you two would have been suppressed under that mountain still if it wasn't for me. Li Qie retorted. Humph. The tiger had no response to this. It is an honor to see you again, young noble. The dragon cordially said. Don't even start, I'm sure he's not here to bring us good news. The tiger said. I see how it is, turning your back on an old friend after finding the ancestral nest. Li Qie sat down in space and said. Not to that extent, but everyone knows your unsavory reputation by now, Crow. You don't visit for no reason, I'm sure you're here to exploit us in some way again. The tiger had a fiery temper. Well. Li Qie stroked his chin in response. You two were so scrawny before but now, big and fat. Maybe I can really squeeze out something nice. Stop dreaming. The tiger retorted. Young noble, we're happy to see you again because after all, we wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. Unfortunately, due to our circumstances, we can't follow you to battle like before. The dragon politely said. I'm aware. Li Qie said. Dark Crow, we don't owe you either, we cured the little girl and trained her into an invincible master. The tiger said with pride. They spent immense efforts on this matter and the result was absolutely transformative and unprecedented. I've guessed as much, and you two deserve all the merits for this. Li Qie nodded. Let's not talk about debts like we're strangers. But the girl really didn't disappoint and she brightened up this place. She was with us for so long that we consider her family. The dragon laughed happily. In the past, they weren't at her level, let alone being able to train someone to that level. That's why I'm here relaxing and chatting. I remember what you have done and am grateful for it. Li Qie smiled. I don't feel any gratitude coming from you. The tiger said, nothing good ever comes from your presence, only bullying. Sigh, that's hurtful and untrue when I'm such a nice person. Li Qie complained, what can I do when my kindness is viewed as malice? He paused for a second before adding, you should know that I am here with a gift. No need. The tiger had a bad feeling about this. Ha ha ha, we appreciate your goodwill, young noble, but we're old now and just want to retire here. The dragon felt the same way and became cautious. Chapter 50-71. The two immediately refused before Li Qie could speak. They knew that once the conversation started, they wouldn't be able to refuse. More importantly, they had their own mission and didn't want further trouble. Alas, Li Qie never took no for an answer. I see, then maybe we should talk about the little dragon. What's its name? Li Qie asked. The two exchanged glances. This was the topic they wanted to avoid the most. Alas, the guy was here in person now, so this was inevitable, not to mention the potential consequences. The dark hand behind the curtains was now the lord of this epoch. Things only got harder for those who wished to oppose him. Cosmic Ancestral Dragon. The Golden Dragon sighed and said. I congratulate you two on bringing back a life from the previous epoch. It is time for this remnant epoch to return to its original state. Li Qie smiled and said. We do owe it to you for figuring out the essential mysteries in order for the child to be born here. This is the right path for remnant epochs. They certainly worked hard rebuilding the divine nest, but there was still a long way to go before reaching their ultimate goal. However, the only reason why they even picked the right path in the first place was due to Li Qia's guidance. Just tell us what you want already. The tiger became impatient. How far do you think you can go on this path? What more improvements in derivation can be done for this remnant epic? Li Qia answered with a question. You don't need to worry about it. We will try our best until it reaches the desired state. The tiger said. And you? Li Qia smiled at the golden dragon. Do we have a choice at all when it comes down to this path? The dragon smiled wryly. No, but also yes. Li Qia responded. Humph. The tiger became dissatisfied and said, Dark Crow, don't push us because we have a limit like everyone else. Remember that I am no longer just the crow, and haven't I shown myself to be rather reasonable and easy to deal with? Li Qia replied. The tiger scowled again. They were already strong in the past, and after reaching atavism, they were above the apex of this world now. Alas, this wasn't the time to fight because Li Qia was the lord of this epic. In fact, he was already frightening enough as the Dark Crow. They needed to heed his warnings then too. We're listening if you have any advice, young noble. Golden Dragon was wiser and more farsighted. How are you seeing this past epic? Li Qia asked. We can't pry since it was too long ago, not to mention its destroyed status. But in terms of bloodline, we have made it. The dragon said after exchanging glances with the tiger. What will you call this epic? Divine beast or demon beast? Li Qia smiled. Of course, divine beast. Divine beasts ruled the epic, true dragons, phoenixes, gluttonous kings, and many more. They were both supreme and wise. The tiger said. The last line applies to all the top beings in each epic. Li Qia said. The two agreed with this statement. Strong and wise, sure, no epic managed to survive or left anything meaningful behind. Li Qia said. Even if they were destroyed, this epic has a chance of rebirth as long as hope remains. The tiger said. I agree with that. Li Qia went on. Do you know that there are two types of destruction, one inflicted by the villainous heaven and the other is being devoured? The two were stirred after hearing this. Please elaborate, young noble. The dragon said. Since you toiled for eras to fix these fragmented lands, what do you think happened? Li Qia smiled. They have certainly thought of this before and it weighed on them. Devourment. The dragon admitted. After checking the battlefields and taking care of the corpses, they had a good idea of what brought this epic down. This was horrifying because even with their current strength, they would have been powerless to stop it. Are you two strong enough to face the hunters? Li Qia finally asked the key question. In reality, this fear has been buried deep in their mind. How many existences in the river of time have been able to stop the predators? This was certainly beyond their ability. As long as we have enough time, the ancestral dragon will be able to do it. The tiger said. This was the reason why they chose to stay here. With enough time for the dragon to mature, everything would change. This novel is available on bit.ly/3IBFJKV. So confident. How much time is needed for this plan? Will it actually work? Li Qia asked. I'm not quite sure. The dragon contemplated for a while before answering. This is unprecedented, so we only have an estimate. Do you know what kind of predators you will be facing? Li Qia's expression became serious. Chapter 5072. Of course, the two have pondered this issue extensively. Alas, they lacked information and access to certain secrets. Let's assume that you will have enough time and chances to let your cosmic ancestral dragon reach full maturity and enter its prime state. How strong will it be? The tiger confidently declared, the lord of an epoch, strong enough to be everlasting. Quite strong, huh? Li Qia smiled. The two beings nodded. They agreed that this prime state was virtually matchless. No immortal emperors or anyone else could reach this level. This dragon would definitely become a supreme overlord and not just an average one. It might be among the strongest of overlords. Well, tell me how strong this remnant epic used to be then during its peak. Li Qie said. The two didn't answer right away. Judging from the remnant battlefields, they could tell that despite their current cultivation, they were still only minor characters at best if they were living in that epoch. Since you called it divine beast, there were mature true dragons and phoenixes, they were certainly the lords of that epoch. Li Qie continued. This epoch didn't have humans and other races, only primarily demons and beasts. Alas, this mighty epoch still suffered the same fate as many others, becoming a hunting ground. Li Qie said after a brief pause. The two took a deep breath after receiving confirmation from Li Qie. Long, long ago, it hunted true dragons and ate phoenixes. Li Qie's voice echoed across the temporal sphere and went back in time. Sentient spirits seemed to be waking up in the maelstrom and were brought back to a dark period. In the end, only ruins remained of your beloved epoch. Li Qie concluded. Young noble, how do you know all of this? The dragon said solemnly after hearing the terrible stories. I didn't see it with my own eyes, but I've excavated a few things and know more than you too. Li Qie said. So which existence did all of this? The tiger asked. Li Qie had a serious expression for once as he uttered the culprit's name, Voracious Leviathan. Voracious Leviathan. The two shouted after hearing this title. Pop! A bubble came out of the maelstrom. Just this tiny thing alone could destroy the 6 continents. The two saw the reaction from the maelstrom and knew that Li Qie was telling the truth. They became overwhelmed with emotion. So you have heard of it? Li Qie said, do you find it hard to believe? It actually happened all the time, just a normal state of affairs. It can't be, they murmured despite knowing the answer deep down. Who else then? Li Qie asked. The two harbored such thoughts before due to the circumstantial evidence. Alas, they didn't want to speculate wildly. Now, it turned out that they were right. Saviors don't exist. Do the two of you consider yourselves saviors too? When you wield the strength to do so for this epoch, will you continue to save it or pick an entirely different path? Li Qie said. Moreover, Voracious Leviathan is frightening indeed, but comparatively, it is rather amateurish. Every hunt there are some mistakes left over, hence these fragmentations. Otherwise, you would have nothing here to be waiting for your ancestral dragon. Li Qie said, Samsara, that geezer during his prime, what a work of art, a true master. If you two ever have the chance, go take a look, it is perfect. Didn't you kill him? The tiger said. I do have to thank the villainous heaven for that. If it wasn't for the existing wound, the guy wouldn't have fallen to such a miserable state. Li Qie smiled. The two didn't say anything for a bit while contemplating the new information. After a while, the dragon asked, is Voracious Leviathan there? While asking this question, they felt as if there was something watching them from the shadows. Yes, and I have been searching. Li Qie smiled. It lacks finesse but makes up for it with a natural instinct, not to mention its hibernation capability. Otherwise, it would have become hunted as well. The two thought that this matter was more complicated than their previous assessment. It'll keep an eye out for you. The tiger said. That's a good thing, it would be more problematic if I wasn't a potential target. Li Qie shrugged. The two took a deep breath after realizing Li Qie's goal. This novel is available on Pori.com. Chapter 5073, Young Noble, can you tell us what you want? The dragon knew that Li Qie wouldn't leave so easily. From my perspective or yours first? Li Qie said. Ours first, of course. They exchanged glances and the tiger spoke. Okay, then let's start with what you two want. What is the final state? Li Qie smiled. We aren't sure. For now, we wish to make this land and epoch more fertile. The dragon responded. Keep in mind that this is a destroyed epoch, a vestige of the past. What you're doing is just wishful thinking, to be perfectly blunt. Wuxia said. Wishful thinking? We have divine eggs and even an ancestral dragon. The epoch will rise again with enough time. The tiger disagreed. The two desired to see a world filled with divine beasts just like how it used to be. Is that so? I recognize your ambition, the divine eggs here, also the power and potential of your ancestral dragon. Wuxia said, but don't forget, this is my epoch. What will happen if your epoch also wishes to grow? Once there are enough divine beasts and your ancestral dragon is an adult, will you two still be in control? He stared at them and continued, when you lose control, which direction will this epoch go? Will it be prosperous just like its golden age? The two beasts listened in silence. You already know the answer, that you will lose control eventually. Otherwise, you wouldn't want more people to come here such as the immortal emperors or creating the deity branches. You wish to create a coalition force strong enough to steer the epoch in your desired direction. This ship is too large for you two alone. Or, perhaps I'm wrong, that you two never had any intention of ruling. Once the cosmic ancestral dragon becomes strong enough, it will lead the old epoch to great prosperity and potentially replace the current. Wuxia's smile became wider as he said this. That is not our goal. The alarmed dragon immediately responded, we never thought about replacing your epoch with divine beast and are only trying to help the divine eggs. This place is large enough to accommodate all of us without needing to go outside. Is that so? How will you stop the cosmic dragon and the other divine beasts from leaving? Wuxia asked. The two had no answer because this was impossible. We will try our best. The dragon answered. Good, now we can talk about it from my perspective. Wuxia said. The two sighed since they knew what was coming. This is my epoch, understood? He went on, there is an old saying that has been proven true for millions of years, don't let someone else sleep in your bed. A mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. We understand. The two beasts said. I am the lord of this epoch now and the future, I will not allow the existence of divine beast or any other epoch. Wuxia said, now, excuse me for being impolite. With that, his tone became dominant and aggressive, divine beast is nothing in my eyes, the same for you too. I have slaughtered epoch lords, exterminated pseudo-immortals, and battled the high heaven. You all are just mortals in comparison, mere worms in my epoch. If I am willing, you may live in peace. Otherwise, you will turn into dust. My epoch, my rule. With that, he smiled and said, I apologize for the harsh words. It did feel a bit pretentious. The two didn't answer but still understood his point. He was right, don't let someone else sleep in your bed. Why would he allow the existence of divine beast? Any other epoch lord would try to eradicate the remnant epochs after seeing a hint of threat. We understand. This was all they could say. Though they were strong, they stood no chance against him. This applied to an adult cosmic dragon as well. He had crushed supreme overlords before and didn't mind playing the role of a dragon slayer. Opposing Wuxia during his prime was extremely unwise and suicidal. Not to mention the remnant epoch of divine beast, he could obliterate all divine bloodlines if he became annoyed enough. A quick look at Pori.com will leave you more fulfilled. What do you want us to do then? The tiger had no choice but to submit. There was no other option due to the disparity of power. Their very existence depended on his whim. I have always been kind-hearted and respect towards the elder and the young, possessing nothing but love for all life. He smiled. The two beasts exchanged glances. Don't look dismissive now, I am speaking from the heart. My visit is to guide you to a better path, to protect you and your cosmic dragon. He went on. A cat shedding tears while catching a mouse. The tiger was not convinced. I'm sure that you two take great pride in raising a cosmic dragon and the other divine beasts. Watching them grow up to become dominant existences must be satisfying. He said. Obviously. The tiger remarked. But in my opinion, you're not raising divine beasts, only a flock of helpless fat sheep. Your wonderful future does not exist, it is a mere fantasy. Li Qie said. How dare you disrespect our dream? The tiger became angry. Chapter 50-74. I'm not trying to be disrespectful. Reality is often harsh, especially for the fat sheep. They'll only become meals, this is their fate, their final destination. Li Qie shook his head and said. Young noble, do you wish to consume us all? The dragon blurted out. Seems like you're the one being disrespectful. If I had any intention of doing so, I wouldn't have helped you two find this ancestral nest. I could have roasted all the eggs too and filled my stomach. Today it'll be dragon eggs, tomorrow it'll be phoenix eggs, you guys won't have any egg to incubate at all. Li Qie smiled. Theft is never good, try looking at bit. ly/3ibfjkv. I misspoke, my apology. The dragon sighed. But even if I don't eat, it doesn't mean that others won't. Remember that this is a work of art, they don't wish to eat little babies, the food has to grow up and be fat first. Most importantly, they also prefer to do nothing and just wait until the delicious pot is ready and full of ingredients. Li Qie stared at the two and said, a pot with divine beasts will surely be coveted. Is voracious Leviathan aware of our presence? The dragon had to ask. You're lacking knowledge and foresight for asking that question. Sure, be afraid of voracious Leviathan, but keep in mind that it is only a little brother compared to the others, a newbie at best. Li Qie said. The two shuddered after hearing this. Why do you think I'm still here needing to chat with the villainous heaven instead of embarking on the journey? Li Qie said. My epoch is a great tree while these existences are nothing more than some bugs. Sure, I'm trying to get rid of them, but I also don't mind if they eat a few leaves in the process. In this case, it's even better for me if your epoch is eaten. It can be used as bait once it is strong enough. He shrugged while speaking. The two haven't thought of Li Qie using them in this manner. Yes, this remnant epoch was indeed delicious, especially the cosmic dragon and the divine beasts at full maturity. This is why I keep telling people about how nice I am, yet they continue to misunderstand me. He went on, I traveled so far to come to offer you two some advice, only to be treated like a villain. With that, he laughed and said, just imagine this scenario, when doomsday comes, you two can cry and beg me for help, why should I help then? What do you have on the table that I care about? The two knew that in the worst case scenario, they would have to ask him for help. Nothing. Both admitted. Now do you see that I am being merciful and kind? Will you still refuse my help? Li Qie asked. What should we do? The dragon gave up and decided to listen to him. This was a losing game from the very start. If they didn't listen to him, their fate would be worse. All of them and this entire epoch would be eaten by the overlords. The only real option was to listen to Li Qie. Just tell us already, we have no other choice. The tiger accepted his fate. It's simple, I will give you a chance to fuse with my epoch, a display of my generosity and friendship. Li Qie said with a smile. How does the fusion work? The dragon asked, aware that Li Qie was only doing this out of past sentiments. If Li Qie didn't care about them, it wouldn't be difficult for him to destroy this remnant epoch. The whole conversation was just a formality and a showing of friendship. Being stubborn now instead of accommodating him would only have one result, destruction. At that point, the sentiments of the past would no longer be enough to save them, the same with surrendering after starting a fight. I will infuse my mantras into the bloodlines. From then on, the branch of the divine beasts shall be a race of my epoch. Li Qie said. Isn't this the same as shackling us? The tiger couldn't help but say. That depends on how you look at it. Li Qie waved, of course, you and the ancestral dragon can refuse, I'll be kind enough not to kill you. However, it just happens that I am lacking bait right now. All I need to do is to stir the water a bit and those who enjoy fried dragon meat will come to play. We accept. The dragon accepted this was the best possible outcome. The alternative was a replay of Divine Beast's destruction. Although having Li Qia's mantra in their bloodline meant being shackled by him, there was no other choice. At the very least, they could still live freely and join an even bigger world. Endless possibilities still awaited them. We accept. The tiger said as well. Chapter 50-75. The dragon sighed and asked something. Tell me, did you already plan this when you guided us to the ancestral nest? The tiger froze after hearing this since he couldn't have come up with this suspicion. Of course not, I can't plan that long ahead, it was a whole epoch. Li Qia waved his hand. I don't believe your bullshit. Even the gentle dragon couldn't help but curse. Dark Crow. You played us. The tiger gritted his teeth. It seemed that Li Qia had baited them even when they were being suppressed. This was all part of his plan, leading them to the ancestral nest and letting them grow the remnant epoch. Li Qia waved his hand and said, You're overthinking it. Let's put it this way, if we hadn't come to an agreement, would you two have reached atavism and become this strong? No, you two would have been dead. The two agreed with this logic. If they had refused, they would have been suppressed in the same place all this time. Someone else might have come and destroyed them. That's why you need to maintain an optimistic mindset, don't be so cynical. It's rare to find someone as kind as me nowadays. Li Qia said. The two cursed him in their head, if the Dark Crow was kind, then everyone else in the world were saints. Okay, I think we're done talking here. Let's get started already. Everyone got the point and my time is precious. He stood up and said, walking closer to the maelstrom. He stared at it with a serious expression. The maelstrom clearly sensed him as well. Its size was unimaginable. Perhaps the lower continents could only compare to a single particle here. Will you submit or do I have to make you? Li Qia asked. The dragon and the tiger got far away. Despite disliking the situation, they understood that this was the best outcome. Cosmic Ancestral Dragon, this was a beast stronger than true dragons and phoenixes, the only one left of its kind. They incubated the egg and witnessed the entire process, planning to turn this dragon into an epic lord. Alas, they had to watch Li Qia subdue the dragon now and imprint his mantra. This was rather unbearable, but this was the only way to survive. At the very least, they would at least get to live freely in Li Qia's epoch. Come out, I will give you a chance to attack so that you will understand. Li Qia said. Galaxy bubbles emerged from the maelstrom. Each could destroy a continent once bursted. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Boom. A large figure slowly came out from the center of the maelstrom, a dragon that could take up an entire cosmo. Its body was made from the stars, everything from the scales to the claws. This was still a child, yet it had enough power to devour the lower continents. It was virtually unbeatable already, one could only imagine an adult version. Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger watched with bated breath, albeit unwillingly. Rah! The child roared and caused extensive damage to the void. Time and space crumbled before the sonic waves. This thing was strong enough to devour immortal emperors and Dao lords already. It could appear right now in the immortal continent and be unbeatable. Boom! The young dragon immediately unleashed a devastating inferno. A mighty conqueror would still be reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye. Not bad. Li Qia leaped into the air and used his heaven suppression fist. Boom! The sheer pressure from the punch suppressed Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger, forcing them down to the ground. He was the sole lord and didn't allow a fragmented epoch to challenge his authority. Even immortal Emperor Jin Shi in a different zone felt this power and couldn't move an inch. already invincible with the first move. He couldn't help but praise. Chapter 5076. This galaxy remained relatively untouched. Alas, the massive cosmic dragon was now laying beneath Wuxia's foot. The punch obliterated its flames and showed that resistance was futile. It had enough power to obliterate the dragon on top of the entire fragmented epic. At this point, Mingshi also stood on top of the dragon. She was smaller than a speck of dust compared to this colossal creature. She finally got to see a divine beast, and not just any divine beast, a cosmic dragon. You may enter a pact with it, Wuxia told her. What? Mingshi didn't understand. You and this cosmic dragon, and all the other divine beasts too, will coexist together. Wuxia smiled. In other words, she'll be in charge of this remnant epic. I can't, I'm just an insignificant speck of dust. It took her a while before she could answer. Her reaction was understandable. She was only a regular disciple from Untethered. Although she was a genius, she came to understand just how insignificant she was after seeing so many top masters recently. The difference between her and them was insurmountable. In order to be considered an insect, one should at least be as strong as her senior ant. She herself believed that she was only the level of a speck of dust. Now, he wanted her to control this peerless cosmic dragon? This was more absurd than putting Goldcrest young noble in charge of a deity branch. I am not worthy, she concluded. He tapped her shoulder and said, You are virtuous, and that is the only requirement. I could have found someone strong, but they wouldn't have a heart like yours. Your kindness paves the way for peaceful coexistence. I can't. I'm just a little rabbit. No, we can't do this. Even if I cultivate for another 1,000,000,000 years, I still won't be as strong as this ancestral dragon. She became afraid. Trust me, if I say you can do it, you can. He smiled and stared at her. She calmed down after looking into his eyes and began to think. Can I refuse? She eventually asked. No. He shook his head. Mingshi understood Wuxia by this point and that his words were final. She grabbed his hand and complained, If I had known about this, I would have agreed to roam the plains with the old monkey, or maybe taking care of the unicorns wouldn't be so bad either. Do you know how much responsibility you are placing on me? If you had chosen either of the first fortunes, you would have ended up here eventually. The same with taking up this responsibility. He argued. Why was I born to suffer this heavy burden? She was dissatisfied. It's because of your heart, that's why you will accept it. You could have been a free rabbit or a shepherd, and eventually, you still have sought me out in the future. Why would I try to find you? She grumbled. Because this is destined. If the result is the same, then why not take a shortcut and avoid having you beg me for help later? Wuxia smiled. Humph. She snorted and her nose twitched. Wuxia then turned toward Golden Dragon and Tyrant Tiger. This girl will live with you henceforth. You might consider this as a shackle on the divine beast's bloodline, but I have made my intention clear. She will absolutely treat them well. The two stared at Mingshi and realized that the situation has been decided. Plus, designating Mingshi was a much better outcome than their expectation. After all, they were not going to be enslaved. Search tineural.com/2p9mv8w for the original. In reality, no one would miss having such a powerful force, but Wuxia gave them freedom. Thank you, young noble. The dragon bowed sincerely. Wuxia had indeed given them a more than fair deal. The tiger, who was annoyed with Wuxia, also bowed. I am done here, so I'll be leaving, Wuxia said. Mingshi stared at him, feeling reluctant to part. Alas, this was inevitable. The battle between Concealed Conqueror and Wuxia was known by everyone on the lower continents. Concealed Conqueror showing up again was surprising enough, but this time, it was another challenge. Her opponent was renowned for his previous feats in battle. At first, those who didn't know him wondered who he was to be worthy of this challenge. Alas, after hearing about his exploits, they gasped and thought that it would be an amazing battle. Is he really this strong? A listener remained skeptical. His friend who had seen Wuxia in action said, yes, he killed dragon lords and demon gods like nothing. I think he might even kill Conqueror. She managed to kill 8 Stallion Dao Lord last time, who will come out ahead now? People started speculating on the outcome. The might of Conqueror had permeated the heart of the inhabitants in the lower continents. Most thought that she would once again be the victor. However, those who had seen Wuxia in action before completely disagreed. As for the ancient ancestors, they wondered about her goal. She fought 8 Stallion Dao Lord for something. It seemed to be the same case for this next challenge. Anyone could tell that she was willing to pay any price necessary for it. Curiosity aside, they had enough awareness to not interfere because this was most likely the command of Celestial Court. None wanted to mess with a hungry tiger's food. Next full moon, Heaven's Summit, this was the time and place of the battle. Numerous cultivators and ancestors have arrived before the chosen date. Some have traveled a considerable distance to get here. Everyone knew to keep a safe distance from the peak itself. In fact, the crowd seemed far bigger than during her previous battle with 8 Stallion Dao Lord. Chapter 50-77. Some ancient ancestors that have been reclusive for eras actually showed up to watch this battle. After all, this was a once-in-a-lifetime battle. Everyone tried to grab the best spot in order to observe the fight. Rumble. A capable battalion appeared on the horizon and took up a vast area. 8 stallion dynasties here. This prompted whispers among the spectators. The battalion included big shots such as Venerable Dragon God, Northern Monarch, and even the new king. This was surprising to some because they didn't bring this many people to their previous king's battle. Today, they brought virtually all the top masters of their dynasty to boost Wuxia's morale. The current 8 stallion no longer has internal and external threats. The big shots understood the reason. Though 8 Stallion Dao Lord was no longer around, the dynasty was actually in a better position. First, the 10 monsters have nearly been wiped out by Wuxia, not to mention the numerous ancient ancestors from the other great powers. Skystomper God, Guardian Pagoda, Sword Grasp Venerable, Radiant Monarch. All of these 5 and 6 fruit dragon lords have been slain. Therefore, not many great powers currently could compete with 8 Stallion. The rest maintained neutrality and didn't have an existing feud with 8 Stallion. Seeing them made people sentimental. Not long ago, everyone thought that the dynasty was doomed after their king's death, but now, it was stronger than ever. The reflective atmosphere was interrupted by a large figure manifesting into reality in the air. Everyone shuddered and bowed in that direction while muttering, "Thousand-faced sovereign." Few were as strong as him now in the present. One known figure was Stone Ox, but that was about it. Surprisingly enough, he wasn't the strongest spectator because another aura permeated the scene and shocked everyone. Truth Dao Lord. Many kneeled after her arrival to show respect. Though she wasn't as peerless as Conqueror, she was the only remaining conqueror in the lower continents. Thus, she loomed above everyone else. She had hidden her aura in order to not alarm others. Alas, it still oozed out and alarmed everyone. Silence took over after their appearance. A while ago, a few great powers might have had ulterior motives for the battle, but this was no longer the case due to these mighty spectators. The night of the full moon was finally here and the silence still remained. Right at this second, a chilling presence crossed through the region and affected everyone down to their soul. Venerable Dragon God and Thousand-Faced Venerable trembled as well. This was something beyond their current level. Truth Conqueror let out a sigh of admiration since she knew she was weaker after sensing the aura. Once people calmed down, they noticed someone standing on top of the pinnacle, Conqueror. Most kneeled from the sheer pressure even though she has yet to release her murderous intent. The top dragon lords also bowed their head to show respect. This included Truth Conqueror even though she didn't need to. Heaven's summit immediately became the greatest peak in the lower continents due to Conqueror's presence. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. Alas, as time passed, Wuxia still didn't show up. After a long while, some started complaining. "He's late, so arrogant," one spectator mumbled. As soon as these words were spoken, he felt gazes piercing him and immediately shut his mouth. The top cultivators had no problem waiting, let alone a junior like him. Complaining now was idiotic. "Seems like I'm a little late." Eventually, a lazy voice could be heard. "Wuxia's here." For some reason, everyone heaved a sigh of relief after seeing him. They felt the pressure lifted from Conqueror. The air was no longer as suffocating as before. He took his time walking up the peak and captured everyone's attention. Conqueror didn't seem to mind his tardiness. Chapter 5078. The wind itself stopped blowing in anticipation of this battle. A drop of a needle could be heard within a 10 million miles radius of Heaven's summit. Time finally got a needed break. The world became small as if there were only two living beings left, Wuxia and Conqueror. Everyone else was reduced to insignificant dust specks. Spectators looked up and found themselves to be tiny ants looking at two dragons. Some thought that Wuxia would win due to the precedent set by him. Others believed that Conqueror was still the undisputed champion of the lower continents. Of course, they would get an answer soon enough. Contrary to the tense crowd, Wuxia appeared relaxed as he stretched his waist while looking around in all directions. This novel is available on pori.com. This confused Conqueror because stealth and ambush were her main skills. She believed that she was actually the best assassin in the lower continents. His action made her think that he was looking for people. Ambushers wanting to take advantage of them? Or did he have allies? However, the latter didn't make sense because this wasn't Wuxia's style. Moreover, she knew that he was clearly stronger and she was the underdog in this case. This felt rather ominous, so she became cautious. Her intuition also told her the same thing. Perhaps someone was indeed watching, but she couldn't spot them. This was virtually impossible in the lower continents. "Is there a problem?" she asked. Each word could pierce the soul. "Nothing. If you want to fight, let's get started and get this over with. I need to take a nap." Wuxia shrugged. Listeners exchanged glances. Only Wuxia would dare to speak to Conqueror in this manner. "Hand over the item and I will leave right away. Celestial Court will be kind to you in the future as well." She was a straightforward person. Listeners were stirred upon hearing this, even the top masters. It confirmed their speculation about her reason for staying here, a mission given by Celestial Court. Wuxia had obtained 8 Stallion Dao Lord's item and now, he was the next target. Winning Celestial Court's favor was a serious matter. Even conquerors would think about it carefully. After all, they would always have a smooth passage in the upper continents and even the immortal continent. Moreover, Wuxia had always maintained relative neutrality, not standing on the side of the people or purposely antagonizing Celestial Court. With Celestial Court on his side, he would be equal to the great emperors and Dao lords up there. "I'm afraid you are misunderstanding something." Wuxia stretched and said, "I don't give a shit about Celestial Court." "Well, that's not true. I do think about flattening them." This caused an explosion in everyone's mind. Some wanted to scream in astonishment. Domineering was not enough to describe his statement. Demon Conqueror and Luminous Conqueror, two brilliant cultivators, couldn't flatten Celestial Court. Someone as crazy as Maddened couldn't do so either, only managing to leave a perpetual burning void there. Thus, Wuxia's claim was insane. Nonetheless, no one openly criticized him for his declaration. Truth and Thousand-Faced took a deep breath. They actually had a good grasp on Celestial Court's power, unlike the rest of the crowd who only knew it by its reputation. Was Wuxia actually strong enough to do so? Conceal Conqueror's eyes narrowed and the chilling aura became increasingly unbearable. Everyone felt as if there was a layer of ice trapping them. The truth was that her gaze alone could kill the majority of the crowd if she so desired. Take out your weapon. She didn't comment on the absurdity of the claim and focused on the battle. I see that you have an invisible sword technique. Wuxia chuckled. I suppose I need a weapon in order to block your attacks. Having said that, he casually picked up a dried branch and stripped off the dead leaves. This is my weapon. The crowd was stunned after seeing his choice. Chapter 50-79. Was he going to fight a top conqueror with a dried branch? All the spectators were left speechless. Even Wuxia's biggest fans thought that he was being too careless. Of course, this was rather expected out of Wuxia. Conceal only gazed at Wuxia and didn't bother expressing her displeasure. Don't mind it, I don't have a suitable weapon so I'm using this. Wuxia said. Good, we shall begin then. She coldly uttered and released her murderous intent. The crowd felt as if the murderous strands of energy could pierce through and deliver them to the next life. Go. Wuxia lazily waved the branch, looking casually as if she was only an ordinary opponent. She took one step forward and disappeared from sight, leaving no trace behind. Thousand-eyed Sovereign immediately focused up. He had a heaven-defying ability to observe everything nearby. Alas, he couldn't spot her. Powerful ancestors activated their heavenly gaze and couldn't find her either. Her stealth Dao is unmatched. Thousand-Faced said, thinking that other conquerors and Dao lords wouldn't be able to find her either. It seemed that her Dao had improved to the next level after fighting 8 Stallion, nearly reaching a state of apogee. She would put Shadow Rider to shame if she had chosen the path of assassination. Not bad. Wuxia said before casually thrusting the branch randomly forward. Pop. It pierced through time and space and forced an ethereal figure out in the open. She instantly disappeared again, only top masters saw her clearly. Other cultivators only saw a flashing shadow or nothing at all. Interesting. Wuxia chuckled and thrust his branch again at an unexpected angle, piercing through several dimensions and making curved changes repeatedly. This backhand thrust's trajectory and curve defied conventional wisdom. This just wasn't something cultivators normally practiced. This resembled threading a needle through different dimensions, moving between them effortlessly. Pop. She was forced out again and became startled. She wasn't arrogant enough to think that she was the best and that no one could break her stealth Dao. Due to her mastery, mightier conquerors could force her out, but this was a gradual process. In this case, Wuxia did it with each thrust as if he had a full view of her movements. A hum could be heard as her Dao crisscrossed and intersected with slashes around Wuxia. This was another focus of her Dao, using enlightenment as blades capable of slicing through heaven and earth. Cultivators exclaimed in horror. Merit laws and treasures couldn't stop the overwhelming energy blades. Running away didn't work because they could sever dimensions as well. Ancient ancestors felt a chill coursing down their necks, getting the feeling of blood splashing out after decapitation. Rumble. Wuxia's body withstood the slashes like nothing. Not even a single mark was left behind. Conceal's expression changed after seeing this. She had only seen this once before, 8 Stallion Dao Lord with his immortal shield. Her slicing Dao couldn't get through that defense. Alas, could Wuxia's body be just as tough as that immortal shield? Die. She resorted to using her murderous Dao, 7-step death. She took 7 steps in the blink of an eye and gathered momentum for a perfect slash. The world seemed to be flipped over, unable to withstand this attack. Boom. Spectators were thrown flying before tumbling to the ground, unable to move. They screamed since they were experiencing the illusion of being dismembered. This move could kill dozens of dragon lords in an instant, even the more impressive ones. Venerable Dragon God touched his neck and looked down to see his fingers covered in blood. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Clank. Wuxia lifted his branch and stopped the slash, shocking his opponent. It's a decent move, but observe, this is the real Tao of assassination. He smiled and thrust the withered branch forward from a weird angle. Chapter 50-80. This thrust seemed to have nothing to do with assassination since even a 3-year-old could perform it. It shouldn't ever be muttered in the same breath as Conceal Conqueror's 7-step death. Ordinary cultivators and ancestors noticed nothing peculiar. Only those at the upper echelon such as Thousand-Faced Sovereign reacted properly. First came astonishment, then they took a deep breath and still couldn't calm down. As for Conceal herself, she immediately entered a parry posture. She understood that the thrust itself didn't matter, only the killing intent. When you're just trying to make great content at bit.ly/3 IBFJKV. His was incomparably sharp and overwhelming, capable of piercing through time and the domains of the immortals. Clank. She created 3,000 worlds and a myriad Tao with her sword while continuing to retreat. This was enough to survive any attack from a conqueror, but unfortunately, Wuxia's murderous intent didn't care for any of this. Boom! The branch pierced through her defensive lines and reached her. Blood spilled to the ground, spectators' jaw nearly dropped to the ground. A dried branch managing to injure Conceal Conqueror? Even the top masters couldn't speak at the moment because they felt a sharp pain in their throat. How could that simple thrust be so effective? Killing with the Tao heart, Conceal gasped before murmuring. Exceptional talent indeed, a great seed to be an assassin. Wuxia had to praise her. The majority of the crowd only saw the simplicity of the thrust. Only Conceal noticed right away that the thrust represented his Tao heart. Of course, regular people didn't know the mysteries and profundity behind using the Tao heart offensively. Nonetheless, they understood that it was rather frightening. Truth and Thousand-Faced wondered about stopping that attack earlier. It seemed impossible because Wuxia's Tao heart had reached an immeasurable state. Conceal stared intensely at Wuxia in order to find some clues. Alas, he didn't look like a practitioner of the assassination Tao. No need to look, I haven't cultivated that Tao. Wuxia shrugged and said, I only wanted to show you what it can be since you have the talent for it. She had no time to be pleased by the compliment. If he didn't cultivate this Tao, how did he perform the Tao heart kill so easily? She herself wasn't close to this level. From her perspective, attacking with the Tao heart was the highest level of the murderous Tao. Everything originated from the Tao heart. Still want to play? It's rare to see a genius nowadays. Wuxia smiled. The crowd exchanged glances in astonishment. He made it sound as if he was a teacher talking to his student, not a dangerous opponent. Who in the lower continents was qualified to educate Conceal Conqueror? Wuxia could be the only exception. Again. She uttered coldly. Just her voice alone instilled an indelible fear into the listeners. She's going all out. Venerable Dragon God commented. I don't think any of us has a chance against her, only Wuxia. Another ancestor murmured, feeling fully intimidated and unable to channel any power. Come. Li Qi pointed his branch at her. Just this alone prevented her from doing anything. She thought that any of her moves would be instantly nullified by his branch. Buzz. Nonetheless, she didn't relent and utilized something else. A Buddhist light enveloped her, one that has been refined by countless tribulations and polishment. Her power and divinity infused themselves into this light. An avatar with an identical appearance appeared behind her but had the glow of a sacred Buddha. This was her golden avatar, something only available to the conquerors. It exuded bright halos pulsing outward and made everyone think that this was the culmination of her cultivation. It was too much for the lower continents to take. Something this powerful shouldn't exist here. The ground started sinking downward to everyone's horror. Buddhist sever. Thousand-Faced Sovereign shouted the name of the technique. Chapter 5081. She had used her seventh fruit against 8 Stallion Dao Lord before as the final attack. This time, her slash lacked flashiness and gained power. Her golden avatar seemed heavier as well, making it difficult for the rest of the continents. She's at the peak 7th level already? One ancient ancestor whispered because there was a considerable improvement. Each strand of her power was being channeled into the avatar and not a single sliver was wasted. Despite her injuries last time, she managed to recover on top of improving her cultivation in no time at all. Impressive. The other dragon lords admired her cultivation speed. Certainly in tune with Buddhism. Li Qie said. Her 7 Dao fruits appeared and pulsed in and out, creating a dense sphere of chaos true energy. The individual ray was as thick as a mountain range. Spectators suddenly felt their own grand Dao levitating upward and transforming into the next state. This happened all over the lower continents as well. Eventually, a supreme sword made of the Dao was created. It was the pinnacle of the myriad laws, capable of severing anything in existence. The mortal coil, boundless emotions, and the endless reincarnation cycles, these could be cut down. It reduced everything to nothingness and astounded spectators. Dragon lords and top masters shuddered in fear. This sword was the embodiment of Buddhist wisdom, capable of obliterating them. Wisdom / the grand Tao of her 7th fruit. This was used previously to kill 8 Stallion Conqueror. Now, she added this to her Buddhist sever. A quick look at poreed.com will leave you more fulfilled. Wisdom Buddhist sever. She roared and became the lord of all things as she raised the sword of energy. She swung the sword down and caused the world to turn dark. Ah! Numerous cultivators bellowed and pissed their pants in terror. Some couldn't even let out an audible scream. This was the limit of her Tao. All inhabitants felt as if they were being decapitated and then reduced to ashes. Boom! Everything starting from the high heaven where the tip of the blade was all the way to the bottom dissipated. Spectators immediately sealed their vision and hearing, not wanting to be crippled by the blast. After a long while, they finally opened their eyes to see the result. Did Li Qie survive? Once the dust settled, they saw him standing there holding the same branch. It was broken now, so he clearly used it to block the attack. This shocked them even more than when she displayed her wonderful cultivation. No one here could have stopped that combination / Alas, Li Qie did it with a dried branch and they saw it with their own eyes. Li Qie got this for sure. This became the consensus in everyone's mind. He could beat her without using a weapon. Concealed Conqueror herself turned pale since it was her first time facing such a terrifying opponent. She wasn't afraid of fighting stronger cultivators. Alas, none of her best moves worked and it didn't make any sense. Numerous ideas about his identity flashed in her mind. It was an impressive / but since you're facing me, it fell short of success and couldn't display its true potential. Li Qie said. Chapter 5082, Support us at bit.ly/3IBFJKV. Anyone would be overwhelmed with despair after facing Li Qie. The crowd knew that the previous / was Conceal Conqueror's best attack. This was her finishing move, always delivering fatal results. Alas, it didn't manage to injure Li Qie. When one's ace card was this ineffective, it meant that defeat drew near. All eyes were on the Conqueror. The undefeated cultivator was about to lose her streak today. She looked solemn because this was unprecedented. Back when she fought Heaven Peak, she eventually won due to her assassination art despite being considerably weaker. With her heightened senses, she found enough openings to deliver effective blows. Unfortunately, Li Qie, who appeared to be full of openings, actually had none. He had yet to use merit laws as well, which made it even more difficult. She thought that if he were to take action, the openings would become more apparent. Alas, he only used the Tao heart so far and there was nothing for her to take advantage of. My turn now? Li Qie smiled. The Conqueror immediately entered a state of absolute focus, her prime. Her divine intents pulsed outward and enveloped the 3 continents. Though she was frightened, she managed to become battle-ready in no time at all due to her impressive Dao heart. Everyone watched with bated breath and wide-open eyes, waiting to see the ultimate move. I'm starting. Li Qie thrust the broken branch forward without any mystique. Experts and ancestors were surprised because it was another ordinary thrust. Alas, it surpassed all physical restraints such as toughness and distance. It maintained a straight line stretching from the past to the present and to the future. It didn't need any profundity, only moving forward endlessly. Conceal could tell that this was another Dao heart attack. Merit laws were no longer useful here. She could only fight back with her own Dao heart. Alas, she wasn't at the level where she could muster up a defense using this enigmatic phenomenon. Boom! She chose to use her 7 fruits to create a wondrous shield. It contained chaos chapters and the might of the world. The immortal shield. Some big shots shouted after recognizing it. They had seen it before in the hands of 8 Stallion Dao Lord. It allowed him to be unbeatable regardless of the opponents. She imitated the immortal shield with the help of her 7 Dao fruits, hoping to stop the Dao heart attack. She had gained a great understanding of the shield after fighting 8 Stallion Dao Lords so many times. Of course, it couldn't compare to the real thing. Crack! The broken branch crushed it and only slowed down a tiny bit. The shield broke down to countless particles and time came to a halt. Pluff! Everyone's eyes opened as wide as can be. Their mind went blank after seeing the result, the broken branch piercing Conceal Conqueror's heart. Blood streamed down and stained her dress. This unforgettable scene would follow them for the rest of their lives, a 7 Dao fruit conqueror being pierced by a dried branch. Buzz! Her 7 fruits exuded chaos true energy in order to heal her wound. However, her focus was not on the injury but rather, Li Qie. Her eyes flashed with heated excitement. This was a hunter being pierced by the horn of her prey, yet she still only cared about the wonderful nature of the prey. The crowd, by this point, finally grasped the gravity of her defeat. Their knees buckled as they fell to the ground. The Dao heart, the only thing on the Conqueror's mind was the attack. Not even her life mattered as much. Do you want to learn? Li Qie suddenly asked. Yes. She answered without hesitation. I'm afraid you can't withstand the 3rd. Li Qie shook his head. Listening to the Dao in the morning, dying in the evening, that is enough. She answered fervently. Some thought that they have misheard. Wasn't this supposed to be a battle? Why did it sound like a willing master teaching an enthusiastic disciple? Chapter 5083, Bring It. Conceal Conqueror showed no sign of yielding despite knowing that she was outmatched. On the other hand, she seemed eager to see his next technique. Her love for the Dao made others feel nothing but admiration. This was no longer about Li Qie's item or victory, only his Dao heart attack. It has been her highest pursuit, but most importantly, she had never seen it before until now. This particular level only existed in her imagination and derivation. Today, Li Qie had used it twice so far. This confirmed the existence of this technique and she became a moth, unable to help flying into the flames. Let's begin then. Li Qie said. She closed her eyes and quietly chanted an ancient, inscrutable mantra. Oh. Li Qie's eyes became serious after hearing this. Spectators thought that she would use her wisdom again. They didn't understand the special mantra. Celestial Court. On the other hand, Truth Conqueror had a complicated expression. She was unique in that when others became stronger, they would ascend to the upper continents. As for her, she was sent down at a young age. Most importantly, due to her noble background, she had access to information unbeknown to others. She could tell that this mantra originated from Celestial Court. Conceal Conqueror's hair fluttered to the wind as if she was blessed by a mysterious power. Buzz. Strands of light that weren't her own manifested into reality. Prior to this, her aura had a chilling murderous affinity. Though her 7 fruits were at the limit and she could control her aura, everyone could still sense it. Now, this empowerment converted her affinity to a transcending one. As she floated upward, she resembled a fairy from the heavens, a stark contrast to her prior appearance. Is this still her Tao? The top cultivators speculated. Normally, they wouldn't question a conqueror, but her immortal aura was completely different now. This is Celestial Court's immortal slaughter. Thousand-Faced Sovereign spoke with a stoic tone. However, the crowd had no idea what it was, one exception being an ancient ancestor from Sword Grasp who became alarmed. Only the ancient ancestors from deity knew about this legend. According to the tales, Luminous Conqueror was unbeatable and destroyed deity in the past. Eventually, Divine and Heaven Alliance from the upper continents created a new deity in the lower continents. This time around, they left something special enough to kill conquerors with the code name, Immortal Slaughter. It was understandable that Conceal would have access to this, being the strongest of deity and all. Moreover, she had been blessed by Celestial Court as well. Boom! A beam descended and illuminated the 3 continents, capable of tearing any Tao apart. Everyone felt as if this beam could sink their region in the blink of an eye, a move capable of starting an apocalypse. Instead of hitting Wuxia, it struck Conceal Conqueror. She channeled this energy and formed an immortal sword. It was of unimaginable size. With it under her control, the crowd felt that she was a fairy capable of massacring countless cultivators. Find the original at pourri.com. They were scared out of their mind and dropped to the ground, quivering with fear. This is it. It takes a long time to charge after each use, this is its full power. Thousand-Faced Sovereign turned pale. Die. Conceal Conqueror slashed the immortal sword forward. The 3 continents were as tiny as 3 eggs in comparison, the same for dragon lords and conquerors. It had enough power to split anything into 2 halves. So this is Immortal Slaughter. This was Wuxia's first time hearing this name. Celestial Court didn't have this even back during its golden age. Chapter 5084, Wuxia still used the branch as his sword for another ordinary thrust. Of course, it had the power of his Tao heart infused with it. Anything else was unnecessary. The pinnacle of killing, the whim of the Tao heart. The stronger the Tao heart, the sharper the attack on top of being indiscernible. This was the reason why the ancestors in the crowd couldn't see its profundity. This was reserved for stronger cultivators such as Conceal Conqueror. Boom! Everyone saw the broken branch contesting against the immortal sword from Celestial Court. The explosion reduced Heaven's summit into dust. 10 million miles of land were immediately flattened. Not to mention regular cultivators, even dragon lords were left paralyzed on the ground. It took a while before the calm. Spectators regained their composure and saw the entire battlefield being obliterated. Most importantly, they knew that the combatants have purposely reduced the area of effect in order to minimize damage. They saw Conceal Conqueror laying on the ground in a pool of her own blood. A hole could be seen where her heart should be. Is she dead? Everyone became emotional since this unbeatable conqueror was no longer moving. They then turned and looked for Wuxia, only to see a bottomless abyss. Some immediately thought that he was nothing now after being targeted by immortal slaughter. What an attack! The devastation of that immortal sword left an indelible mark in their mind. That strike alone had enough power to destroy an entire Tao lineage. Celestial Court, they shuddered in fear. This was only one of Celestial Court's methods. Moreover, it was so far away too, just imagine their reach at the immortal continent. This was one reason why it was able to kill emperors and Tao lords in the past. How fun! They suddenly heard someone speaking and looked again only to see Wuxia floating above the abyss. They clearly didn't see him before, so this was rather confusing. I wonder who left it behind, he murmured to himself. Since he knew the previous top members of Celestial Court, he knew that none of them had left something like this behind. Where did it come from then? Dao Heart Kill. Conceal's voice suddenly echoed. Everyone turned around and saw that she was still alive. She vomited a mouthful of blood as she spoke. A well-deserved death. She had excitement instead of fear. No, a type of happiness. Spectators exchanged glances, speechless at her extraordinary reaction to the attack and love for the Tao of murder. Many dragon lords with 3 or fruits stopped the pursuit. They believed that they were strong enough to roam the lower continents. There was no need to pursue another tough road. This wasn't the case for Conceal. Even when she was on the verge of death, the only thing on her mind was Li Qia's Tao heart attack. This obsession with the Tao put cultivators to shame. Buzz. Suddenly, her body became ethereal and disappeared from sight. She ran away. Many shouted after seeing this, since the once strongest cultivator in the lower continents chose to run dishonorably. A quick look at Pori.com will leave you more fulfilled. Everyone felt that someone like her would rather die in battle instead. Remember, her rival, 8 Stallion Tao Lord, chose death instead of running away. Now, the representative of deity and even the race ran away. This was quite a blow to their prestige. Before the start of the battle, they all thought that it would end with one of the combatants' death. Now, the star of the race had run away. How could its members ever walk with their head held high again? Her death would have actually improved their morale and solidarity. Now, those from deity and its allies stood there in a daze. Li Qia had no need to throw insults, since they were already as dejected as can be while looking down at the ground like stray dogs. Chapter 5085. Li Qia looked around and smiled. Where can you go? With that, he took one step forward and disappeared as well. A while later, everyone calmed down and started discussing this matter fervently. A quick look at Tinyurl. com/2p9mv8w will leave you more fulfilled. Conceal Conqueror lost and fled. This news traveled fast across the lower continents. Those who weren't there in person couldn't believe their own ears. This was especially true for those from the race. It took them some time before accepting this reality. Conceal Conqueror's invincibility had been etched in their mind for quite a while now. Everyone agreed that she was the strongest cultivator in the lower continents after she took down her rival, 8 Stallion Tao Lord. Her image shattered after this defeat. They couldn't accept how she escaped from battle instead of upholding the reputation of their faction. They preferred a valiant death over this, letting the enemies know that members of the race would fight to the very end. Now, how could they face members of the people when their pride had been shattered? Meanwhile, Li Qia traveled through numerous lineages as he searched for Conceal Conqueror. Eventually, he came across a land with temples scattered everywhere, both on the ground and in the air. Due to his cultivation, he could hear ethereal chants permeating the region. This was Buddhism, one of the 12 lineages. True to its name, the main religion was Buddhism. Massive statues resembling giants could be seen, a sign of this Tao's power and strong heritage. Sumeru Emperor was born here. Later on, Diana Tao Lord had followers everywhere and started the Diana branch. His scripture brought Buddhism to another height for many eras subsequently. Amitabha, Mahayana Buddha inside an ancient temple chanted with his palms together, having noticed Li Qia passing by. Of course, the others had no idea of this visitor. His next destination was a land of light. The moon seemed to be ever-present and radiant here. This world resembled a fairy tale with countless wonders. There was an abundance of immortal aura, giving people a sense of the profound Tao. The picturesque mountains and rivers gave them a glimpse of the immortal world desired by all. This was Immortal Platform, a rather mysterious lineage. Its origin remained unknown, only that it was a subsidiary of Tao Alliance. Despite having unknown roots, its techniques were second to none. Rumor has it that Night Moon Conqueror came from here, but this was never verified. Nonetheless, cultivators across the years have found enough clues regarding their relationship. Of course, these were just indirect evidence, nothing concrete. Li Qia's gaze flickered after entering this region. He eventually smiled and said, "Great, this place is blossoming. Seems like anything is possible." He took several more steps and went to a different location, untethered. Instead of an immortal aura, it had a Taoist focus. This pervasive Tao constantly circulated and evolved, giving birth to numerous capable experts. This was the strongest lineage of the people, allowing them to survive against the imperious deity. It was started by Tao alliance from the upper continents, not by a single cultivator. When it was established, ancient gods descended and bestowed unparalleled powers to the land. Inconcealable, mortal reversion, ox dragon ancestor, space dragon emperor. All of them were a part of Untethered once. Throughout millions of years, numerous Tao lineages rose and fell in the lower continents. Untethered managed to stand tall until the present. In fact, even deity was destroyed once. This never happened to Untethered. There existed a towering mountain with a massive ox-shaped boulder on top. It had endured the ravage of wind and rain for eras now. In reality, this boulder might actually be older than Untethered. This was the legendary figure known by all as the strongest dragon lord with 7 sacred fruits, Stone Ox. He couldn't leave the land. Rumor has it that they were one entity now. Because of this, his power far surpassed his cultivation after calling on the land. Some believe that his very existence was the reason for Untethered's tenacious success. Chapter 5086, Not Bad at All, A Great Fortune. Li Qia naturally took a look at this famous boulder and nodded approvingly. The boulder seemed to have heard Li Qia's praise and lowered his head in Li Qia's direction. Li Qia didn't stop and visited another lineage, Heaven Burial. It possessed a unique and domineering aura, a confidence of burying the heaven eventually with its Tao. In fact, any visitor would feel tiny and insignificant here. After all, even the heaven above could be buried, let alone them. This lineage was considered only second to deity among the race. Its founder was Heaven Burial Conqueror, a frightening cultivator. Not to mention regular cultivators, other dragon lords and conquerors didn't dare to confront him. He held a pivotal position in Celestial Court. In fact, some believed that he could become its next lord, a testament to his ability. His history was just as impressive, potentially being the second Tao lord in the history of the 6 continents. Rumor has it that there was someone before him, Martial Conqueror. This conqueror was blessed with good luck and obtained a fortune allowing him to reach the apex. His only fault was being born in the same generation as Heaven Burial. Due to Heaven Burial's exceptional talent, Celestial Court decided to fully support him. They ambushed Martial Conqueror and allowed Heaven Burial to seize his Tao fruit. With that, he officially became a conqueror. Of course, none of this has been verified. This was too long ago, not to mention the chaotic nature of that period. Various disasters and darkness loomed over the land then. Nonetheless, Heaven Burial's prestige remained today despite not being present in the lower continents. The sacred ground of this lineage was a mountain taken back by their progenitor. He polished it for many eras and added it to the main earth vein. The members believed that this was the very source of the land's power. Thus, cultivating here was immensely effective. In fact, staying here also prolonged lifespan automatically. Most importantly, rumor has it that the heavenly scripture could still be here. Of course, Heaven Burial's ancient ancestors denied this. Either way, outsiders thought that the conqueror had infused the mysteries of the scripture into the land itself. This meant that the future was bright for its members. There was always a chance of a carp turning into a dragon. Because of these beliefs, top masters from Heaven Burial always stuck around at their ancestral mountain. Heaven Burial. Li Qia stopped and scouted the area. "Brother, save me," a faint voice echoed in his ears. In fact, no one else in the world could hear it, not even the dragon lords and conquerors. Wuxia was the sole exception because this was his epoch. This was because it wasn't an audible noise, just a remnant strand of obsession on the verge of disappearing. Too much time had passed so it only sounded once. Wuxia closed his eyes and released all of his divine intents. After a while, he finally heard the call for help again. He opened his eyes and turned his focus to the sacred heaven burial mountain. Boom! He took one step and appeared above the mountain. Divine lights erupted to greet him. Runes twisted together to form supreme formations. Rumble. Halos also floated upward and supported the mountain. Next came the loud warning gongs and ringings. An imperial-level warning. The ancient ancestors of heaven burial became alarmed. The warning gongs could be heard in the entire system and shocked everyone. This was unprecedented for them since this level had not been used for millions of years now. This novel is available on bit.ly/3ibfjkv. 1. The translation for bro can be big bro, big brother, bro, brother depending on the context to match the tone and intent. Without context, I'm using brother. Chapter 5087. Who dares intrude on our holy mountain? A deafening shout resounded. A large figure appeared with a Tao waterfall behind him. Lightning halos pulsed around him, making him look like a lightning god. The gate guardian, lightning burial. The members of the sect shouted after seeing him, a dragon lord with 5 sacred fruits. State your name. He shouted at Wuxia. However, Wuxia ignored him and continued forward. Die then. Lightning burial unleashed a torrent of lightning at Wuxia, wanting to incinerate him. Scram. Wuxia raised his foot and stomped down, releasing a monstrous force. Boom. The lightning torrent was instantly crushed. The dragon lord roared and gathered the strength to stop the stomp. Alas, this was completely useless regardless of his merit laws. Ah! He screamed before being reduced to a mist of blood. Members of heaven burial couldn't believe their eyes. A dragon lord with 5 fruits was killed with one stomp. How dare you? 3 figures appeared above the mountain and shouted furiously. Their halos could uphold numerous worlds. Heaven burial trinity. An ancestor from the sect shouted. The 3 were pillars of the lineage. Normally, they focused on their cultivation, but this intrusion forced them out. You have committed an unforgivable crime. Only death, one of them roared while sending down the halos. Scram. Wuxia responded in the same way and waved his hand. Boom. The halos instantly exploded into particles. Ah! They couldn't finish their threat before the slap came and turned them into blood. They were killed as if they were mosquitoes. Countless disciples were scared out of their mind and fell to the ground. It can be hard to make great work when it's stolen from bit.ly/3ibfjkv. Who is he? They shouted, wanting to flee. That's Wuxia. A top dragon lord said with fear. Wuxia had just defeated Conqueror. Why was he here now? Fear overwhelmed the sect. How did they offend Wuxia? Just run. Most didn't have the courage to fight him since he could kill them with a single gaze. Formation. The ancient ancestors weren't willing to see their sacred ground tainted. Thus, they started the strongest formations. Pillars of light soared into the air along with halos stacking on each other, resulting in an impressive display of might. Alas, Wuxia pulled the halos out of the formation and tossed them away, causing the ancient ancestors in charge to roll on the ground. Sir, why must you attack us? A different ancient ancestor appeared. The others got up and gathered behind him. He had a total of 3 halos behind him. Their combination could create the yin and yang for a reincarnation cycle. Three-ring blade. A crowd has arrived at this point to watch the show. Peerless big shots took a deep breath after seeing him. This old geezer is still here, neither dead nor ascended. One of them became startled. Another with 7 sacred fruits. We got 2. Someone else commented. Everyone knew about Stone Ox, but now, here was another one. I don't need a reason. Wuxia answered nonchalantly. Then you need to ask my sword first. The ancient ancestor fused his halos together to form a heavenly sword. Sword energies rampaged the continents and intimidated everyone. Die. The ancient ancestors behind him released their vitality and energy, summoning all of their weapons. Wuxia responded by smashing the formational halos at them. This had enough weight and power to crush devils and gods. Threering Blade panicked and raised his sword to block it. The other ancient ancestors followed his lead. Crack. Alas, their best weapons and merit laws amounted to nothing before Wuxia. Ah! All of them screamed and became meat pastes, no exception. Disciples from Heaven Burial became aghast after seeing the destruction of their mightiest ancient ancestors. Chapter 5088. The smash didn't stop at the ancestors and continued to break the mountain. Cracks appeared everywhere on the surface. The power of a conqueror oozed out from the cracks along with chaos true energy. There seemed to be a primordial source underneath, a wondrous concentration of energy. What a treasure ground, it is incredible. A neutral big shot was left in awe. In fact, not even deity might have a treasure trove of this magnitude. This place made cultivation rather easy. No wonder why their ancient ancestors all moved to the mountain to train after gaining the privilege. Boom! A majestic figure emerged, causing the 3 continents to shake. Everyone felt this power regardless of distance and was forced to the ground. This included both dragon lords and conquerors. The moment he descended, he became the lord of all things. Truth Conqueror and Thousand-Faced Sovereign shuddered despite being far away from the battlefield. Heaven Burial Conqueror. The Sovereign trembled. Heaven Burial, one of the strongest conquerors in history, had sent a divine intent down to the sacred mountain. We are bit. ly/3IBFJKV, find us on Google. The progenitor didn't forget about us. Horrified disciples in the sect rejoiced. Their progenitor might actually be able to stop the villain. Progenitor. They kneeled to the ground and tears flowed down their cheeks. Who are you? The divine intent opened his eyes. Just his gaze alone could kill anyone in this region. Boom! Wuxia answered with a punch. He didn't expect this and channeled his supreme arts to retaliate. Alas, this was useless. Wuxia's punch represented the apex. All else were numerous levels beneath him. The punch pierced through Heaven Burial's merit laws along with his head. It kept going, leaving a bottomless abyss in the center of the sacred mountain. Spectators became speechless. Heaven Burial Conqueror was a legend. Although this was only a strand of divine intent, it was enough to deal with anyone in the lower continents. In reality, it couldn't block a single punch from Wuxia. This result shocked everyone. Members of Heaven Burial were as pale as death as they glanced around. Their spines seemed to be broken, their soul was no longer in their body. They either didn't have the strength or the courage to get back up. Wuxia destroyed their ancient ancestors and dragon lords, even taking down their progenitor's divine intent with a single punch. Most importantly, he left irreversible damage on their sacred mountain, their spiritual totem. Their confidence and faith shattered as a result. They didn't have the courage to even stare at him, even though he didn't seem to have any intention of slaughtering the rest. As for the big shots, they thought that this was more shocking than his victory over Conceal Conqueror. After the destruction of the divine intent, a mighty figure suddenly stood up from his throne in an immortal palace floating among the stars. His wondrous eyes gazed down at the lower continents. Meanwhile, Wuxia ignored all of this and entered the massive hole in the mountain. What is he doing? Spectators wondered. Is he trying to destroy Heaven Burial? A big shot calmed down and said. This wouldn't be difficult for him at all. What did they do to anger him? A dragon lord wondered. Back in the 10 Great Mountains, Skystomper God and his fellow brothers opposed Wuxia. Alas, Wuxia didn't seem to mind. Now, something had infuriated him enough to warrant this onslaught. Chapter 5089. No man has ever set foot this deep into the sacred mountain with one exception, its founder. The area was worshipped as a holy ground. All generations knew that the resources beneath were unfathomable. Chaos true energy constantly oozed out along with Tao harmonization. Laws were constantly changing and evolving. This was no different from an ultimate treasure grove, eternal and boundless. Thus, they dreamed of being able to stay here to cultivate. Alas, this privilege was reserved for ancient ancestors and dragon lords. Youths with entry were considered supreme geniuses, future pillars of the sect and dragon lord candidates. As for the origin of this power and energy, this remained elusive to all of them. They only knew that the mountain was brought back by their progenitor. Wuxia entered the abyss made by him and reached the depths. This was a place blessed by creation, having been formed by a supreme grand Tao and unbreakable seal. Runes and laws of a conqueror formed numerous layers. As he walked past them, the last layer had turned into a separate chapter with an automatic power capable of crushing any intruder. After all, its creator was one of the greatest conquerors. Of course, this didn't hinder Wuxia's path. He made it to a place where the laws became as thick as iron chains. He heard a beating sound, the rhythm of this earth vein. He saw something there that would frighten anyone else. The deepest crevice of this mountain served as a prison. A half-naked middle-aged man was locked in chains. He looked mighty with an air of martial arts. Nothing could destroy his love for this Tao, for they were one and the same. His flesh and muscles had been through countless tribulations. Each inch brimmed with explosive power. Time has yet to erase his Tao. Alas, there were signs of deterioration. If the imprisonment kept on, he would become all bones eventually. The chains were actually made from the laws of various Tao lords. They have fused into his body at this point like pipes and were connected to the sacred mountain. In other words, they eternally connected him to the mountain. His true chaos energy, Tao power, and Tao laws coexisted and empowered the mountain. He was the vessel of Heaven Burial Mountain's magical properties. Upon closer inspection, Wuxia saw that a part of his mind has been taken out, the place where the Tao fruit should be. Witnessing this scene would shock anyone due to the terrifying methods. Digging out the Tao fruit of a once invincible being and locking him deep here to be used as a power source for eternity, the victim was none other than the legendary martial Conqueror. Big bro, the man felt Wuxia coming closer and smiled weakly. He was already struggling to hold on but still had a sense of carefree optimism. Read this novel and other amazing translated novels from the original source at thepori.com. Wuxia shook his head at this sight and raised his hand, instantly severing all the Tao chains. They should have been unbreakable, but this wasn't a problem for Wuxia. The man fell to the ground without the chains keeping him up. Wuxia reached out and supported him, seizing the power of the myriad Tao. Boom! The power of the earth vein erupted. These Tao laws tried to resist him, but it was useless. They struggled like roaring true dragons, but it was all in vain. His firm grip instantly subdued them like an expert catching a cobra. The various affinities were taken from Heaven Burial and sent back into the man's mind. Rumble. Meanwhile, members of Heaven Burial on the surface could tell that their lineage's power was disappearing. Boom! The foundations of the tributaries in the region leaped into the air, wanting to escape. Alas, an invisible hand seemed to be catching them. Escaping was futile. All of Heaven Burial turned into a large funnel and the powers were only flowing downward into a single point. Chapter 5090. Not long ago, the lineage was filled with wondrous powers. The world seemed unable to shoulder its wealth. Its inhabitants felt tiny in comparison, but now, this land reverted to its original state, just another place with mountains and rivers. The fortunes and power of the Tao were no longer present. The kingdoms and sacred grounds floating in the sky would lose their divinity and glows soon enough. Just get the hell out of here. Cultivators and ancestors were still at a loss. Some speculated that they were next to be devoured after the Tao powers, so they started running for their lives. The panic caused immense destruction to the existing infrastructure. The more powerful sects and ancient ancestors tried to stop the outward flow using barriers and merit laws. Alas, this was useless, so they dropped butt first into the ground, bewildered. It's over, it's over. The once dominating ancient ancestors looked like bereaved dogs. Search bit. ly/3ibfjkv for the original. Heaven burial is no more. A pale dragon lord murmured. Externally, the lineage was still there since the land remained. This applied to the buildings erected by the various sections. Alas, these non-living entities were useless. The Tao foundation and earth veins were essential. As long as they were still around, there was still a chance of rising up again. This applied to a horrific loss of lives after war as well. But now, they have been taken by someone. With these Tao powers gone, cultivation became impossible even for geniuses. This land wasn't worth a single coin now. The only solution was to have another supreme conqueror recreate the grand vein and foundation once more. Otherwise, heaven burial would fall into oblivion. This was the case for deity after it was destroyed by luminous Conqueror. The two alliances from the upper continents worked together to fix all of this. Today, heaven burial still had its territories and disciples. Unfortunately, their home was no longer suitable for habitation, so they had to leave for greener pastures. It was apparent that Wuxia was the culprit. No one knew how he performed the absorption process, but this was certainly the case. This was a man who could destroy a Tao lineage easily. In fact, in a way, this was more frightening than how Luminous Conqueror did it back then. The latter relied on sheer destruction while Wuxia left everything intact. Everyone was trembling in fear now, not wanting to be the next target. Heaven burial and its ancient ancestors were mighty, not to mention the remnant intent of a top conqueror. All of this was futile, so it was best not to antagonize him. Meanwhile, Wuxia had finished channeling all of the powers back to the man's empty spiritual platform. It was now shiny and looked rather strange. The hole on his head was fixed and replaced by a crystal layer instead of flesh. Those motherfuckers. I will annihilate Celestial Court. He woke up and roared furiously. You and what army? Wuxia asked jokingly. Big bro, it's really you. I knew that only you could save me. After calming down, the man bowed before Wuxia. You've grown ambitious, to actually become a conqueror. Wuxia accepted the gesture while speaking. Ah, it's all thanks to your blessing. You took care of me and made it possible for me to encounter great fortunes. Otherwise, I would have just been an annoyance in the ancestors' eyes regardless of my effort. He remained optimistic despite having just gotten out of the horrifying imprisonment. Although he exuded an unstoppable aura of martial arts, whenever he smiled and spoke, his true personality came out. It gave the impression that he was not an obedient youth. Your sister's fortune was quite something too. Wuxia smiled. Sigh, she became an immortal monarch and always picked on me. He shrugged and said, unfortunately, she couldn't save me because she herself was barely hanging on during that war. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in this pathetic state. Who knows, it's hard to say. Wuxia chuckled. Fuck, those old bastards from Celestial Court, I will have my revenge. He gritted his teeth after bringing up the past. You are powerless right now. Wuxia said. Chapter 5091, Sigh, I can't argue against that. The man lowered his head and smiled wryly. However, this pessimism only lasted for a second before he asked, "Big bro, you're here to destroy Celestial Court, right? Don't do it so fast, wait for me first." "If I want to destroy them, I still have to wait for you to get your revenge first?" Li Qie laughed. "I guess it's unreasonable." The man chuckled before coming up with a good idea. "Okay, just leave that brat heaven burial to me. Once I rise again, I'll teach the brat a lesson for his transgression. I've never paid attention to this minor stuff. When people antagonize me, I just destroy them without thinking twice." Li Qie said. That's true, the man didn't know what to do because he couldn't avenge himself in such a short time. Just returning to his prime required more time and the perfect circumstances, let alone taking down Heaven Burial Conqueror and Celestial Court. They might not even be around if he were to wait that long. Wait, I must be stupid. Why do I need to look for something else? My big bro is unbeatable in all eras. Big bro, just teach me again and make me reach the truth of the Tao. I'll rampage Celestial Court afterward. He acted pitifully afterward. Big bro, please. Pop. Li Qie smacked the crystal side of his head and said, "You can only rely on yourself to find the truth, no one can do it that quickly. If you actually want to become strong, you need to work hard first." "I know," the man sighed, "looks like I won't have my vengeance, they'll be dead before then." "Forget about revenge, just create a strong base this time around. Your heart needs to seek the Tao in order for you to reach the desired level, there is no shortcut." Li Qie said. "I know you're right, it's just that I can't forgive them for what they did to me." The man said. A quick look at bit.ly/3ibfjkv will leave you more fulfilled. Just focus on cultivation or you'll be mediocre forever, not living up to your potential. Li Qie disagreed. "I will, and I know that meeting you again is a great fortune. After all, I'm destined for greatness, the second conqueror of the 6 continents, the best in the past and the best in the future. My light will blind the world later." He became excited. "Are you listening to yourself?" Li Qie chuckled, the kid was still the same despite becoming a conqueror. "It's true, big bro. I became invincible so fast that I felt something was off. Why was it so easy? Then I thought about it again and it's because of you. This is your Tao, so because of our relationship, I just needed to put in a little effort and became a conqueror right away," he said. A bit shameless, but I do admit that it was impressive to jump out of the previous limitations. Li Qie nodded in agreement. "I didn't let you down, did I?" He gloated. "You ruined my reputation by being trapped here for eras while being used as a ginseng." Li Qie said. That's a different issue." The man turned red and said, I would have crushed the brat if it was a one-on-one fight, but the old geezers ambushed me while I was being too careless. The process doesn't matter, only the result." Li Qie retorted. "Now I'm just embarrassed," the man said awkwardly. "However, big bro, the old geezers' wings are tough now. They suddenly broke the balance and started the war." He paused for a bit before continuing. "Celestial Court must be backed by some devious entities. It's just that we never got to see them." "It is to be expected." Li Qie said. "They became impatient after losing the epoch. Of course, they are still holding back, that's why they are using Celestial Court as their pawn." "Are you going all out again, big bro?" the man asked. "No rush, just like one can't eat hot tofu right away," Li Qie said while stroking his chin. "There are uncertainties requiring confirmation. Once that's done, I'll sweep away the troublemakers. There should be no problem with your involvement." The man expressed unwavering confidence in Li Qie. "It's a pity that I can't fight alongside you. I'm just a piece of trash now without training." If others had encountered such setbacks, they would have been overwhelmed with hatred and fear toward everything. However, this man was still laughing and completely undeterred, showing remarkable mental fortitude. "Yes, train so that you can be worthy of your martial Tao," Li Qie said. "For sure, I can't ruin your reputation. After all, this was all bestowed to me by you. If I don't work hard, what kind of man will I be? The man nodded. Good, learn to stop talking so much though. Li Qie smacked his crystal head again. I wonder when I can go out to see my sister. He laughed and said. If she's still alive, you don't need to worry about her. If she's no longer around, then you need to become stronger, that's how you should grieve and honor her. Li Qie said. Yes. He sighed in response. It has been a long time since I've been scolded by her. I wonder if I can see her again. The man had accomplished great deeds. Alas, he wasn't that famous during his own era since he was overshadowed by his older sister, an immortal monarch. Those from that era believed that he was protected by his ancestors and sister. Moreover, his own personality and conducts were questionable. In their opinion, he would have accomplished nothing if it wasn't for his strong background. In fact, some were rather vocal about it back then, but he didn't give a damn. This didn't affect his relationship with his sister either. It wasn't until the new epoch that he changed his ways and decided to try harder. He obtained a great fortune and became a supreme conqueror. Unfortunately, his opponents were not messing around, hence his lamentable fate. If it wasn't for Li Qie finding him, his end would have been rather tragic. You need not worry, you will see her again if it's meant to be. Li Qie said. I understand and will keep your guidance in mind as I enter isolated training. If you see my big sis, tell her that I am doing well. He nodded. I will. Li Qie agreed. He decided to focus on reaching the apex again, putting aside his desire for vengeance and longing to see his loved ones. He knew that if he wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't be able to survive for long in this ruthless world. Li Qie could see his determination and decided to banish him into another dimension. He could only come back after becoming strong enough. Chapter 5092. After arranging a safe haven for the middle-aged man, Li Qie left Heaven Burial without taking a second glance. Nothing here mattered to him. His next destination was deity and it only took one step for him to arrive. Rumble. After loud detonations and flashing lights, deity fell into destruction. An endless power shook the 3 continents and crushed everything in its wake. Does Li Qie want to destroy deity now? How is he so fast? A dragon lord shuddered after analyzing the situation. Everyone thought that he was still in the depths of Heaven Burial, but now, destruction ravaged deity. It's over for deity. Ancient ancestors only thought about their own sex, not caring for deity. They told their juniors to stay the hell away from Li Qie. During this destruction, the old gatekeeper of the cemetery back in 8 Stallion looked up at the sky. We are Pori.com, find us on Google. Here again? Must have recovered then. His eyes turned cold and in the next second, he disappeared from sight. In actuality, Li Qie was surprised as well. He had only entered deity and this started, prompting him to take a closer look. He saw that it was a mess everywhere with no one in sight. Sword-Grasp School, Godchaser Palace, and Immortal Pagoda have been obliterated. Numerous ancient ancestors and other experts have been slaughtered. The culprit was too fast with the killing. None of them even saw the enemy before being destroyed. The lucky surviving disciples sat on the ground to stare at the ruins and mountains of corpses. The only thing they saw during the attack was the corpses of their seniors raining down from the sky. The power immobilized them so they couldn't join the battle. In just a few seconds, the strongest sects of deity have been wiped out. The other tributaries became scared. The top-ranking members either fled or hid in safe places like rats. Eventually, ancient ancestors from the other Dao lineages came to take a look and were shocked at the efficiency. Of course, this wasn't a total massacre since there were surviving members. Alas, the targeted sect's ancestral grounds have been thoroughly destroyed. The divine palaces of Godchaser were gone. The ancient pagoda of Immortal Pagoda was reduced to ashes, the same for the fire beacon of Swordgrasp. Did Wuxia do this? One ancient ancestor wondered while staring at the flames and smoke of war. With deity gone, there would only be 10 great lineages left in the lower continents. The foundations are still there, it's not a complete destruction for deity. One dragon lord got closer to the ruins and checked the individual sect. He became rather confused. This was completely different than what Wuxia did to Heaven Burial. He only took care of Heaven Burial Mountain, not the tributaries. However, he did absorb all of its resources and foundation, effectively putting an end to the lineage. In this case, the foundation remained for the top lineages in deity, so it wasn't over entirely. Is it actually Wuxia? Another wondered because the method was different. Who else is strong enough outside of Wuxia? An ancient ancestor responded. No one disagreed with this because he was the only one strong enough to take down deity in the lower continents, especially in such a short time. Truth Conqueror and Stone Ox couldn't have done it. Where is Conceal Conqueror? Someone else wondered. Some assumed that Wuxia was here to look for Conceal Conqueror. Maybe she died in the battle too. A dragon lord speculated. She could have gotten away again. A peer responded. I heard that the beacon of Sword Grasp was lit during the battle. One ancient ancestor revealed a key piece of information. Really? Then the upper continents know about this. The others became emotional. Sword Grasp had a direct communication line with Heaven and Divine Alliance through the beacon. This was reserved for crises or important matters. Thus, it hasn't been lit for a long time until now. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.